Hey, what's up, comrades? Hope you're all doing well. We're going to talk about Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is that new hotness. I know I don't usually play newer games, but I heard it was excellent, and I heard it was like, it's like a turn-based JRPG style game, so I'm like all about that. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? I heard nothing but good things about this, and it just popped up on Fit Girl, so let's download it and check it out and see what's going on with this. So, like I said, it's a JRPG turn-based, but it's like French. It's super French. Like, it is so goddamn French. Like, the characters look French. The style is like very French. It's got like French music. I don't know what to say. Like, it's very impressive, but it's like good France. It's not like current France. It's like France from like the 1950s to 1940s, like the pre-World War times. Just like that's like the vibe I get from it. Like, girls are wearing like berets and like scarves around their neck and stuff, and the character, like the men have like some sweet ass hair and beards and stuff, and yeah, it's pretty good. And then the characters are like decent, right? For like I'm not like, hell yeah, I'm gonna bone the shit out of this chick. Well, there's one chick, yeah, I would. But generally, it's like, wow, they got like pretty girls. Like every one of these girls is like on a level of pretty, right? Like some of them are like, nah, I never hook up with this chick. But several of them, I'm like, yeah, all right, I see it. Like, I'm there for it. And the men look good and heroic, and then the world is like beautiful, and the way you play it is like Shadow Hearts. Or I think that's what it's called, Shadow Hearts, yeah. Which is that it has kind of like it's got an active time battle system or like Mario, if you played like Mario RPG, where it's like during the battles you can like press buttons at certain times and you can like make parries and make dodges if you time them correctly. And I'm playing on like the easiest mode, right? Obviously, because I'm just playing this for the story. So I'm playing it like literally on story mode. But I feel like the enemies slow down a little bit, and so it gives you enough information that you can like kind of figure it out. And I guess maybe if you're playing on a higher difficulty, the game doesn't slow down. But like some of the monsters are pretty telling, and some of them are pretty sneaky. Like they'll like swing. It's almost like Elden Ring, where it's like they'll make a swinging motion, but that swinging motion is like the pre-attack like motion. And so if you try to parry or dodge, it's not like you get punished. Like you have to press it exactly on time or you get nothing. It's more like if you miss, you might have enough. If they're moving slow enough, you might have time to actually hit it right, or if you don't, you get hit. And then the parry and dodge, like parry's better 100%, because then if you get all your parries, then you get attack back, and the attack back is like always really fucking strong. So that's definitely a way to like play this game. Like there's a couple times I'm playing through it and it's like, that monster's really tough, maybe we should avoid it, and it just stands there like it's obviously some sort of like optional area, and I'm like, no, let's fucking do this. And I'm playing on story mode, obviously, like I said, so it can't be that difficult. And then you just gotta like, you time the parries and you never get hit, and then you just like beat the shit out of them, right? And then some of your attacks have like button presses too, so it's more engaging than just like click, 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 close my eyes, Final Fantasy VI, all right, everyone's dead, moving on, right? So that's cool. All right, so enough of that. Let's move on to the story. Oh, and then, sorry, you can equip like weapons. You can change your outfits, but the only thing that affects anything is your weapon attack. And then you can get these things called picos, and they give you like certain abilities, and then if you like use them for 4 battles in a row, then they become like a permanent thing. But when I was reading about this, like literally in the tutorial in the game, I was like, oh, then you can just equip them, whatever. But no, so each one of your characters has a certain amount of like these things called luminaires or lumens, and each picto, to like equip it without having the picto equipped, so you have 3 slots for pictos. Excuse me. And then you have lumens that you can pay, and you can pay as in like all it does is limit how many you can have equipped at one time. So if it's like five lumens, I can equip like a 3 and a 2, or I can equip a 5, and then I can like unequip it, and then I get like those 5 back, right? It's not like you spend them. It's like they just exist as like a pool of like, all right, you can have a total of like 5 points worth of these things, which I like when games do that. It makes it a lot more easy to customize, and you just feel like you can experiment and stuff, which is always nice, especially in these kind of slower going RPGs. All right, so the game starts off, and we get like an overview of, we see like images of like a ruined city, and then we see a man who's staring off at something, right? He's standing in this kind of like flower garden area, and far off in the distance, like on another island, we see this giant number 34, and it's lit up, right? And then a girl, Maele, walks up, and she starts talking about the flowers and whatnot. And this man, whose name is Gustav, talks with her about the expedition that's upcoming. And then they talk about hitting Painter, or the Paintress, and then they start talking about the previous expeditions. And this melee chick is fine as shit. Like, she's redhead, so obviously I'm a big fan because of Asuka, right, who set like the precedence in my life, even though I like never dated redheads in real life, because fuck that. But because dating white girls, that's a terrible decision. But in my what do you call it? In my dalliances with virtual women, redhead is always like a top of the list. Anyway, and she's cute. So she's great. And then they start talking about this other girl named Sophie and what he's going to say to her. And then we officially get like the prologue starts. And it's like, all right, cool, prologue. So then we gain control of Gustav and we follow Melee around on like the rooftops. And she talks about Sophie is going through her like romage. And then we have some like idle chatter just about like life and random stuff. And then it also comes up that Sophie's turning 33 at this point as well. Gustav has had some relationship with her based on just like the idle chatter. And then Mayale used to be a courier, which is something we learn about here, because she talks about how before, when she was a courier, she stole these like, they're not teleportation, but they're like grappling pods, and these grappling pods appear randomly throughout the game, and it's good to know because here they're used as like practice, so that like, oh, this game's a little vertical. We can like see these things and we can launch to them with our like built-in like magic grapple system. And there's this whole magic thing that's like the sword, and a lot of stuff we use is like this kind of like strange like yellow magic thing with the weapons and whatnot. And then we can get like other weapons later on, but that's like the initial weapons for all these guys, and so that's very interesting. Okay, so she stole some for the academy, and so we can run along the rooftop, and then eventually we'll get down to where Sophie's at, and then you can like Gustav can have a conversation with her before she has to do the Gramash thing over by the harbor. And it's like, what is a Gramash? And it's like, oh, it's not good, but we'll learn more about that later. And at some point she's like, I feel a little rusty. Will you duel with me, old man? And loosen me up. I want to loosen you up. I feel like you're a little tight. So that way when we talk to Sophie, you're not so uptight. And you're like, okay, cool. So then we get like a combat tutorial. So that's fun. And this is where we learn about like parrying and dodging and stuff. And it's like, all right, after that, it's time to find Sophie. So we continue. And then we talk a little bit more with the Grammage. And then she's like, it's sick that these people are all down here as if they were celebrating it. And it's like, oh, clearly it's a bad thing, right? If you hadn't figured it out before. And then Gustav mentions that he broke up with Sophie like a while ago, but that he's never really gotten over her. And then Miley like sasses him about like, why didn't you tell her something before? Like, that's ridiculous. You should have said something. And then at that point, she's like, all right, I'm going to catch you later. And we head down to the ground level, and that's where Sophie is talking to some people. And she's got a sweet ass beret and stuff. So they start talking, and they have like a kind of very awkward conversation, and it's like, again, this is like so fucking French, and it's it's very endearing, their conversation in this whole situation and whatnot. And she mentions that Gustav is fighting for some kind of change, and that she wishes him good luck. Clearly, they're like, she's gonna not be around for that for whatever reason. We don't find out exactly what that is. We do very shortly. And then they talk about some ladies stealing the people's futures, the paintress and all that. And then some kids are running by, and they stop and see Sophie and see the flowers around her neck, and then they salute. So clearly she's like, the flowers are like a big deal, right? Like that gives you some sort of indication about certain people or something, the Gramash or whatever's going to happen. And then she mentions, they'd have a conversation about how stubborn Gustav is, and that's why they kind of broke up. But she's like, that's good. Stubborn people change the world. And then she asks Gustav to walk her to the harbor. So we head to the harbor, and then we meet like all sorts of people. So the first person we meet is this flower seller named Tiffany, and she's super sad that Sophie needs flowers. And they talk a little bit. And then we continue, Sophie and Gustav talk about how Sophie's doing. And she's like, I'm fine, I guess, considering everything. And that she's had 33 years to prepare for this. And then we talk to some other flower wearers. And this one flower wearer, she's standing around with her daughter, and they have an argument about Sophie being selfish, not having children. And then Sophie they don't call each other selfish, but this is essentially what the conversation they're having. And then Sophie's like, well, I don't want to bring like a child into this dreadful world, just have them like die, or just have them be part of this like insanity or whatever. And so they go back and forth, and they like agree to disagree there at the end. And then we meet some boys. And they're dressed up with like these funny masks, and they're talking about Gestrels and raising an army of Gestrels to defeat the paintress and whatnot. Another man wearing flowers, this blind guy named Richard, he wants to give us an expedition Oh, he has a conversation about how he's gotten into a fight with his son because his son wants to prepare to go on an expedition, and Richard's kind of like resigned to his fate. And then he mentions that he finally gave in because he's going to leave, and his son's not there because they got into this spat. But that he has an expedition uniform that he constructed, and he wants to give it to his son to show him that he believes in him and that he that someday he'll be able, this thing will end or whatever. And that because his son's not here and he's not going to make it through the rest of the day because of the Gramash, that he asks he asked Sophie if Gustav can give it to him later, and then she's like, I'll make sure that he does that. And then there's another conversation. Oh, then we talked to somebody else. This Raphael guy. And so this time it's Gustav talking to Raphael. And he talks about how we're already dead. We're just catching up to death, essentially. He's very optimistic, though. He talks about how he believes in his, it's good to know when your final date is. That way you can plan and you can live your life accordingly and have a great day. And the next is Maxime. He's this drunk asshole. He's very despondent about everything that's going on. He talks about wasting resources on these expeditions that aren't going to go anywhere and aren't going to do anything. And then Gustav tells him that instead of being drunk on the street during this time, he should be with his daughter. And then he's like, what's the point? We pass a woman who's playing guitar, and Sophie calls her Lune. And she mentions that like her and Gustav would be a cute couple, and then Gustav's kind of quiet about the whole situation, and she's like, oh, well, maybe you guys have already done something together, indicating that they possibly hooked up. We find this painter, and he's like, I know people have a bad impression of paint because of the painteress and all the darkness and stuff, but I want to paint, and so I need inspiration. And so if you two would like dance, then I can get inspiration. And this dance is us just dodging Sophie's attacks like several times in a row, and then we get this like sweet ass painting. And he's going to hang it up in the opera house so that everyone can see it and remember, like, people who have passed on. It's like a memorial or whatever. We then find Maele. She's now hanging out with like a bunch of orphans, and she talks to us about how she's been assigned to lead the orphans to an orphanage once their parents are taken, to make sure everyone's taken care of. And then they talk about why Gustav broke up with Sophie, and it definitely has to do with children. Like, he clearly wanted children and she did not. And so since they had this opposing viewpoint on like life and what was going on and like hope for the future, that's why they ended up breaking up. Now, there's no indication that Gustav ever had children with anybody else, except maybe Lune, which I don't know. Perhaps we'll find out more about that later. Anyway, and then Sophie tells Maele that she's very, encourages her for the expedition she's going on and stuff. And then we talked to Sophie some more about the paintress and about the cycle and how, the expeditions are to break the cycle, and there's people got to do something. And that then Sophie mentions that she feels kind of bad for the priestess because she's possibly stuck in the same like insane cycle that we're stuck in, and that maybe she doesn't have a choice. Maybe this thing's just like occurring and it's not necessarily her fault, but that it's like this kind of like never ending other thing that's going on. And we're like, that's very odd of you to have like sympathy at this time in your life, or empathy. And she's like, yeah, but like what else do we have at this time? Like, I choose to have empathy instead of choosing to be mad, right? And it's like, good for you. This writing's so excellent. We also find a show where a bunch of girls are dancing with light, and then a gentleman talks to Sophie about pictos and how the expedition like essentially paint them on their bodies to give them powers, and that some of these women are using them as like for this light show or whatever. And then we find, and you'll find several of these, we find this like strange mime, like this robotic mime, and then we get into this kind of like semi-mini boss battle, which was actually pretty tough. To get through it. And like really what saved the day was fucking Gustav has this like overcharge attack and then countering, which does tons of damage. Others are doing like 1 or 2 points of damage. It's kind of wild. So once we get beats down, we head over to the harbor. So when Sophie and Gustav finally get to like the edge of the harbor, they're looking out, they see like, we find out later it's the continent. So they're on this island, and then the continent's over there where like the paintress lady is, and all the monsters and stuff. So they're going to go investigate that. That's where the expeditions are, trying to like figure out what's going on or get to the memorial or whatever. But they got saved from like whatever crazy nonsense is going on over there by being brought, the island being separated and brought over here. But even though there's like the Gramash that occurs. So then some boys run up and they bring a coat that Sophie fixed up, like an expedition. It says Expedition 33, or I think it says EX 33 or whatever on the sleeve. And this is the coat that she kind of fixed up for him because she knew that he was going to come, even though they had like not spoken in a while. They talk about the boys. They talk about their relationship, how it fell apart, and about having kids and whatnot. And then he puts on the coat, and she's like, "Thank you. I just wanted to see it before I go. This is my legacy." And they hold hands, and we notice that Gustav has like one of his arms is metal at this point, and then we get a cutscene. The sun sets, the world turns to gray, and then the giant woman, supposedly the paintress, stands up in the distance by the continent and changes the 34 to a 33, and then all the people start like gramaging, which means they like turn into dust and fade away. The gramage. And all that's left is like the flowers, and Gustav's holding Sophie's hand as she like fades away. Later on in the evening, Gustav's walking alone through the previous like area, the previous district that all this stuff took place, and it's night. And then he gets approached by Lucian and Catherine, who are other members of Expedition 33, and you can tell because they got the coats on and whatnot. And they approach him, and they're talking about drinking, and they're like, we see a man stand alone, and whatnot. And again, like the girls in this game continue to be exceedingly attractive compared to other Western games, but very kind of like okay in terms of like the general gaming sphere, especially when you consider all the Eastern games that have just like banger after banger after banger. To a point where like you have like Tifa at this point being like, yeah, she's pretty good, like she's like a 8 or 9 out of 10, but compared to like some of these games that are coming out recently, it's like she's more average because they're so hot. But these girls are like, for Western games, like a 8, 9 out of 10, but for compared to the Eastern games, they're like very average looking, if not sub-average. So that's interesting. Anyway, just a note. Gustav encourages them to head out to the festival without him, and that he will be okay. She needs some time to like think. And at this point, the game opens up again, and we get to wander around the festival. There's like 3 booths where we can spend tokens to get like a couple quest items and like a new haircut. So this game has like, you can go into the menu screen and you can change like your outfits between what you find, and you can also find different haircuts and whatnot. So that's nice. You can like somewhat customize your look, as I mentioned before. And then we get these 2 quest items, which I don't know what they do. At this point, like at first it was like, oh, you want this pictos are things that you can attach and gain abilities, and then you can lumen them to your skin so they're more permanent, and it's like, I have this one that I've been working on, and then you pay for it, and it's like, this is too experimental to use for now, and I'm like, god damn it, game. We also run into this historian, and the historian gives us a lot of information. So this whole thing, the whole world that was like that we exist in now began 67 years ago, right? So Expedition 33 is like a countdown, right? So it's been 67 years since the first thing happened, and every year there's like another expedition, and there's another Gromash and all this stuff. And that the first expedition was actually named Expedition 0 instead of 100, because then after that they're like, okay, let's count down. And so now it's 33. So then and we learned that luminaries, or luminars, or however you say it, are used to put pictos into the body. I just said that. Then we meet Lune. She's the girl who was playing guitar earlier that Sophie hinted at that Gustav and her might have some sort of previous relationship. And they talk about how Expedition 0 was the only expedition that made it to like the monolith and had people survive, and that she's plotted some sort of course where they can land the exact same place that Expedition 0 did to kind of give them the best chance. And then we find Richard's son. Richard's the guy who gave us the cloak and said his son wanted to like be a expedition guy or whatever. So we talk about it with him and give him the clothes, and he's like, I don't know, we'll see. If it's going to be me, it's going to be a long time from now. I'm still pretty young and whatnot. Right now I'm going to take care of the orphans, so I want you to keep it. So we get a new outfit, which is fun. And then we run into the orphans that we met earlier, and they give us a diary to record our expedition, and then we find out that every expedition has like a diary, and if we can collect them all, that'd be great because we can know more about the story. And then lastly, we head down and find Miley. She's just standing at the edge of the harbor, and she's definitely #1 waifu in this game at this point. She's just like a cute redhead. And we find out that Gustav's been her guardian, so as he didn't have kids of his own, you know, he's like adopted a bunch of orphans, like she was an orphan. And so she says 9 years younger, but he's got like a year left before his expedition, or before his Gramage. So either he's like 32 or 31, because I'm unsure if like the age is like the next Gramage, so like as the Gramage goes lower, or if it's everybody like around the time they turn 33. It's ambiguous at this point. Anyway, so 9 years would make her, so if he's like 31, 9 years would still make her like 22, but then at some point she mentions she's a teenager, which is kind of funny. Anyway, but it was Emma, who is Gustav's sister, and Gustav that kind of raised Maya, so she's like a daughter to him, which is cute. She then makes fun of him for being an old man, and then she's like, I want a duel. So they fight, and then we beat her, and then she's like, whatever, you beat up a teenager, good job. And that's where that comes from. And then Emma comes walking into like the area, and she is like the chief counselor, which makes her some sort of leader in this community, or like the leader or whatever. And we go talk to her. She's like super pissed off that Gustav's going on the expedition. She doesn't believe in it. She calls it a bloodless guillotine, right? Some very excellent French cultural stuff going on there. But he's like, hey, you're still gonna give that? I'm still doing it, and I have to believe. And whatever. She's like, whatever. And he's like, you got that speech I gave you to give? And she's like, sure. So she gives a pretty good speech. Like, it's a pretty good cutscene. We see a lot of stuff. We see people saying goodbye and getting ready to go on the expedition. And the speech is very impactful. And Gustav did a real good job of writing it, and Emma does a good job of delivering it. So it's very excellent. And then as we get on the boat to head out, the prologue ends, and then my game crashed. So, so I had to reload and play through all that again as fast as possible. It's like, Jesus Christ. Not the whole game. Like, the game auto saves. I have not figured out a way to save, except they have these like save points periodically, which are just like flags stuck in the ground that say expedition whatever, and when you click on them you can like restore your health and restore your Eustace flags. They're like bonfires, and then you can level up, so they're literally like bonfires. And every time you use one of those, the game saves. The game also periodically saves after like cutscenes and stuff too, I think, because every now and then bottom of the corner it'll be like saving, but you can't like just save, so that's kind of an interesting choice for an JRPG if you ask me. Anyway, finally, after playing through that last little bit again, I land on the continent, and there's like this scary moon thing in the sky, and it's all dark and foggy and super scary, and people are hopping out of the boats looking around, and then this dude with like a scar over his eye is walking up with like a cane, and someone's like, or no, Alan, who's the expedition commander, he's like, how did that guy, he looks old, how did he decide to Garmash? And then he like walks up to the guy to like talk to him, and he gets killed like immediately by this guy. And then everything goes to shit. Like, there's just like monsters showing up, or like they call them like Nevins in this game. So Nevins are showing up and attacking, and this guy's like killing dudes, and everyone's running, and there's like explosions and shit. And then Gustav gets separated from Maele. And then at some point, Gustav gets like blasted the shit out of, and then he's like laying on the ground, and he gets pulled up by Lucian, and Lucian gets nabbed up, and then they're hiding behind like a rock, and other guys get grabbed up by other monsters and whatnot, and then he continues to run, and then and then this like crazy hand light monster thing. This is when Lucian gets caught up. And then he disappears, and another one walks up to us, and we start casting, or it starts casting something, and it strikes us, and the scene goes black. And then it's like Act 1, Gustav, because that's the name of the act. And so much later, Gustav wakes up, and he's beat to hell. And he looks around, and there's like a cute little waterfall nearby, and I assume, like, you look like dirty as shit and all beat up and cut up and stuff, so I assumed I could go in the water and clean off, but I cannot. So the models are excellent in this, because a lot of times she'll have these things where it's like, oh, you look like hell, and it's just like, this person looks exactly the same as they always look, but this team like took the time to make him look dirty as shit, and his clothes all kind of torn up, which is easily fixable, because you just, equip a different armor, or a different look. Anyway. And so then there's like a kind of foresty area. And then it opens up, and the game's like, welcome to the exploring phase. In the exploring phase, you can do these things. So we're getting little tutorials as we go, which is nice, because the game just keeps moving and the story keeps moving. It's not like, here's a tutorial section, like, enjoy. We also learned about this Eustace flask thing we have that we use it and it heals the whole party, and we can get more like, I think they're called tints, to like increase its power and its ability to do things. And then we run into the first enemy that we can actually fight, this Nevin, and it's a sort of like automaton looking thing with the crazy blue thing in the middle that is like a weak point. And we get a tutorial about using the pistol at this point, because we've already got tutorials about how to dodge, parry, and like attack and stuff. And so we can also like use a ranged attack. Everybody can use it. Gustav's got a pistol. And then we can aim, and then it costs like AP points, and AP points are how we don't have like MP or anything. You get AP points allow you to use like special abilities, and you have to build them up through like dodging, attacking, parrying, and later on like jumping. So there's various ways to like increase that gauge, but you always start with like 2 or 3, or it's probably based on some sort of stat that I'm not like tracking. But anyway, so you can shoot people, and so when you're fighting guys who are flying, you pretty much want to shoot them because they dodge everything else. And then for all these guys, you can a lot of guys have like weak points, so you hit them, and it does like a lot of damage and whatnot, and makes them or can like change certain things. So we get a tutorial on that, which is cool. Then we stumble upon this crazy battleground thing, and there's like all sorts of dead people and Nevins and whatnot, and those are all the flags and stuff, and this is where we get introduced to like the first flag that we can save in or use. And then we find piles of dead people just like up against like this crazy gooey looking tree thing. It's like a crazy pillar. It looks super bizarre. And a lot of them have like 33 armbands, and so it's like it's assumed that some of these people are the people that we lost there at the beginning. And then Gustav gets like very sad about the whole thing, because he feels like he's the last one left alive. So then he sits down, and he takes out his gun, and he's about to shoot himself in the head. And then Lune speaks up, because she's sitting there too, and she's like, the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh! And she's like, are you really gonna fucking kill yourself? Like, stop being an asshole. Stop being so selfish. Yeah, she literally says, "Quit being selfish," and then she starts getting mad at him, and she starts yelling at him, and he's very despondent. And then she's like, "Come on, we got to go. Like, we got to take care of this. We got to meet everybody by like the indigo tree or whatever." And then this giant like Nevin guy shows up. And you're like, "God, this guy's gonna be tough." And I kicked the shit out of him, mostly because he's super easy to counter. And the countering in this game, or the parrying counter in this game, is like broken as shit. As it does like I'll like attack with Gustav, and he'll do like, I don't know, like 100 damage, and then I'll counter and it'll do like 350 damage, and you're like, fuck, like parrying in this game is the way. Like this is the way to successfully get through this game, especially I imagine on harder difficulties. Like, you got to become like a master of parrying or you're gonna get fucked. On the easy mode, it's kind of like whatever, bad guys do like 1 point of damage and you have hundreds of hit points, so it's more just for like the sake of enjoying myself, as I love the parrying business. So we fucking murder this guy. Oh, she also mentions the luminous converter, which is something that was brought up before we left. It's like, oh, you invented the luminous converter. Oh, the luminous converter, this and that. And then it gets brought up here, and then there's like a lot of silence on it for a while afterwards. And essentially it looks like when you destroy one of these Nevins, it like absorbs them. And so I don't know if this is like where you get experience points from, or you get like your chromia, which is like the money in this game, which you can use later when you find like some other guys to purchase like shit from. But yeah, so there's not an explanation. It just, the guy disappears inside the thing. And don't worry, so like, just like, I mean, this is like a Souls, like this got a lot of like Dark Souls like kind of mechanics. So you got the bonfire, you got the Eustace, and then at the bonfire, when you like, so when you kill guys, they're dead, and then when you use a bonfire, you go camping when you have like the more open world kind of situation. When I say open world, I don't mean like an open world game, I mean like the over map. Then it recharges your, the enemies like respawn at that point, so you can kind of grind them out for stuff. Oh, and during that battle we get the tutorial for Lune. So she flies, she's like hovers, and then she uses elemental stains, so she can use different, she can like build, she has like this thing where she can build up like different amounts of like fire, electricity, water, or I think it's ice, and then and earth, right? And then she can use those to use other abilities. And then there's a combination. Certain enemies are weak against certain things, and then certain abilities like play off other abilities. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty good system. And also she's barefoot. That's right, fellas. And it's not like she's just barefoot. She's barefoot. When you run with her, she like flies, and then her feet are like right in your face. So this game knows exactly what the fuck it's doing. Like, I saw that and I was like, ayo. Fuck yeah, 10 out of 10 game. The feet right in our faces. Love it. Oh man, good stuff. We kill some more of these like mech homies and whatnot, and then we find this house. Not like a house like we go into, but like a ruined house, because this whole area is like in ruins essentially, and there's like different biomes and whatnot. It's pretty cool. At some point, Lune mentions that all the survivors from the expedition are supposed to meet up at the indigo tree. And then we find some areas to climb up. We continue to move towards the indigo tree. And then they talk about how Expedition 69 was the climbing expedition, and how I know, right? Whatever. And then they put all these like things around for people to climb up on, these little ledge thingies or whatever. And then we stumble upon this like white creature, and it doesn't attack us. It's one of these Nevins, but it's like pure white, and it actually seems to be weeping. And then Gustav nearby, like Lune's checking that out, and then Gustav finds the journal for Expedition 81. And it mentions how this Nevron specifically is stuck, and that they were able to communicate with it. And then Lune and Gustav talk about this could change everything and their complete understanding of what's going on and whatnot. So we start talking to the thing, and it mentions it was created to bring light, and that it doesn't kill... and that he doesn't kill that. Oh yeah, that he doesn't kill. He just needs light, and with light, something. And then Lune is like, well, maybe if we can find this light of his, we can bring it back, and it'll give us some more information. And like, knowledge is power. Right? It's a knowledge war. She brings this up several times, or not knowledge, but information war. And then she suggests that this light is probably something to do with the flame, and he's carrying around this thing that maybe we can light that up, and it'll be good. And that the light. something about it will light the path to the priestess is what the Neverun says. So we go around, we kill some more new guys and find some more stuff, and then we find this flammable stuff and we take it back to our little white friend here, and we light it up, and he's like, oh, the light, something. Besides that, he doesn't say very much. And then Lune's like, well, hopefully there's some more of these guys around, we can get some more information from them. And then we're moving forward, and we see this kind of like, we get to this open area, and when these open areas are always like boss arenas, and it's not like it's an action RPG, right? But still, it's like, if you play enough video games, you're like, oh, okay, there's definitely going to be a boss here. And then we enter, and a little cutscene plays, and this other guy, Leon, from our expedition, comes running in, like he's running towards the indigo tree. And we're like, Leon! And then he just gets, like, just killed immediately. And then this wizard-looking Neverun thingy pops in. And so we fight him, and then for some reason, there's, like, this super badass final attack where like we fight, and then Lune like lifts Gustav up on this like stone thing, and then he does like some charge attack right through the Neverun, destroying its core, and it's like fucking awesome. And so at that point we're like, oh, let's rest. And so we rest here, and in the morning, or it seems like there's like a night passing, because she's like, let's rest. There's a message written in like red light, so not the yellow light that we normally see or that exists, but this red light message. It says like 33, and then it says they took Melee to the weird corals in the north, and that there's a hut with a door in it. And Lune is like very confused by this whole thing and very skeptical, because she's like, the expedition members know that they need to sign their names. And Gustav's like, I don't give a fuck. We're going to go. Any chance I get that Melee might be alive, because it's like his daughter, I'm going to take. No questions asked. And then they start arguing about like protocol. And Lune like really wants to stay, because protocol says you have to stay and wait for 3 days. And then Gustav's like, well, I'm going after Melee, so suck a dick. And as he's walking off, he's like, oh, by the way, the protocol also says never travel alone. So you have to decide what you're breaking protocol either way. So you got to decide which one's more important to you. And it's a baller move by Gustav. It's kind of an asshole move, but he's not wrong, right? So at this point, we move to like, there's kind of like this open world area. So if you played like any other, this is legitimately just like a JRPG. So you play a lot of JRPGs, especially kind of older ones, you'll enter towns or dungeons or whatever, and that's like the first area we were just in. And so when you're in these areas, they're kind of like more linear, and there's like a pathway to go through, and you can find treasure or not. And then you'll go to like the open world. And it's not open world as it's commonly used now. It's open world as in like you leave the town or the dungeon, and then you kind of have like more freedom to decide where you want to go next. And oftentimes in games, like there's not really like multiple choices where to go, especially at the beginning of the game. There's like, well, there's one path to go. And in this, it's similar in that there are these other kind of like biomes, is what I like to call them in this game, because that's pretty much what they are, these like dungeons. But if you try to go to some of them before you're like, when you're too low level, the game will be like very concerned for you. Like it'll allow you to do it, which I appreciate. But you'll get like it'll be red instead of like yellowish white, and it'll be like warning. And you're like, okay, good to know. And then when you can open up like a world map, and the world map will have like your objectives, and it'll be like, hey, the weird coral's this way, so that's where you should go. And then you can wander around here, and there's some enemies that you can kill, and then there's some like little treasures that you can find, which are good. Just kind of like boost yourself up. And then the game teaches us that when we're out in the open world areas, we can camp. And when we go to camp, we can get little scenes with the characters, and then we can like talk to them a little bit, and we can like upgrade materials and stuff a little bit later on, like our weapons and whatnot. And then we can do the normal like bonfire stuff. There's always like a flag bonfire situation there as well. So when we first enter the campgrounds, we get a cutscene with Gustav apologizing to Lune, because part of their little disagreement before with the protocols is he says something about like they landed in the spot that she decided, and because of that they all died. Like he was like, very emotional, and it's very, very excellent writing here, because it's like very human. And then he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like bring that up. And she's like, no, you're right. I planned this whole thing, and like, so it is partially my fault, and like it is okay, I forgive you, whatnot, for the beach landing. And then they start talking about their plan to rescue Maile, and she's like, look, I'm totally fine with this and like checking out, but we still don't know what's going on. It still seems kind of sketchy, so we need to take our time and move slow and whatnot. And like, don't forget the man on the beach. And then she brings up what someone like Alan or somebody else was saying at the same time. It's like his face was so old. He was like 50 or 60 years old. Like, how does he survive the Gormage? Yeah, I think it's Gomage. There's no R in it. I've been saying it with R, but then Gustav kind of like breaks down a little bit. He has like some survivor skills. Talks about Lucien, the guy who like rescued him, and then he got killed. And then he's like, I'm going to rescue Melee and we're going home. And then Luna's like, what the fuck are you talking about? We have a mission. When one falls, we continue, which is the expedition motto or whatever. And then she talks about how he swore that he would protect the future of the Luminare, like the little island they were from, and that the future of Luminare and all the people there are more important than just one life. And he's like, okay, yeah, you're right. We got to keep going. I hope I can still. She's like, do you believe me? And he's like, I hope I can still believe you. Oh, the writing's so good. We explored the camp. It's pretty big. I assume like more people are going to show up and we can like have more stuff going on and whatnot. But right now it's just the two of us and it's pretty lonely. So I'm like, why is it fucking so big? And then we talk, and then they have. Oh, the other thing they have is like you can find like music, or you can buy music from like the shops when they finally open up, and you can get like parts of the soundtrack you can just play while you're hanging out in the campground area. So that's good. And then when you're finally done, you go to like the literal bonfire, not the bonfire that's flags where we do like normal bonfire stuff from like a Soulsborne game. But this bonfire like ends the thing, and at this point we can choose to like interact with our compatriots and have like a little cutscene, or we can choose to write in our journal and do some other things. We can rest and we can look up like get a recap of like what our objectives are. So this camping area is like very useful, and it's nice that it has like a strip. It's kind of like Dragon's Age Origin. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins. That's right, which was a fucking fantastic game. All right. So time to go to the Weird Coral. So we head over to like this, you can see it literally looks like weird coral that's out, and we walk in, and the biome's called Flying Waters, and it's like this weird kind of like underwater type place. And then we see like the ship, or we see like members from Expedition 68. And then Gustav mentions that they crashed into the continent during a storm, but they had some survivors or whatnot. And again, it's like, how do they know all this stuff? Anyway. And then we get introduced to painted cages. So painted cages are these like treasure chests that we have to unlock by shooting 3 different locks in like the area that we're in. And so it's pretty easy. They look like the painted cage, but they're much smaller. They're like these kind of like light cages or whatever. So we shoot all those and we get it. We usually get a pretty good decent item here. And then we get like a brand new type of monster, which Gustav or Lune, one of them mentions. She's like, oh, these look totally different than before. And it's like, yeah, they do. Eventually. Oh, okay, yeah. Then we find the hut with the door, and then we get up to the door, and then we like check it out, and then it like sucks us into this like mansion. And as we're getting sucked in, something is watching us from a distance. Inside the mansion, or like the manor, is like super fucking fancy. Like it's got like nice walls and multiple levels and all these doors and stuff, and a huge central staircase and whatnot. So it's fucking huge. And the music in here is like so goddamn fantastic. Music in this game is pretty good generally, to be completely honest. So we wander around and we have to like manipulate something on one of the columns here, and then it clicks open one of these doors because otherwise all the doors are locked. And inside we find Melee, and she's like working on a journal or something. And then we're like, Melee. And she's like, Gustav, is this real? Are you real? And then he runs up and hugs her, and he apologizes for abandoning her and not protecting her and all this stuff. And the voice acting, everything you've heard about this game, all the hype is 100% accurate. The voice acting is stellar. I think this guy sounds a lot like Clive from Final Fantasy 16. So I think it might be the same voice actor. Now, I have not looked it up, and I don't know for sure, but I'm just like, oh, this guy sounds like super familiar. Like he's got a different accent, because Clive from Final Fantasy 16 has like a real like British accent. This guy has more of like not a like an American accent, kind of. Like none of these people sound French, even though when they say French words, they say it like in a very French tone. So I don't know, it might be a different guy, but still. Oh, and then after they hug it out a little bit, he's like, how'd you get here? And she's like, I don't know. This strange creature showed up. And then it's, oh no, and then this creature like shows up in a doorway, and she's like, no, that's my friend. He helped me get here, and he's been like upgrading my pictos and whatnot. And then Luna is like checking him out with her like witchcraft or whatever, and she's like, yeah, his chroma is different than the Nevrons. And this creature is called the Curator. And then as we head out the mansion, it tells Melee that she needs to train. So we do. We get a little tutorial about Melee's combat skills. She has stances. And then we also learn about jumping. So before we could parry and we could dodge, and now you can jump. Because some attacks you can't dodge, or because they're like they shake the ground. So there's not really a way to parry them, and there's not really you can't dodge. So when you dodge, you just like step out of the way. But if the whole ground's like rumbling, then you got to jump. And when you jump, everyone can do like a counterattack. It's not as strong as the parry counterattack, but it's pretty good. And so the stances, she has like offensive stance, defensive stance, stanceless, and then there's like voracious stance or something like that, which is like extra duper strong. And so again, it's a whole nother like combat system essentially that just like is smooth and fits in real tight, but it affects like the combos and the choice of what you're doing and not such. So that's pretty awesome. And then the curator wants to come out with us, and she's like, cool, so go like hey, come follow us, and then you can hang out in the camp with us and whatnot. And the curator like nods and wanders off. And so then we head out of the mansion, we start discussing what to do next, and then dun dun dun, Noko shows up. What's Noko? Noko's a friend of Melee. She's been very busy here. And Luna's like, oh, this guy is super cute. And then they're like, it's a Gestrel. Gestrel, you remember, or Gestrel? I think they say Gestrel. You remember Gestrels, right? So those kids were pretending to be Gestrels all the way back at the beginning of the game. So apparently they're real, they're not just some fairy tale. And they're like chit-chatting, and so Gestrels are like out and about the world, and they'll like sell us stuff, and if we challenge them to a fight, sometimes it'll unlock like special items that we couldn't get otherwise. And then so we're gonna go to the Gestrel village first to meet up with the Gestrel elder, and then they're gonna help us get to the paintress or whatever, because Noko mentions that there is a sea, like another sea. So there is a sea to get here to the continent from Luminar, but then we have to take another like sea voyage to get to where that paintress actually is. So how do we cross the sea, right? The chief knows. All right, so off to the Gestrel village we go. Okay, I talked about that. Okay, and then we start moving forward through the flying waves area here, and we find the giant like 68 ship, and we have to go through the ship to get to the village. And then while we're like scooping around, and a lot of this stuff you have to like kind of explore. So as we're exploring around, we find another one of these white Nevrons, and it's there's this bad guy that they hold these like ship mines, and then you shoot them and they explode and hurt everybody. So I love them because they hurt themselves essentially by showing up with these fucking things. But this guy's missing his mind, and he's all satapotamous about it. So we go find it, and we bring it back, and we get no new information, but we do get a new weapon for Lune, so that's cool. Later on here in this dungeon or this biome, we find the expedition journal for Expedition 68. It doesn't say anything we don't already know. It's just like the captain or the commander is some woman, and she's writing about how there's a maelstrom and how the paintress set the storm and they were able to survive, and they landed and fought Nevrons. And then she's like, until a stronger one appeared over here, and then it like ... at the end. And then so we see a giant Nevron, and we also see a bunch of like dead guys lying around. And then we search around, we find another mime. So these mimes, whenever we kill them, we get like, they're like hidden mini bosses. They always do this like wall thing to protect them, and so you kind of just gotta power through the wall essentially until, well, what I found works is you get Gustav to get his overcharge, and you smash him real good with that, and then it like breaks the wall, and then you can just destroy them. But they do pretty good damage. Thus far, both of them do like the exact same attack. So if you kind of remember how to block and parry or parry and dodge and whatnot, you should be good. And when you beat them, you get like cosmetics. So it's like completely unnecessary to fight them, but you do get awesome cosmetics. And so we get a very, very sexy haircut for Melee. It's like a short little bob and stuff. And then we find one of these giant guys that everyone was like, oh no, we better not fight one of those. But I'm like, hey man, I'm playing on story mode, and I like a challenge. So we start fighting this thing, and immediately it eats Gustav, and I'm like, what the fuck? And eventually it spits him out and then eats Melee. But we beat his ass, to be completely honest. He really wasn't that tough. And it was a pretty fun battle, to be completely honest. So at that juncture, we find a super large like area. Like, so clearly there's gonna be a boss in here, and then we get a cutscene, and there's like a single red flower. I want to say rose, but it's definitely not a rose. Kind of growing in the middle. And then we see that there's some sort of Nevron like hiding, watching us. Gustav goes up and he gets very intrigued by the flower because it reminds him of Sophie. And he grabs it and he gets kind of like a vision. I don't know if it's like an actual vision or he in like his mind he thinks of Sophie. And then Lune is like, watch out, and she jumps and like pushes this out of the way. And then the Nevron, this big flower Nevron guy, jumps out and attacks. And then after we beat him, Gustav's about to shoot the shit out of him, and Luna's like, wait, he's not that aggressive. Like, the only reason he was fighting us is because of the flower. Like, he just wants to take care of the flowers and shit. And it's like, oh, okay. And then Melee, like, walks up and is, like, reaching for him, and the Nevron's looking at him, and then it kind of just, like, hops away, and then Gustav takes some, like, parting shots at it while it's jumping away. And it's like, all right, Gustav, calm down. The thing it's running away. Like, it literally just, like, could have attacked Melee right there, and it was like, no. So, like, how about you calm the fuck down? And then Melee at this point she says something about like, it's so familiar. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. There's clearly some more sketchy shit going on here. It meets the eye. And then at that point, she's like, oh, look, there's the red tree symbolizing the Gestal villages nearby, which I guess Noko said. I don't remember him saying that, but everyone's like, oh, yeah, I remember Noko talking about that. And I was like, totally missed that. And then we head out of this area to like the open world, and then we get like a title screen and it says Melee's Nightmare, so not like Act 2 or whatever. And then we see this like grayscale image, and this game uses this grayscale cutscene. It uses grayscales to show people's like memories or thoughts or nightmares or whatever. And we see this woman with a sword facing a monster, and then we see Melee like screaming while she's like covered in blood, and she's like real close to like the monolith, which is what has the number 33 on it. And then she gets woken up, and it's like later on in the evening. Now we're at the campsite, right? Because the game like auto camped us as soon as we walked out of that area. She's like standing there looking at the monolith, and Gustav walks up, and he's like, and then she mentions like, this is not what I expected this place to be like at all. And she's like, death here is also different than losing the people in Luminaire. And then she talks a bit about the beach event and how it was so crazy and how she's just so concerned. They talk about the gommage. And then Gustav's like, I don't think it's that different at all. Like, the only difference is like the violence about it. Like, there's so many more people die at the gommage, and it's something about just like this expected like end of life that we just become like complacent. And it's just like, oh, people are gonna die and they're gonna leave us, and then we have to like pick up the ashes and like raise their children and do all this stuff. But the thing on the beach is not any different. And then she's like, I've been having nightmares, and Gustav's like, yeah, I've been having nightmares too. Then he makes her promise. She's like, hey, if you ever get to a point where you're facing death, I want you to promise me that you'll run. And she laughs, and she's like, only if you promise to run too. And he's like, all right, sounds good. I'm definitely running. And he like jokes around with her, and then she calls him an old man, and he's like, okay, whatever, old man. And then he's like, that at some point, 30 was considered young. And she's like, that's crazy talk. Because granted, I mean, she's like 20. Again, she's called herself a teenager. He's like 30, 31. And at some point it said she was 9 years younger. So there's clearly some like not great translation, or not even translation, just like I found the one hiccup in the writing where it's just like none of that makes sense. Teenagers are not 20 plus, so she's 19, he's 28, right? And that's like the last time she can be considered a teenager. But then they call him like 30, like multiple times, and then talk about how his gommage is like a year away or whatever. So I'm just kind of like skeptical about the whole situation. Anyway, mentions, and then and then we get another tutorial. We get a tutorial because the curator is now in camp, and it makes it seem really creepy the way it introduces him. He's like in a dark cave, and he's like, "Rrr," and then you go over there and you just like upgrade your weapons and upgrade your tinctures, and he can give you more luminosity or whatever, so you can like get more pictos. And I've already looked up like a guide on the best build to beat this game, because that's how I do. And obviously, regardless of what the game was suggesting, I was going to include Melee, and I'm on the fence about including Lune. In fact, I think there's another girl from when I was looking at this team building, and I might just use all the women because like fuck it, I'm on easy mode, so it doesn't really matter, and I'm a perv. So at this point, I'm just like, I dump all my stuff into like Melee that I possibly can, because the game is just like all hot and bothered about how strong she is and great of a character, and I'm like, and she's smoking hot. Like, I totally agree. Especially with her like short bob haircut, it's like, fuck yeah. Let's see, okay, so he does that, and then we with this time, so I've mentioned this a little bit, but for some reason, using a game controller on this game with like DS4, which is how I'm using like my PlayStation 5 DualSense controllers, does not like fucking work. Like, it works enough that I can play the game and do combat and stuff, but certain things like opening menus and doing stuff in the menus like does not work. So I have to like keyboard and controller this, and then sometimes I have to use the mouse because like nothing's working, like things will not move, and so I have to like mouse over to something to click on it, and so it's kind of crazy. So anyway, I bring that up because when you hit the bonfire in the camp, and it's like, these are your options, write in your journal, talk with people, yada yada. If I don't mouse over an option and click it will like click the wrong thing. Like, it's fucking insane. And I spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, and I just could not. So I'm like, whatever, this works. I have a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse, and then I have a controller, so I can sit with all fucking three of these things trying to play this goddamn game. And it's worth it, to be completely honest. Like, if this was a shitty game, I'd be like, no, fuck this, I'm done. But this game is excellent. Like, this is like possibly the best game I've played all year. Like, no fucking joke. Anyway, off on that side tangent, we get a little cutscene with Lune, and she's like playing her guitar, and I'm literally like, the fuck has this been? Does she have like a magic pouch? She's like strumming away, and I'm like, what? Where are you keeping this? Like you like got this off the boat and then survived that attack and then just been carrying this thing around. I mean, I love it. I love the fact that she has guitar because it's hot as hell. But like at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, game, whatever. I mean, she does fly and cast like magic elementals, so whatever. Anyway, they talk about moving forward and everything and whatnot, and the things they need to do. It's just a cute little scene. And I'm keeping like, are they going to make out? That'd be great. I think they should. And so did Sophie. So game, make it happen. Anyway, so at this point, we're back to the open world, and we can like unlock a bridge that takes us back to like the first part of the open world, so we can go back there if we have so desired. So we can check out some of these other biomes, which I'm just going to kind of cruise through the game and then see what happens, see if I decide I'm going to go search out some of these other places some more, find some more goodies. Anyway, and then I just kind of explore. And this area is 10 times bigger than the previous area. Like, there's just so much to wander in and do. I find a couple guys I can buy more stuff from. Like, I get Melee, like a sexy, like, mime top, and then some hairdos and stuff. So I got long hair for Melee, and I'm trying that versus the short hair. I don't know which one I like the most. But I think I'm going to go with the short hair cut that I got right now, because the long hair, I don't know. It just wasn't doing it for me, even though I prefer long hair. Anyway, so we also find this motherfucker who's just like sitting in the middle, and I'm like, cool, another one of these guys I can easily beat because I'm on easy mode, and he kicked the shit out of me, and I was like, all right. And then, so then I die, and then it just like loads me up to like the last item I picked up, which is right next to this guy, and I'm like, all right, Dark Souls, let's do this. And it took me like 5 or 6 tries to get this guy, and mostly, again, it's like you can parry everything. Well, he has this jump attacks, or an attack that you have to jump over and then counter, and then he has an attack you can parry. And so it just took a little bit of time for me to like figure out the timing. Like I said, it took 4 or 5 times, which is nothing compared to like Dark Souls games. Yeah, I think it was 5. It might have been 5. Anyway, no more than that. But once I got the timing down, it was like smooth sailing. Like I would just like parry, 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 counterattack, jump, 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 counterattack, jump, counterattack, fight, fight, fight. And it was just a badass battle. And then when I beat him, I gained like 4 fucking levels. And I was like, damn. I got all this extra stuff, and I like leveled up my weapons and everything. And I was like, I'm so glad I did that. That was baller. So after doing all that, we enter the Ancient Sanctuary, and this is like the biome with all the red trees and whatnot. And Melee mentions that, oh, there's so many red trees here, I don't know how we're going to search. And then the crew talks about trying to find something that will lead us to the Gestal village. And so we wander around, we kill some Nevins, and then we run into this like boy statue with like no face, and it mentions that like, oh, expeditions are always coming through here, and that we must be Expedition 33, and then it gets kind of upset and goes silent and like refuses to talk to us, so that's creepy. We then find a large open area, and there's tons of dead Nevins around, and then at some point alarm goes off, and it's like Nevins, 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 and it's the Gestals. So the rest of this level, it's mostly just fighting Gestals. Melee mentions like, oh my goodness, these people are cute, but they're such idiots. And then Gustav tells like we get like a big, they're calling them like Sakatubas or something like that. This big boy Gestal like armor thingy wanders out, and it's like, you will die, you are not allowed here. And then Gustav's like, no, we're not Nevins, we're not Nevins, we're humans. And it's like fight commences anyway. So once we defeat him, Melee calms down. It's like Karatum, I think. And she's like, no, Noko sent us over here to talk to the chief. And he's like, oh, okay. And then the Karatum is like, ooh, I like your arm. Give me your arm. And then Melee is like, no, we're not going to give you his arm, but if you take him to the village, if you show us where the village is, he'll make something better for you. And he's like, oh, okay, you better keep your promise. Something. And then, and so the Gestal agrees. And then we, let's see, Gustav mentioned, oh, and then Gustav tells Melee, he's like, wow, you're really good at these Gestals, aren't you? And she's like, oh yeah, a lot better. They're a lot more simple than human beings. So they're a lot easier to deal with. So then we go through like this crazy maze, and it's called like the maze of something, fighting Gestals and stuff. And then we get to like the end of the biome, and they're like, we're sending out our ultimate weapon, the greatest weapon of all, and we will be destroyed. And then one of the Gestals is like, hey, those are humans, not Nevins. He's like, whatever, I just don't want to try the weapon out. This will be excellent. And then Melee's like, this one looks exactly like all the rest of them. But then Gustav points out like this crazy cannon system on the top of its shoulder, and it's like, it's a little different. And then after we beat him, Karatum is like super excited. He's like, oh, we won. The chief is definitely going to want to meet with you. He's the best Fido ever. And so then we get to like a little open world area, which leads us directly into the Gestal village. And it's at this point in the game where I'm like, they're brushes. They got brushes on their head. They're fucking brushes. It's the whole painting theme, right? With the paintress, and these guys are brushes. I don't know what the Neverns are supposed to be, but I was like, oh, I get it. I'm so dumb. It all makes sense. And this whole town is pretty funny. It's like everybody's very silly. There's literally a guy sitting in like a fiery room, and he's like, "This is fine," like the meme, right? Like that is the level. That is the level of like teenage humor that exists in this. Like people, like this guy's like, "Oh, I'm a much better philosopher than the guy next door," and then Gustav's like, "Oh yeah, give me some of your philosophy," and he says something like very asinine, and then is like, "Will you buy my book now?" And Gustav's like, "No." Little things like that. It's dudes talking about fighting, talking about jousting, talking about fighting's so passe. There's like a little bazaar where we can buy some more stuff. And then also at this point, you're starting to see that like we don't have all the expedition members. So it's not just these three, because there's some, in some cases you have to like fight to unlock certain things, but the things are usually like specific weapons or specific, what do you call it? Like uniforms and stuff, like physical changes, like hairstyles and shirts and stuff. So those are locked, and they just say like you need a different expedition member to like unlock this. So we got to come back at another time, I guess. We also find another one of these mysterious doors, like the one where we got melee. Only this one leads us to like a kitchen, and then it's like a puzzle area where we can get some goodies, but we gotta like turn things and then jump down a hole, and then blast our way through like another hole and unlock some doors, and then work around. And I spent a little bit of time in there, and then we finally get to a door that leads to like the rest of the manor, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. We also, I think it was in here, goodies and leave. No. After we leave in the Gestal Village, we find the journal for Expedition 52, and this guy's talking about how like, oh, I fought with the Gestals because they just wanted to like, they were talking about having like a friendly fight and just having a good time, and then this guy like murdered me and I'm gonna die. Sad times. Okay, so we buy some stuff. Okay, then we go meet the chief. His name is Golgra, and he mentions that other expeditions have come through here, and that he also talks about the man with the white hair, the guy at the beach who like killed everybody. And he's like, oh yeah, he came through here. We're lucky that any of us survived somehow. Somehow we survived. And then we talk about going to the paintress, and he's like, oh yeah, what about your boat? And we're like, oh, the boat got destroyed. And he's like, well, you need Esqui. And then Luna's like, Esqui's real? So that's apparently another like fairy tale that is like, oh wow. And he's like, yeah, he's close to here, but you need a password. He's like, okay, cool. What's the password? And if we don't give the password, like Esqui is going to eat us or something. Like he's friendly, but likes to eat. And then Golgra's like, well, I only give the password to people who are strong, because if you're strong, then I know Esqui's not going to fight you or eat you. So to prove that you're strong, you have to enter the tournament and win. And the tournament's going to be full of legendary Gestal warriors who, don't worry, they're old, they'll be easy to beat. And then the stranger, and it's like in my head, it's like the stranger's obviously going to be another member of the team, which he is. And so we head to the tournament, and then we meet, we defeat like everybody, all the Gestals pretty easily. They just like beat the shit out of him with Mael, who I have like overpowered because according to the guide I was looking at, she's the best character in the game. So I'm like, yeah, I'm down. Plus she's the best looking. So fuck yeah. And then it's time for the stranger. And so this girl does like a flip off and does all these like magic tarot like light show or whatever, and it's Ciel. In Italian it'd be Ciel, but I think they call her Ciel because it's supposed to be French. So I'm gonna probably call her the Italian name. So Ciel, she's one of the expedition members, and after she's showboating, she looks up and she's like, guys, and she comes up and we all hug it out, and the Gestals are like, cough cough, we demand a fight, so give us a show, we're gonna all kill you. And she's like, all right, well, we gotta put on a show. And so we fight, and she goes up pretty easy. And when you look at her, it's like Ciel's all right. She's got the same problem like Western games have oftentimes. I've seen this in like Plague's Tale and stuff, where it's like they make the smiles like too big or something. But later on I get her costume for her, like the mime costume, where she has like lipstick, and it's like much better to look at her, because right now I'm like, ugh, gross. But she's all right, and she's got midriff. So for like a Western game, again, it's like a 9 out of 10. But for like general games, like including Eastern games, she's definitely like a 4 or 5, which is still better than most Western games where they're like a 0. And then after the battle, we're hanging out and talking. We're like, hey, where have you been? And she's like, I don't know, I just kind of like woke up and I was like around here, so I've been hanging out with the Gestals, and I guess this is what I was going to do. And then she's like, what about you guys? And then the music changes, and the Gustav's like, it's really solemn looking. He's like, I woke up near a waterfall. And then I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting. And then Sheila interrupts him and is like, whatever, let's go talk to the chief. And I was like, weird. I was like an odd tonal shift, but whatever. Game's fun, so I'll allow it. So we head over to, as soon as we get to the chief's house, we get Shale's tutorial. So she uses cards. She's got like Sun and Moon Arcana, and the different abilities activate different things, and there's like a whole thing to it. I wasn't paying that much attention, but she's also carrying around this weapon that's kind of like the weapon that the main character Sarge from Chrono Cross uses. which is like the double-bladed thing. I think it's kind of like, what's his name from Final Fantasy IX used a similar weapon as well. I mean, he'd use daggers, or he'd like combine the daggers and do like a double. It's like got blades on both sides or whatever. Anyway, so then Golgra gives us the password, which is just scream, "Get out of my way" as loud as you can. And then he opens up the back door to the village so that we can have easier access in here through the overworld instead of having to go through like the ancient forest again. We also get the option to duel Golgra, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's do this. And so he one-shots me immediately. And I was like, damn. He even says like, I don't know, I'm pretty tough, are you sure? And we're like, hell yeah, I'll just parry this shit. And I tried twice, maybe 3 times, and I was like, I'll just come back later. Like, I can't, because it's like, it'd be one thing if it was like, all right, let's try it again. So like with the other guy, I kept trying, like he would take like a few turns to like kill me, and so I was able to get some practice in, so it was more doable. But this is like, I get one-shotted, and then I gotta wait like a minute or so, and then I can like try to fight him again, and so it's like a minute or two. It's like, that's a long time instead of just like almost instantaneously, then having multiple tries. So I was just like, it's going to take me a while to kind of figure out this guy's pattern, because he does his combos like 3 or 4 deep, and I'm not even hitting the first one. So it's like, and then I can't even practice the other hits because I die immediately. So, all right. As soon as we leave the village, we make camp, as we do. And so Gustav's talking to ladies. He talks to Shale. She mentions that, or he's like, what were you going to do if we didn't show up? And she's like, I don't know, I might have just stayed in the village forever and hung out with the Jestles and whatnot. And then Lune, we talked to about how the apprentices made the arm and how they did such a good job that the Jestles were like really into it and whatnot. And then we go find Melee, who is sitting around somewhere else. She's not in like the bonfire area. And we talk about how it might be a good idea for her to stay with the Jestles in the village. And she's like, no, we're going to stick together. And we're like, all right, cool. And so then when we hit the camp, sometimes there's options to like check up on certain girls. So at this point, we're going to check up on Shale. And we mentioned, we have a little cutscene where Gustav talks about how she's been pretty quiet since the village. But that she's very, very glad that Gustav's here, right? And then she kind of gives like, you know, a look. Let's see. And then they talk about some project they worked on when they were younger that Sophie was a part of as well, and how him and Sophie were always close and all this good stuff. And then this thing was called like Aqua Farm 3, but and I helped a bunch of people. And then she makes some like very sad comment about like, I thought we were helping people. And then Gustav's like, we did, and we still are. And then she's like, yeah, like in a very unconvinced manner. And then, so then we can finally be like, all right, let's take a rest and go to sleep. And so before that, we get another cutscene where everybody's standing around. We're talking about Esqui. And then all of a sudden, Melee gets like some grayscale vision. She sees like this woman. And it looks like the woman that she saw before, like from her nightmares. This is a strange woman. And she has like kind of like a cracked mask or something on. And she's reaching out for Melee. She's getting like real close. And then we see the white-haired guy that would like kill everyone on the beach. And he calls her Alicia. He's like, Alicia! And then Alicia like points at Melee, and then Brotown here, white-haired guy, is like, this is her fault, or like, this is all your fault. And it's like, what is Melee's fault? And the man tells her that she needs to leave because she's only going to make things worse for everybody. That take her friends and go home. And then she like screams and strikes at him with her sword. I don't think she screams. I think she just strikes. And then like everything comes back into color, and she's back in the camp. And everyone looks over at Melee, and she just looks stunned and like, hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? And everyone like comes up to like make sure she's doing all right. And she's like, I saw the man and the white-haired man. And I saw this woman with a mask and everything. And they said I was going to make things worse. And this whole scene is like so well acted and so well animated. It's just like so excellent. And so Lune starts trying to find out exactly what Melee saw. But then Gustav and Shale are like, hey man, can you just wait till tomorrow? And tomorrow never comes, because tomorrow we just keep playing the game. So at that juncture, we head over to Esquis's realm. The Jestle, there's like a lone Jestle just hanging out there. So we rescue him, and then we get to the guard, and he's like, what's the password? And everyone's like, hey, Gustav, you got the biggest voice. You yell it, because that's what Golgar told us to do. And so then Gustav screams the password, out of my way! And the Jestle's like taking it back. He's like, rude. And he's like, I will get out of the way. Fuck you. And then Gustav's like, no, that was the password. And then the Jestle's like, I didn't know what the password was. No one ever came to tell me, but I'll get out of the way. Jesus. And then Melee's like, just leave him alone. It's fine. Like, he'll forget about this in a minute. But the Gustav feels like really bad, so he keeps apologizing. So at this point, we head through like this really long tunnel, and then I see a mime off in the distance. So I jump down to fight him, and we get Shale's mime costume. So I'm assuming I missed a mime because I have everyone's mime costume but Lune. We wander around. Eventually, we find Esqui, and he's like, "Oh, hey, you're back. I remember you. It looks like you can. Have you learned how to swim?" And then Shale's like, "What? Me? No, I don't. I hate the water." And he's like, "Oh, that's funny." And then he starts speaking in riddles. And then Shale or Lune mentions that Esqui always speaks in riddles. But at some point, we're like, "Hey, we need to get across the water." And he's like, "Well, I can't carry you. I'm not big enough. But if I had Flory, I can." And we're like, "What's Flory?" And he's like, "Flory is a rock." And he's like, "Where's your rock?" And he's like, "My arch nemesis stole it, Francois." And then, oh, okay, well, where is Francois? Do we got to go track him down? Or if it was like, no, he's right there. He's my neighbor. And we're like, oh, okay. And then Shale, right before walking off, asks how Esqui knows her. And she gets more riddles, and she just kind of like sighs and walks off. So we go pretty close, like 2 rooms over, and there's Francois, and he's a giant rock. And we're like, oh, you're a rock. And he's like, I'm a turtle. And we're like, okie dokie. And so and then him and Esqui start arguing about us being there, and he's like, he will not give us Flory until we fight him. So we fight him, and he goes down pretty quick, but he has one move called like, and it's like, it even says like, this is the strongest ice attack ever, and it does so much fucking damage. It almost does 500 damage, and I was like, Jesus Christ. And he only used it twice, so I wasn't able to get to a point where I was able to parry or dodge it, but he goes down, and then he gets a little sourpotamous about it, but he gives us the rock so we can take it back to Esqui. So now that we got Flory the rock from Francois, the rock turtle man, we head back over to Esquis, and Esqui's like, we hand it over, like, here you go, here's Flory. He's like, this isn't Flowy. And it's like, womp womp, Flory's in another castle, literally. Because we hear Francois go like, Flory, ha ha ha, you dumb jerk. Flory's over at like did I write this down? Not the flying water, the Stone Wave Cliffs, at the Stone Wave Cliffs. And Equus is like, all right, well, that's okay. I told you guys you get Flory, I'll help you because then I can pull you across the water. And then he goes on this whole tangent. He's like, I used to be able to fly. And I flew with Verso. We used to fly all the time. And let's go get my rocks, and then I'll have enough power or strength to like fly around or do whatever. And then he's like, all right, let's go to Stone Wave Cliffs. It's way to the north by the Big 33. And then he like leaps off out of the cave. He's like, I'll see you outside. And in my head, I'm like, so he's going to see us over there? But nope. He like officially joins the party, essentially. Not as like a character you can play, but as like a mount outside. And it's nice because he can like crush through these rocks. And I'm assuming later go over some water. So we can get to some of these like biomes that I didn't go to before. Oh, also on his way out, he knocks over a pillar. And across the pillar, we're able to get to another part of this cavern that has a journal from Expedition 66. And this guy's just complaining about how he ate some mushrooms because Exquis was like, oh, you should eat these mushrooms. They're very delicious. And now he's dying of poison because he got poisoned. Like the whole crew got poisoned by mushrooms. And he's like, that motherfucker, Exquis. He was like super apologetic now. He's like really crying and like apologizing for what he did. Because he forgot to tell me that his friend that like loved the mushrooms and said they were really good is immortal. It's which is, I'm assuming, Francois. And so he can eat all the fucking mushrooms he wants. So we're out. So we get out and we get Equus, and like I said, we check out. We spend some time going to some of these optional biomes on the side, and I haven't really talked about the other biomes. I've mentioned that they're there and they exist, but a lot of them are just like rooms where you get like more music, so you can collect like records that play different parts of the soundtrack, and then you can play them in your camp. And then some of them contain like super bosses. Like I mentioned that some of them are like danger, danger, do not enter. You are not ready for this. And it's like those generally contain super bosses. And then there's a couple that have like side quest stuff. So like for example, now that I can break through the rocks. Oh wait. See mistress. Oh yeah. So now I can break through the rocks. We go to like, I think his name's Borgian. And remember that big guy we fought a while ago that everyone's like, oh, he's super tough, I promise. And we went and beat the shit out of him, even though he ate people. So there's like a little one of those guys, and he's like, oh, I feel the mistress, but I want to see the mistress, and I need to be big. And we're like, okay, well, how can we help you get big? And he's like, I need to eat flesh. And we're like, what kind of flesh? The flesh of my brotherhood. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, well maybe we go back there and fight that thing again, and this time they'll give us flesh, because I'm working on like video game logic where it's like things don't appear until you actually accomplish them. And I'm an idiot because I had that fucking Bosian flesh the whole time for when I killed him the first time. So I wandered all the way back to like the fucking flying water or whatever, and then came back here because I got there and there was nobody there, and I was like, the fuck is this thing? And I wandered around for a bit, and I was like, all right, guide time. So I opened up the guide, and it's like, oh, you just gotta kill that guy that's standing there. And then I was like, do I already have this motherfucking skin? And I did. Wah, wah, wah. God damn it. So now I'm going to look when people ask for things, because sometimes I just pick up random shit. Anyway. So we go back, we give it to him. He's like, cool. Oh, I love this. This will be so delicious. I'm going to be huge. Come back later. And so we leave and come back. And now the little white fella, he's gigantic. He's just as big as, or he's even bigger than like the other ones. And he's like, ah, yes. And we're like, so can you see your mistress now? He's like, no, I can feel the mistress, but I can see the regent. And then we're like, regent? What the hell's a regent? And he's like, the mistress is the one who paints us, and the regent is the one who tends to us. And that's all the information we get. Some more cryptic bullshit. All right. Anyways, but in the back of this cave, we find another expedition journal or diary, and it's from expedition number 53. And it's this lady. She's recording how one of their teammates been in a coma, so they're not dead, but they're like not waking up, and they've been there for like 2 weeks, and then like they're having like an argument with everybody about like what they need to do next and like her memory and whatnot. And then it doesn't say this directly, but essentially they're like, hey, we gotta go, like it's been like 2 weeks already, this person's not recovering, and like we got other shit to do, we can't just be sitting here forever. And like protocol states like 3 days and then you move the fuck on, but we're gonna give her like 1 more week. And then one of the teammates in the expedition starts constructing like a tincture to like, you know, help her out, and it's what she would want. And there won't be any pain, and they tested on some of the animals and there definitely won't be any pain, and it's like, oh, they're gonna kill her so she doesn't just stay here. Got it. Cool. All right. So pretty sad times. Next up in our wanderings, we find the Justil Beach, and we talk to a guy, and he's like, oh hey, there's somebody over there, and I can't get to him because I'm not good at parkour, but if you can get over to him, he'll give you like a gift. He likes to make swimsuits. And I'm like, oh yeah, boys, here we go. It's a swimsuit. Now these models aren't like that great in a sexually arousing way. They're like Lune and Melee are pretty. And for like a Western game, it's like, holy shit, they're hot. But still, I'm like, oh yeah, let's do this. It's like 30 minutes of parkour later, I am unable to do this task. And then my wife's like making fun of me, so she tried, and then my daughter wanted to try it. And obviously my daughter was a complete disaster because she doesn't play video games and is like 6. But that was funny. So after that nonsense, I was like, fuck this, I'm done. So then we go to the next area, and it's the Yellow Woods. And Yellow Woods is like an actual area that we can go through to get to like another part of the game. I don't know if we're supposed to come here later or whatnot, but I came here now. All right, so there's a few things in here. First, we see a giant Nevron, and there's like a Justil just like looking at it, and it's like, wow, it's eating the landscape. That's crazy. Then we find Expedition 44's diary. They talk about how they tried to disguise themselves as Nevrons, but it was a complete disaster. And then we find another mime, and then we get a braid for Melee, which I was like, sweet, a braid, and it does not look good. So I was like, man. And then we just climb, and we climb, and up at the top of this like central area, we find diary number 59, and it talks about how they ate some of the Nevron, and now they're super sick, and that they're going to use some mushroom stew to like settle their stomachs. And you're like, yep, those mushrooms. Rip. And then we continue further up, and there's the boss. He's some big boy. And when he first showed up, my frame rate went to like complete shit, like 1. But then we kill him, and the battle was fine. After this biome, we go to camp again, and then Melee has another nightmare. This time she's seeing all the people that disappear. They're all standing around, and then she sees like 150 instead of 33. And then we see this other man who looks human, but he's not Gustav. We see the woman in the mask, as well as the old man. And then she wakes up, and she's just like throwing rocks out into the water. And then Gustav walks up and mentions that she's been pretty quiet lately. She states that she starts talking about the old man and the woman and how they acted like they knew her, that she doesn't know who she is herself, and that she's just so confused, and she never felt like she belonged anywhere in like Lumiere, but she feels better here. And then Gustav's like, yeah, I can relate. And he's like, you just got to focus on what you can control and the people you care about, which is like 100% great advice, like in life generally. Like, if you spend all your time worrying about stuff you can't control and like other people that don't matter to you, like you're going to be coming to see like a behavioral health therapist specialist, to be completely honest. At that point, Melee laughs. And then he reveals that he's, makes fun of him for being old again. And then he reveals that he was very awkward as a 16-year-old and that he felt lost. And she's like, yeah, I get that. Like you're so old, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, is she supposed to be 16? Like, what the fuck, game? I'm so fucking confused. Lord, whatever. Anyway, because we got like, oh, she's a teenager, and then now there's like this reference to him being like, he specifically says like, oh, I was 16 once, and it's like the way it's written, it's like Is she 16? Is that why you're saying this? Plus, you said she was a teenager earlier, but at some point you said you were 9 years younger, but you're only 1 year away from like the gommage. Which does it happen at 33, or does it happen like when the number hits? So are you 32? That's still not 9 years into being a teenager, and 16 is even further away. Like I'm like, this game needs to fucking get their act together and figure out how old this chick is, or any of these people are. Not that I care, but they keep bringing it up, right? So it keeps like, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Anyway, then we just kind of catch up with the team. Everyone's just chit-chatting about whatever. Shiele talks about how she knows that we once committed suicide, and she's very grateful for Lune coming there, and she understands like what or Gustav was doing and all that stuff, but she's very glad we survived, or Gustav survived. Then we go to sleep, and then we get like another kind of nightmare from Melee, but it's not a nightmare. It's like we have that grayscale again, and it's just like the masked woman is holding the old man, and then he nods, and she goes up and like brushes hair out of the face of Melee. And then she's just saying like crazy cryptic bullshit. Like she's talking about she's envious of those who cannot see, those who have forgotten their sin, while we live in shadows. She's talking about swimming in ink, about ever resisting the eternal law. And then she goes back to the man and they hug it out, and it's like the whole thing's like super sad. And then they wake up. And then out in the open world now, we get another track from another biome, and then we unlock this area so we don't have to go through that dumbass yellow forest again. And then we find Diary 62, and the whole thing is like they're just talking about competing for kills and stuff. We kill another super big boy in like a boss fight kind of thing, and then we rescue another lost Gestrel while we're out meandering. And finally we enter, I can't remember what this place is fucking called. It's like the Crashing Waves or something. It's the biome where we get flowy supposedly. And then we see like this broken Ferris wheel, and Shayla talks about fucking in the carts, like, oh, I wonder what they did when they went around that. I remember hearing about these things, and like people would get up there at the top and they'd sit, and I wonder what they do. And she like elbows Gustav, and he's like, actually, he like nerds out and ruins the mood. He's like, actually, Expedition 50 created like a wheel. They were gonna like wheel all the way across the world, and that's what that is. And I guess it broke. And she's like, rah, rah, rah. And then we see Esque like flying around, and Mael's like, you can fly, you big dumb oaf. And then another big boy pops up. And then like swings at Esque, and then Esque just like one shots the fucking thing like One Punch Man, and then everyone's like, damn, what the fuck? He's so strong. And then everyone's like, oh well, what you gonna do? So we continue on through here. We find Diary 78. It's a guy talking about how they stole an airship and how everyone at the council, they're all old fools, and they're just hiding in Lumine waiting to die, but they're out here to start into trying to save people. And then they must push forward. We also find Diary 56. And this person's reflecting on another woman who helped her understand how to view life, but now she's dead, and now this woman like set up a trap, and they caught one of these white-haired people, which is like the masked woman and the old man, I think, are the white-haired people they're referring to. And she's like, these people are monsters. They kill us like we kill Nevrons, and we're gonna feed her to the Nevrons for revenge, and ho ho ho. And then we find another one of these like young boy statues without a face, and again it's like, we know you, and it's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, it's our essence. It's much similar to all these other things, so the creations of the paintress and whatnot. And like, why is the paintress? Oh, and then he mentions like a dark creature at the end of the path, and we're like, so why? What the heck? What's the paintress? Why is she doing all this? And he's like, I don't know. We used to be friends, but then she outgrew me and got new friends. And then it like gets silent and doesn't talk to us. Next up, we find the 50th diary, and it's remember the 50th expedition. So it's like they're talking about the Ferris wheel, but yeah, they actually did make a wheel, and they were trying to roll through, and then the wheel broke, and they're like, fuck, now we're dead. And she's like, you know what, I had a good time. I'm glad we came out and gave it a shot, and we got to see these beautiful things. So just sticking around Lumine and being in like that prison, so I feel at peace. And I don't feel like I have to outrace time, or like I'm the countdown to my time, because I'm just gonna die out here. So like, fuck it, what YOLO, what are you gonna do? So happy. And she also mentions like the serpent, which might be the dark creature at the end, to be completely honest, and how it was beautiful even though it was like wicked and dark. And they just wish that the Ferris wheel had kept like rolling, and they would have been okay. And how like if they'd only grown outside the dome, maybe they would have allied with the Nevrons instead of being their enemies, and things might have been totally different. Next up, we find another one of these white Nevrons. This time it's a Hexka. The only reason I know it is because it's an easy name. It says these big dudes with like stones sticking out of them or whatever. This dude's stuck in the ground, and he mentions that he's stuck there, and also that if we can get him some stones, like 3 to be precise, that he will be finished, because right now he's unfinished. And that we got to go find these big bright stones. They're pretty easy to spot. They like are literally like blue crystals, and then one of them ends up being like a bad guy that we have to kill, who's a little bit tougher than like some of the bad guys around them. And that he mentions that they're in this cavern ahead, and what a fucking cavern this is. It is so big. That level's actually not that big, but it's just like you grab one of these like ropes light ropes or whatever and like scooch on down. It just goes on forever, and then they get out. It's kind of the same thing. It's huge. It's dark. We get all the stones. We head back to the Hexka, and then he's like, "Oh, can you help me insert him in the back?" And then Melee's like, "I hope I'm not doing something wrong." So we shove him back in there, and he's like, "Aha!" And he jumps out of the rocks, and we go like, "All right, now you owe us." And he's like, "That's right." So we start talking about the mistress, and he mentions that the mistress is loving and made everything with like great pride and great care, but unfortunately she made some mistakes, and he is one of those mistakes. And then we ask about the priestess shrine. I don't know if I mentioned the priestess shrine earlier, but when we first got here, we ran into a shrine to the priestess, the paintress, and the Lune and Melee had like a little conversation about it. So we're like, "What's the deal with that?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I saw those people who like put that thing together, and they described a woman who is not the mistress, according to the Hexagon." And then Lune and Melee talk about how it's probably like one of her lieutenants or someone else that's kind of related to him. Maybe that's the white-haired people, like the man at the beach, or like these things. While we're after we take care of that, we're like wandering around. We find this kind of like mini boss down, kind of like into the cavern, and we beat the shit out of that. It does like this flame sword thing, and we find another manor door, and this manor door takes us to just like a single bedroom, and in the bedroom's a closet. In the closet, we get a little like cute red skirt and blouse combo for Melee. Yeah, boy. Yes, more of that. Excellent. But there's nothing else there. There's no like rooms to break or things to do. You just kind of do that, open the door, and then head out of the manor to continue onward. And then we see a journal across. Like it looks like a journal. I was wrong. We see what I thought was a journal across like a jumping fucking puzzle, these pillars, and I'm like, "Oh Lord, give me strength." So after 12 tries of that shit, it ends up just being a Pico. Oh well. As we get further down through the cavern, we kind of like come out the other side, and then Eske like flies on by, and he mentions that Flores is pretty close by, but that there's something very scary there as well. And then, let's see. Oh, and then, so we run around before we go fight the Clair boss that's being indicated here, because there's like a save point and Flo and Esque talking about it, whatever. And just get a bunch of random stuff and kill some dudes and whatnot. And then it's like, all right, boss time. So we level up all the attributes and stuff, head in there. It's just like multi-arm guy called the Lamp Master. And once we defeat it the first time, we kill it so hard it like flies through this back wall and out into like the water. And then everyone's like, "Hooray!" And then Gustav's like, "Be careful!" Or I think Sheila, one of them is like, "Oh, that was too easy." And then Gustav's like, "Oh, be careful! You never know." And then it pops back up. So then we and so. So at this point, my computer crashed. I was like, Jesus Christ. It was like, I guess it overheated because I literally had to put it next to a fan for it to like decide it was going to turn back on. And I was like, God damn. So at that point, I ordered a cooling pad because this is not the first time this fucking happened with these like modern games. Asus ROG, that's what I got. Laptop, just so you know. So I don't know if I would recommend purchasing that. I feel like I have really bad luck with laptops. I had this other laptop for like almost 7-8 years, and it was Alienware, and it had like other similar issues where it would just like restart. I don't know if I'm like fucking around with stuff too much or whatever, but it's whatever. Anyway, this time we get to the second round and it doesn't crash, so we're able to fight. And this time when we defeat the lamp, and it falls into the water. And then Sheila picks up like this small kind of purple rock, and she's like, "Is this it?" And then Esque flies around. It's like, "Hooray, you got Floey, give me Floey." And then he like eats it, like absorbs it. And then he's like, "All right, let's do this. Time to sail." And he like plops himself right there in the water. And we're like real close to like the 33 now. And then Sheila's like, "I need some wine." and Gustav like takes her hand and is like, "It's okay, we got this." And Luna's like, "Watch, it's not that hard." And she like just jumps into Esque, and then Sheila goes, and then Melee's standing there with Gustav, and Gustav's like, "Hey, maybe you could hit it with," or no, Melee says, "Hey, maybe you could hit it with a rock." And he's like, "Yeah, let me get a rock." And he starts looking around for like a rock, and he's searching, and then we start hearing like a click, and it's the white-haired guy with his like cane. He's like, click, click, and we don't see him. Well, we see him as the audience, but like Melee and Gustav don't see him, and it's like, ruh-roh, this is clearly very ominous, like something very bad is about to happen. And Gustav continues to look for a rock kind of like very jokingly with Melee, and at that point my computer like shut down again. him. Why God? All right, third time's the charm. I'm finally able. I found like the right selection of fucking settings so that the game wouldn't just keep crashing, and we could finally finish this thing. So, picking up where we just left off, the old man strikes Gustav in the heart with some sort of like laser blast or whatever, which like it doesn't kill him immediately, but like he's totally dead. And then Gustav tells Melee to run, and then puts some sort of like protective shield around her so she can't get out and can't be affected or whatever. And he's like, "Go, get out of here." And then he turns around and like confronts the man, the white-haired man, and he's like, "Hey, why are you doing this? What's going on? We should be fighting this together," and whatnot. And he starts pleading with him and stuff. And he's like, "We've done nothing to you. Like, why? We should be on the same side." And then down on Esqui, Ciel, and Lune see like lights and all this stuff. Like, what's going on? And then like, Esqui, take us up there. And he's like, "I can't." And then he kind of looks, and they both look over, and they see like the lamp devil guy pops back out of the water. So clearly they got to take care of that issue. And then back up on top, Gustav charges at the man, and he charges up his arm like completely, and he goes, "Oh, bam!" And it like ends the battle, right? So this was all like in battle, like all this crazy stuff that was going on. It was pretty cool. And then he charged up so strong and hit the guy so hard that his arm like just like breaks off and whatnot. And then the old man gets like knocked all the way back into the back cave, like it's like a shonen anime blast, like Kamehameha, like with Dragon Ball or whatever. But then this guy's got a higher power level, so he just gets back up, picks up his cane, he comes over, and then Gustav charges at the white-haired man again, like runs at him, and then the white-haired man like stabs him real good. And just drops him, and then Melee finally breaks out of the shield because Gustav is like dead, and she runs to go to Gustav, and she's like screaming, and then the white-haired man comes walking up with his cane, and he's like, "This, you'll see someday. This is a kindness, not a cruelty." And then he's about to do something to Melee, or no, he does do. He like taps her and sends her into like the astral realm. And it's the whole world goes like the grayscale vision thingy, and we hear like an unknown woman's voice, and she's saying she's not ready for this. And then an unknown man says something about his sweet child and stuff. So maybe this is like Melee's parents or something. And then Melee, like, she's like floating around in this crazy like fucking Doctor Strange like fantasy world, and then she like pops back in. And then the white-haired man says that they both want what is best for their families, and that he warned her to go back. Then and then he's about to like do something, and then another man like rolls up and attacks the white-haired man. And then this stranger tells him that he's lived more time. He's lived enough fucking lifetimes. And then they argue about family, and the stranger mentions the white-haired woman. And then she's like standing, the masked woman, she's like standing over there watching. And then the stranger picks up Melee and tells her to go to her friends. And then the white-haired man says the stranger has set them on his own path. And then the stranger tells the white-haired man that she will never paint again. And then he like leaps off into Esqui, and then we get like a thing. We get like a title screen. This happens a lot after like big story moments. It's like back at camp, and we see Melee crying and hitting the ground and freaking out. And Esqui walks over and gives her like a big hug. Oh, so sweet. Later, Ciel and Lune are sitting by the fire, and they're talking about how the last time they were together is when both their parents were like gommaged or whatever. And Lune was very steadfast. She's like, "Yeah, we gotta keep going to the monolith, all this stuff." They mentioned like losing the luminous converter, which I found out later than this, because I was trying to figure out like what the fuck does this do. And I think it said at the beginning, I just wasn't paying enough attention. So in the game, you can equip 3 Pictos, right, which kind of give you like extra abilities. But then you can collect like lumens, and if you can spend lumens on like giving yourself like permanent abilities, kind of like in some of the older Final Fantasy games, where if like in 9, for example, you have to equip a piece of armor, and when you like level that armor up enough, then like you get the magic abilities even if you're not wearing the armor. It's kind of like that, but on this it's like a group-wide thing. So if I have like Rush, which is like a haste spell automatically that makes your character go faster, there's a Picto that's like start the battle with Rush, and then once I've played 4 battles with anybody equipped with it, then it becomes available in like the luminous converter, I think is how that works. And so then I'm able to like equip it to anybody or everybody at the same time, and it just costs so many lumens. So that's a super big deal, because that's like every expedition, I kind of mentioned this before, every expedition has like their thing, and we get to learn like each one of their different like crazy things through the journals. But this expedition's thing was like using this luminous converter, like, and it's like they keep saying throughout the game, like, we go as far as we can to prepare the next group to go even further, right? So this every time they do something, it's like, oh hey, we're gonna try doing this, and if that fails, then like the guys coming next know not to do that, to focus on something else. And that's the diaries are important to like learn that, and they all have their thing. And obviously when they fail, they don't even need to read the diaries. They just need to like think about it and be like, okay, so these guys took like this approach, and so that didn't work because obviously they failed, so we're going to take a different approach. So it's an interesting thing, and it's very good at like the whole world building thing. And then they talk about how, going back to Lune and Shell, they talk about, well, Expedition 32 will have to bring more luminous converters just to make sure, and they're going to make sure to update the journals and stuff. And then while they're kind of all sitting around, the stranger rolls up and he looks around, and he's got Gustav's arm, and he tells them that, hey, to get to the monolith, you need to head north through the quarry. And then Lune's like, why the fuck are you wearing an expedition uniform? And he's like, oh, because I was in expedition number 0. And they're like, the fuck? Because remember, that's the first one. And they talk about how he's not affected by the gommage because he stopped aging and he's literally immortal. Just like the other guy. And the other guy, we find his name out, is Renoir. And then he's the white-haired man. And then Renoir believes that because of the paintress, he is immortal, so him and his family get to like be immortal. And so he's like turned from like helping the people of Lumine and like his people to like protecting the paintress and making sure no one gets there. And that's why he was on the beach, and that's why he fucked us over with those hand guys that I was like grinding levels on when I was cheating earlier. Fuck those guys. Anyway, and then at this point he's like, hey, I want to join up with you. And then Melee walks up and she's like, I want to kill Renoir and get revenge, and then I want to kill the paintress. And if I have to kill the paintress first to get to Renoir, that's fine, or vice versa. And he's like, sounds good, I'll help you guys out. And then he mentions that his name is Verso, and Verso, he's like super best friends with Esque, because Esque's actually brought him up before. And he's like, hey! And then at that point, it goes Act 2. We get a title screen, Act 2, Verso. So Verso was like the main character of Act 2, while Gustav was the main character of Act 1, right? Okay, that's cool. I like that. Verso kind of fills in the role of Gustav. Like, he has a lot of the similar abilities. They're not like he can overcharge, but he has to like unlock it through like using skill points and like the skill tree or the sphere grid or however you want to look at it. And then we get his perspective, and then he can start building up like relationships with everybody. And yes, you can romance, not Melee, which is unfortunate but also appropriate because she's 16 and he's like 100 years old. But you could pretty much choose between Lune or Shale, and the game doesn't like fuck around with this like some games do. It's like pretty early on, depending on who you focus your attentions on first, you will choose one or the other. And I obviously chose Lune because she's like Vietnamese, which is super hot, and Shale's got like a weird giant smile. Her like face has like grown on me. She's not as, at first I was like gross, and then like I gave her like a different haircut and like a better clothes, and I was like, that still have midriff, and I was like, all right, I see it. She's kind of hot. Like I would, if she was the only option of romance, I would not be opposed to this. Like I'd bang that. I'd bang it. But Lune is definitely better. She's like more interesting and fun, or she's like less fun, but she's like more interesting, fun for me because she's kind of like a crazy lunatic who's like super introverted and obsessed with like research and learning things. She's in like almost like an autistic way, which is hot. But anyway, so then. Every time we get to these camp scenes, we're just going to go through everybody's like little story bit. So we're going to start with Esque. So Esque mentions that Verso's gained weight. Verso's sass is back. They talk about finding the stones together, how Esque lost all the stones again. And then Verso asks Esque if he's told them about, and he's like, no, I did not. And I'm like, God damn this fucking game. Like with its fucking secrets. They talk some more. They haven't seen each other in over 3 years. And then Verso's like, hey, why'd you leave the cave? And Esque says that I like these people. They're nice. Specifically the one who died. I'm going to miss him the most. He then encourages Verso to stick around and make some human friends and not be such like a neat, essentially. And then Esque mentions that he hopes they don't lose these new friends because he likes them a lot. Talk then turns to like the Lost Stone some more. And then we get a relationship increase, which is fun. So next we go to Lune because I had heard tales about this romance. And I was like, well, I definitely got to like make sure I romance her, not Shale. So we start talking with her. She brings up that Verso's like 100 years old, and then they talk about the fracture, and he like doesn't want to talk about it, and so they just stand there silently, and he's like, are you just going to wait here till I say stuff? And she's like, you bet. And so he's like, all right, I guess we're not going to get much sleep tonight. And then we go over to Melee. Melee is throwing rocks out into the water as she does. Verso approaches. He apologizes for not arriving sooner to stop Renoir from being an asshole. And he asks if Gustav was her brother. And she's like, yeah, something like that. He's like a father, brother, mentor. He was like her only family, right? Her and Emma, or him and Emma, which is Gustav's older sister. And then at this point, she breaks down like a lot. And she's like, I've had enough of this and all this. And she's like, can you just go? I just want some alone time. And then we see that Gustav has, oh no, not Gustav, sorry, Verso has Gustav's journal, and he kind of sets it down for melee. And at this point, we don't, let's see, okay. Yeah, so we can't do relationship. So I tried to talk to Sheila after Luna, but I was like, oh, did I already like lock it out by talking to Luna first? That's kind of like weird. Like if you just happen to talk to the girl that you didn't like more, you just happen to do it. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it's just something. I'm not going to do it that much. But anyway, now that S-Quake can swim, it's time to explore and wander around the world. So we just kind of wander around, kill super bosses by cheating, and doing all that fun stuff. We find journal number 64, or Expedition 64, and they talk about they split into groups, set up radio stations, and it seems like someone else started to use their radio stations, which is weird because no one should have the codes because it's the codes they had before the fracture, right? So it's obviously Renoir and crew. And then we find the Stonewave Cliffs, and in there we find Diary 54. This guy's talking about social contracts. He mentions that out here on the contract, he doesn't have to pretend to like be friendly with other people. He can just like live his best life and do whatever he wants and stuff. And then he didn't join the expedition to fight the Paintress. He just got sick and tired of Lumine, and he didn't want to be there anymore. And then we kill Spa. Oh, then we find some chromatic fucking dudes, what do they call? Oh, chromatic Nevron. And we get a diary journal entry much later, and they talk about how they had focused on like getting elemental powers, but it failed because of these guys, these chromatic Nevrons. There's a bunch of them lying around. So there's like the white ones who talk, there's the chromatic ones who are like mini super bosses, and they're like strong against all elemental attacks and whatnot. So we let's see, we fight a giant super boss who just, it's pretty impressive. Then we find another door to the manor. So we start finding these doors to the manor like all over the place. This one leads us to a library, which has a suit for Verso. We find another Lost Gestural. We find Diary 36, which is just like a crazy poem. It's like, I wander around and I decide what time it is. Oh, okay. At this point, I decide I'm going to start cheating because I just want to kill these world bosses and grind out some levels because the game is getting kind of slow. And it's like clearly like it's getting slow because I'm still able to like beat everybody. Like I beat the lamp boss pretty good, but the game like clearly wants me to like start grinding if I'm going to like cruise through this thing. And so this is where I go down, and I found like the Bloody Shore where the game started, and all those hand guys were killing me, and I just beat the shit out of them for like 15 minutes, and I go from like level like 20 to like level 65, and I'm like, all right, mission accomplished. I also kill some of the world bosses while I'm out and about doing this stuff. Okay, so it was after I started cheating, and then I turned the cheating off and just played like the normal story mode. Okay, yeah, good stuff. So after I kind of search everything out and I grind out some levels and stuff, it's time to go to the battlefield. So S-Quake drops us off, and there's piles and piles of like dead expedition guys. And then Melee starts talking. She's carrying around Gustav's arm. She starts talking about giving him like a proper burial and whatnot. Okay, yeah. And then Lune gets into kind of a little bit of an argument with her because protocol dictates you got to keep moving. You can't spend time like grieving the dead and whatnot. And then Shayla's like, come on, Lune, stop being such a bitch. She tries to comfort Melee, and she talks about how we will find a place for sure and we can do it. And then Versa mentions that there's a place nearby that that's out of the gaze of the Paintress where they can bury Gustav like on the way. And then some Ombre shows up. And Versa's like, hey, here's a new trick. So we're still getting tutorials like all the way into Act 2. It's great. And so there's gradient attacks, which are like kind of special attacks you have to like build up a gauge for, and then to count. And then bad guys have these gradient attacks, and essentially it gets rid of all the color and puts it in grayscale. And then there's ways to counter this as well, like by parrying and whatnot. So we have to use like a gradient parry, which is like R2 instead of R1, which is the normal parry button. So that's cool. Fun. So we continue. Shale mentions that there are a lot of expeditions dead all over this place, and Verso mentions that it was like one Nevron who did it specifically, this duelist guy who's a real asshole, who of course is the boss of this biome that we fight later. But he hasn't seen him in a long time. At some point we find Expedition Diary number 41. They talk about collecting souvenirs. They're all competing to get like body parts of Nevrons and do all this stuff, and it's becoming harder to carry all this stuff because they're just like massacring Nevrons all over the place. And then at some point they're like, oh, there's no way we're going to reach the Paintress, so we're just going to kill as many of our minions as we can, which is going to leave as we can. And then Expedition 40 can like move a little bit further, right? It's the whole thing. So, and that they're going to keep fighting for like the next year because they're all going to be dead at age 40. And so this confirms my suspicion that like as the time counts down, that people die at a younger and younger age, and this gets brought up later on too. Where Verso's talking to Shiel like much later, and she's talking about kids and having kids, and it's like if you have a kid, like they're gonna die at the age like a ripe young age of like 20 or even younger, depending on when you have those kids. So like it's kind of wild. All right, so we also find Diary 57. They brought like fucking siege weapons, and we see some of those lying around, like ballistas and fucking catapults and stuff, but it was not enough. And they're like, man, there should have been a better way to like spend our days. So we finally get through all the battlefield stuff, and then we hit like the trenches, and then Verso says something about it being more safe here because like we're not out in the open or whatever. And then we get to like a bridge, and during the bridge portion, Melee like freaks the fuck out. Because she's tired of seeing all this death and everything, and then she calls Verso out specifically for not understanding her, and then she calls the girls out for like moving on, despite Gustav, and she's having like a real teenage like breakdown because again these like she's like half the age of these other people, even though at some point it says she was 9 years younger. She's 16, like clearly it comes up like at some point it gets like reaffirmed like multiple times, like she is 16 years old and the rest of this crew is dying at the ripe old age of 32, so they are like double her age, so of course she's like acting much younger, which is like excellent writing, by the way. I really enjoyed it, and I think they did a pretty good job of like her trying to deal with things that she's very mature because of just the nature of the world and all the shit she had to go through, which we learn about more through building her relationship with Verso like later on. But it's just like it comes across like very well that like she acts like very human in this regard. She's a little superhuman obviously because like a real 16-year-old is gonna like completely break down, man or woman, like much more than she does, but she breaks down like sufficient, and I feel especially compared to the other adults and just like the nature of the expectations of the world and all the shit she's had to deal with so far. I feel like it's pretty well done, right? It's like believable, which is important. Shiel again is able to like calm her down and talk her down a little bit. And then as we start to like move on, a Nevron like launches at us from like way up high and like breaks the bridge, and then that sends Melee like crashing down into this like bloody pool filled with all these dead like exposition people and whatnot. And then she stands up and she finds let's see. Yeah, and she finds Verso standing in front of the duelist, which is the guy who was the Nevron he was talking about earlier, and the one who like attacked us on the bridge, and he's the one who killed those expedition members, and he's like super strong. We find out that like Verso has fought this guy before and lost, so like definitely this luminous converter is like a big game changer here because Verso's pretty strong because he's been around for 100 years fighting these fucking things. Right then, Lune and Shiel land nearby. Lune casts like a healing spell in Melee, and it's time to fight. And then once we finish round one with this mother effer, he takes like another sword. He has like one sword, then he has two swords. And it's like, all right, cool, time for round two. And we finish that, and then at the end, we get another one of these, like, this only happened like twice in this game. We get into these badass scenes where it's like, you beat the boss, but then the game like does like a finishing move with like all the characters interacting with each other and doing like flips and bullshit like that. And it's like, the team like beats the shit out of this thing, which is fucking awesome. And then, like, the other one was when Gustav and I think just Lune, like, at the very beginning of the game. I don't remember any of this ever happening another time. So this was pretty rad. I wish they'd done more of this against these bosses. It's pretty fucking awesome. So at that point, Verso kind of jokes around a little bit, and then we head off. We climb back up, and then we get to this gravesite that Verso was talking about. We bury Gustav's arm here under a tree, under a pile of flowers, and then Verso finds like a grave that says like Expedition 0, and he kind of stands there and like grieves a little bit there. And then ladies each take their turn to say their goodbye to Gustav's. Melee promises to save everyone, and she mentions that he was her brother and her father, and that he was the best family she could ever have. And it's like, oh man, the voice act, like the actual 3D models and stuff are okay. Like I like to, they're not like top of the line, right? Like Final Fantasy VII Remake or something like that. But they're not as like janky as like Redemption Reapers, for example, right? They're kind of like in a middle ground where they're like pretty good. But there's definitely like, you can tell this is not like, you know, there weren't like 1,000 people working on like the facial animations on some of these like waste of money AAA games. And it's one of those things where it's like, if that's where all the money's going, you don't need to do it because the voice actors carry this thing excellently. And there are some like subtle facial stuff, but like in all honesty, it's really not that important. Like the acting, the voice acting and the music and everything like really carry the scene in such a way that it like, again, it's like I'm like tearing up watching like pixels on a screen from like like a Super Nintendo game, like having like breakdowns or having like emotional stuff. It's like I really don't need like photorealistic, like super highly detailed animations or whatever to like really get the emotional sense across. Like I can literally just read like a visual novel of like anime characters and be like more impacted by some of this shit that comes out. Anyways, then this kind of like reemphasized that in my mind. I was like, damn, dude, the voice actors are really crushing it. Like I'm really feeling sad about this whole situation. And the reason I bring this up specifically is because Shield's model has this dumb smile on her face like the whole fucking time. Like Melee actually looks sad. Lune always looks kind of neutral sad, to be honest. Occasionally she'll smile. But then Shaylee's natural face is just like a dumb smile, and that just gets like carried forward. And so it's kind of throws me off, but it's just because the modeling they didn't like waste all this money and time on like the modeling when everything else they need to work on like making an excellent game with no bugs or problems whatsoever, besides the fact that I can't fucking use a controller without having to have like a keyboard and mouse next to me at the same time. But at that point, it's time to head back to camp. All right, again, we get the title screen. Back to camp. Like I mentioned before, it seems to happen after every like major story event. So Verso's just talking to everybody about heading to the monolith. But first, we need to head to Monaco Station. What's Monaco Station? It's like an old trade station where Monaco, his friend, is hanging at. And then after that, we can go destroy the Paintress's heart. Because if we try to attack the Paintress directly, the chroma around her is too thick. And, okay, so where's the heart? The heart's in Old Luminaire. Whatever the name of the town is. So there's, like, New Luminaire, which is, like, where everyone started the game at and was from. And then there's Old Luminaire, and they're all like, oh, Luminaire, something, something, something. And it was part of that city when it got blasted off to be, like, a fragment somewhere else. So we start traveling around. And then so Verso mentions that he has been to Old Luminae like once before, or a few times before. Last time was with the 58th expedition. And when they found Old Luminae, they got attacked by Renoir, who like ended everybody except Verso because he's immortal. And then Verso talks to Maele about Monaco. He's a Gestrel, and he is a searcher. He looks for lost Gestrels. And he also pissed off old Golgura, the head of the Gestrels, like pretty hard. So like he hasn't been back around for a while. Esque mentions that when we talked to him about the funeral for Gustav being very sad, and that also Verso was sad, and asked him if he was thinking of Julie, and we don't get much more information about that. So we spend some time with him, increase our relationship level. Esque mentions that Melee reminds him of someone, and then also that he knows Shell from somewhere. And then Verso mentions that Esque seems to know everybody. And he's like, oh yeah, because all you humans are cousins. Next up, Verso talks to Lune. She asks about his best friend. How is it having his best friend be a Gestrel, his best friend being Monaco? We talk about how Gustav would have loved that his best friend was a Gestrel. In Lumine, there's just not enough time to do anything. But here there's plenty of time, so they spend some time talking and whatnot. And she then questions why Verso is helping them. They talk about trust and such, and she offers to teach him how to use the luminous transfer thingy. And he's like, no, I kind of figured it out already, which is true, because we already did in real life, because we equipped him with stuff. And then at some point he offers to answer 3 questions. And then, she asks the questions, but we don't get the answers. It's just like, and then you get they chat for the rest of the night, and the relationship goes up. Last up is Shell. And finally, we can do some relationship up and stuff with her. She talks about snow because Monaco Station's like up in the mountains where there's snow. And it's like, oh, wow, real snow. And he's like, yep, there's snow. And then she mentions that her husband, who's dead, was obsessed with snow. And then they hang out and talk about stuff. And then Verso mentions that she seems a lot less stressed now. And they decide to trade stories. And then it's time for sleep. So before we go to sleep, we can check in with everybody. So we check in with Shiel and Lune. And Shiel walks up to Lune and asks her what she's doing, and Lune's setting up a contingency plan. She's writing in a journal, and they have some small girl talk about this and that and that and this. And then Shiel starts talking about Shiel talks about talking to the stars, and that's something she started doing when she did with her dad. And they talk about how they first met. They first met because both their parents Lune's parents left on an expedition, and then I don't know if Shiel's... It seems like Shiel's parents got caught up in the Gommage, but they might have gone on the expedition too. But they lost their parents at the same time. And then Shiel climbed up this crooked tower, Oh no, it was after the Gomage. She climbed up this crooked tower where she met Lune. This is like Lune's like secret hiding spot where she'd been like hiding out, and they talk about how like she figured that out and found that. And that Lune talks about how she'd always figured like her parents had been successful on the expedition, and she was so excited. But when the Gomage happened, excuse me, that was like the end of her hope, right? And let's see. Then Shiel admits that it comforted her a lot that they were able to talk after their parents were dead and whatnot. But then she was sad because after they had like this really good talk and really good like girl time, that Lune just kind of completely avoided her after that point. Lune admits that she cut a lot of people out after that because she just wanted to focus on the expedition, on her research, and she just didn't want to get close to people again. Lune then admits, and that it was nothing personal to Shiel. Lune felt like she had to finish her parents' work, especially because her brother and sister were like off doing other bullshit, and that she needed to cut out all the distractions. And then Shiel gets a little like sassy with her and is like, friends are not a distraction. Which is like not true. Of course they're a distraction. Then we get another scene where Melee goes to apologize to Lune. They awkwardly talk about the pain of loss and how Lune helps Melee understand that the reason that you can take this loss, you can take the sad feelings, the intense emotion, and utilize them to do good, to kind of motivate yourself. And Lune tells a story about how whenever she feels kind of down, she takes all the hurt and the pain and the loss and kind of forces her to like, step up to the plate and keep working and keep doing stuff. Finally, it's time to like go straight to sleep, which of course there's always more. So there's another scene. So we have Versa just like standing by like a tree, and then Melee walks up to be like, hey, thanks so much for all the help. Thanks for helping with the hand burial. And then Versa mentions that, yeah, he's buried people there before too. And they chat a little bit, and then she starts to laugh about how they're both such like huge sad hippopotamuses right now, and how it's kind of funny. He then mentions that the others that she's half the other's age. And like I already said, we got confirmation that she's like 16. Not yet, but this is like more indicating. Because then I'm like, again, it's like someone's like, you're 9 years younger. And I'm like, so Gustav was 25? Like he was definitely not going to be going on the Gomage anytime soon. So why would he come out here? Or why did he make a big deal? And I think he even says he's only got a year left at some point, but I don't know. I still got kind of confused about that. But she's definitely 16. Melee and Shiel and Lune both talk about how they got 1 year left at some point, so they're 32 for sure. And Gustav I think is also 32, but he might be, or he might even be 30. They might all be 31, right? Because then they'll turn 32, and then they all die. Anyway, at that point, Melee offers Verso a Expedition 33 badge, and she took Gustav's and is wearing his, and so he can have hers. And then, Verso and Melee's relationship goes up. At that point, it's time to move out. So we kind of do some wandering around. In a stone quarry nearby, we find Expedition 48's diary. And they talk about how there's some issue with the leadership and how they got a mutiny and get a new leadership. We find one of these like white Neveran troubadours. And this is actually really fun. He said he killed all his friends with his horrible music and that he needs to get better at his music because he doesn't want to kill anybody anymore. And so we're going to help him play better. We help him play better by... he plays like notes, and he'll either shoot like red notes or green notes. And if it's a green note, you just let it hit you and it heals you. But if it's a red note, you parry it. And so it takes me a couple tries for that. But that was pretty fun. That was actually like a very unique way to like handle the battle system and have this like interesting thing occur. So like Bravo, whatever the name of this company is, Kibler or something. Afterwards, we talked to him. He's super happy, and he hates the quiet, so he's just going to keep playing and having a great old time. And then we ask about the killing, and he says the mistress designed everybody to kill because of chroma, and that's all he really knows about any of that stuff, so okay. So we wander around. We find another world boss. She kill him. We find 2 more white guys in a coastal cave. They have a little like shop, and they want to fight. And we're like, sure, why not? So we fight them, and once we beat them, we can buy these like super expensive weapons, which I don't even have enough money for, but that's nice, I guess. We then leave and run into like another crazy looking like world boss. We find another painter's workshop. I've gone to a painter's workshop before. You kind of go through them and you talk to like a boy, and the boy, like the faceless boy statue, gives you like an item, and you need like 3 of them, I think. And once you get all 3 of them, you can head back to like one of the painter's workshops, and you unlock like fighting the beast. And the beast looks a lot like the lantern guy. So I don't know if it's the same or not, but then that's like a secret super boss or whatever. But they all talk in like these fucking riddles. He talks about how she created bad things, that we need to clear them away, and all that stuff. So it's like cool. Sure, why not? Okay. After that, it's on to the train station. So once we're at Monaco Station, there's trains like all over the place, and it's full of snow and whatnot. And Verso tells everybody that, or someone asks him about like, hey, did these trains really run? And he's like, well, yeah, they before the fracture. And he's like, yeah, they ran. I mean, they ran late, but they ran. And then we meet a Grandis. A Grandis is another race. So we had the Gestals and the Grandis and whatever Esqui is. And he's just standing there guarding the station. He's like, what's up? And it's kind of like a big, like, owl. They have like owl masks looking thing with like the big eyes and the nose, but then they're just kind of like big furry dudes. Anyway, we go past him into like the actual station. Kind of looks like Central Station in New York or whatever. And then Monaco does like this jump attack out, and then Verso blocks it, and then they have like some sass back to each other. And then it's like, oh, hey, Monaco speaks like actual like the language, like French or English in the version I'm playing. Because a lot of Gestrals, they speak this like crazy kind of like Gestral language. And Verso's like, yeah, we spent a lot of time together, so I taught him language. Esque is like super excited to see him. And then also Monaco embarrasses himself in front of the ladies and then challenges the team to a fight. Once we beat him, Noko runs up. He's like, hey! And then I thought at first that it was like, someone mentioned that like Monaco is Noko's father, but then later on it seemed like Noko is Monaco's father in like their Gestral world or whatever. So yeah, that's cool. And after Noko runs in, he mentions that there's a Nevron out there that followed him out, and that's why the Grandises, or the Grandice or whatever, are hiding out. They're not being around. And so we head out, and it's a big icy boy called the Stalact. And then Monaco like sits down. He's like, go ahead, it's your first fight's yours, since you're the honored guest of the station. So we do that, and after the battle starts, Monaco mentions gradient attack. So before we learned how to do gradient counters, but now we actually get the gradient attacks here. He's like, have you told them about gradient attacks yet? And Verso's like, nope. And Monaco's like, you're real fucking lazy, bro. After the battle, Monaco goes over and starts digging into the creature, and he pulls out one of the feet. And we find out that Monaco, for some reason that nobody knows, can use the feet of his enemies to transform into them and use their powers during battle. So that's fucking cool. He's like a blue mage. And he transforms into the Slagged and can fight. He then is like, so what are you guys doing here? And the Verso's like, hey, we're going to go to Illuminate. You want to come? And Monaco's like, nope, see ya. And the Verso's like, look over here at Melee. And then Monaco looks at her and is like, wait, what? And seems to like recognize her. And Monaco says, yeah, but still no go. I'm never joining you again. Verso and him have some more conversation and finally gets talked into it. And then Noko's like, I want to come too. And we're like, cool, sounds good. And he's like, yep, there's not a lot of merchants out in Old Lumine, so like maybe I can merchant to you guys or do whatever. And this is where they talk about Noko and Monaco being like related somehow. But I don't know. It was kind of hard to follow. Anyway, yeah, because it seems like Monaco is Noko's father. Because someone asked him, if it's like the responsible parenting thing to do to bring Noko, and he's like, of course, it's the responsible thing to do. Why wouldn't they do that? At that point, all the Grandises come out. We can go talk to everybody. We also get Monaco's like tutorial, so we can learn about how to use his abilities in battle and whatnot. From the Grandis, we learned that they used to be very artsy and very fancy, and that they used to live like way above the clouds. The mountains are like way too high, and that here in like this icy reaches of the mountains is like super warm for them. And they also have like a fashionista, and so we can go do like a fashion off with them where we have to like complete his poems. And if we complete his poems, then he'll give all these ladies, like all the ladies in the group, like these white costumes, which are pretty cool. None for the men because he's a sexist. And then then there's a lot of talk about how the Grandice have to like, they're barely surviving, they barely exist, but they're like super artistic-y and like love poems and they used to have like these festivals that last for days where people would just do orations at each other or like dances or like show off stuff. There used to be 3 tribes, and now there's just like, this is what's left. So they're very peaceful. They used to be a very peaceful people, but then after the fracture, it like ruined everything. So it's kind of sad. There's also a Grandis merchant here that mentions that he can make us like really good shit if we go get him like Eternal Ice, which is like an optional dungeon around here. So it's like, so fuck it, let's go. Before we head out, we find diary number 65, and it talks about the Grandis, and that the Grandis retreated when all the Neverons came, and that they saved their children, and that they appear not to be affected by the Gomage. and that the expedition has already failed at this point, but at least they can like hang out with the Grandice and like be happy and like have a good time with them before they all get gommaged when the expedition time frame is like officially over. So we're gonna go knock out this like end-game, post-game dungeon thingy with my cheating magic. And on the way over to get the Eternal Ice from that super hard dungeon that I trivialized with cheating, we find a carousel, and there's a Grandis there, and he's like, hey, can you help me get that carousel started? That'd be super great. The Grandis children and human children and Gestalt children used to all play on this. And it's literally, you just gotta walk around and punch ice off the carousel, and then it starts up, and it's gonna play some nice music, and we can like ride around on it, and it's like, hooray. And then we talk to him, and he gives us like, I don't remember, gives us some bullshit. So that's nice. Oh no, we get a new hairstyle. That's what it is. I wrote it down right here. All right, so then we enter Frozen Hearts, which is the dungeon. And we learn that Verso and company like used to live here in this area, in the Frozen Hearts area for some reason. We don't learn too much about it. He's just like, oh yeah, we used to live around here, and then like it got kind of awful, so we left. Anyway, while we're meandering about, we find the diary for expedition number 51. We learn that the people are dying. Life here is not easy, but at least they have each other. And then later on, we find like another manor door, and this one is a harp room. And there's a bunch of paintings and statuettes of Neverons here. And it's like, cool, this is kind of creepy, but whatever. So we head back out. We keep climbing, kill some stuff. We meet a Gestural, and then buy some stuff. And then we hit the top, and there's like this big icicle monster-looking thing. And it looks really impressive. But I go ahead and one-punch man this motherfucker. God damn. Get the Eternal Ice, take it back to homeboy Grandice to unlock like some super powerful weapons that cost like all the chroma that I've been like gathering up. Like, they're super fucking expensive. And also like an upgrade for one of the Pictos that I'm using. So that's nice, because I don't know how else to upgrade them besides just like finding these upgrades. And sometimes they just like upgrade when I kill monsters occasionally. So then we head off to Old Lumine. We camp out so we can talk to everybody, build some relationships up from the Monaco thing. So again, like the getting Monaco and all that stuff, that was like the big scene. And so the Eternal Ice thing has like nothing to do with that. But I didn't hit the camp before then, so now we can do that. So first up, we go talk to Noko, and apparently we can raise his relationship up, which is adorbs. And apparently he left a present for Verso in the Ancient Sanctuary that we need to go back and get, but he's being very coy about what that could possibly be. Also, Verso asked why he became a merchant, because he was the greatest searcher in like of all the Gestrals. And then Noko's like, well, I got bored, and being a merchant sounded like more fun. It was too easy to find like the lost Gestrals and whatnot. And this is where I was like, I think I'm misunderstanding the relationship between these two. Like, I thought Monaco was Noko's dad because I thought he said something about that. But then at the same time, like, is Noko Monaco's dad? Like, I don't know. I'm confused by like who's. And I don't know if it's like a translation error, because I assume this game was made originally in French. But maybe I'm just retarded and I wasn't paying enough attention. Anyway, they're related somehow. And maybe it's just like the Gestrals are weird and they have like weird family dynamics that are not quite human, so it's harder to understand. But anyway, we also talk with Noko, or Verso talks with Novo about Melee. Noko teases Verso for being jealous that they're friends. And then next up we do Monaco. They discuss Golgra being mad at Monaco very briefly. And then they talk about how 10 years ago that all this bad blood happened and that Golgra needs to get over it. Monoko then mentions that Verso has seemingly gotten stronger in the last several years since they hung out. I think it's been 3 years. And then Verso sasses him for hiding in the mountains, and he's like, yeah, I got stronger. They kept like fighting and doing stuff, and you just like were fucking around and being scared. And then they talk about how a monster like cut Verso in half at some point. And then Verso hits him back, and they kind of just joke around with each other. And we find out that the Gestrals from this conversation don't need sleep. They talk about past adventures. They talk about getting beat up by the duelist, that guy we fought in like the battlefield arena area. Also, Verso got eaten by a snake at some point and had to carve his way out. It's like some fun immortal bullshit story and whatever. And they continue out throughout the rest of the night just telling stories to each other. Next up is Melee. She's worried about the Grandis, because apparently, but then Verso's like, oh, don't worry about them. They got these bells that drive the Neverons away. So that they'll be okay, even though they're not really fighters. And then we have like our little scene with her where she's like throwing rocks. Verso walks up and talks to her about stuff. just like life and Gustav and whatnot. And then we get like absolute confirmation where someone is like, he's like, well, you're only 16, so something. And she's like, yeah, that's true. And I'm like, okay, so she's fucking 16. Right? They talk about writing in diaries for a bit, and like keeping notes and sharing diary stuff. And she's really starting to like warm up to him as like a replacement for Gustav in some way. Next up is Esqui, and he has nicknames for everybody. It's like Verver and Mama and Lulu and like stuff. And then he notices the armband that Verso got from Melee, and he's like super jealous. And he's like, I want one. And then Verso's like, well, your arm's like way too big, but maybe we could do like a headband or something. And so then he makes him one. And so he gets a cute little headband, and he's super excited about that. Next up, it's back to seducing Lune. She's contemplating how Monoko turns into Nevrons and stuff, and if like humans can be able to do it, and if like the foot thing is something. And then she inquires with Verso about, because everything she does is an inquiry. That's like a very specific term. She doesn't ask, she like inquires. Why he never returned to Luminaire. And he's like, yeah, I did at some point, and I helped like rebuild the town and stuff, and I helped get the dome set up over Luminaire, and actually him and his father went back to like help rebuild it after like the expedition or whatever, after the fracture, and they went on their first expedition. And then he also explains how he helped with a lot of the early expeditions, because a lot of them, the early ones, like 99, 98, the ones we don't have any diaries for, were mostly just like search and rescue missions, trying to see if there's any more people to save and whatnot, because no one even realized there was like this paintress thing that was going on. And at some point he stopped going back because the people started being like really sketchy about him, probably because he's immortal, and they're like, well, where his loyalties lie? Like, is he really part of us or part of something else? And then at some point he was on one of these expeditions and they completely betrayed him, and so he had to like peace out. And he's like, what about you? And she's like, I spent my whole life studying the paintress and the monolith, like I was always going to do this. And then we have another conversation with her, and she's just like standing there thinking, and Verso is like, hey, so do you like dogs? And she's like, that's a very awkward way to like start a conversation. And she's like, but yes, I did have a dog. His name was Pate, which is French for paw. And then he like makes fun of her for that, but she's like, no, it was my sister who named it. And then she talks about the siblings. I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but like her sister and brother had like no desire to be like researchers like her and her parents. So like her sister was an artist, and she had an older brother too, just like got married and did like normal stuff. They literally did not care at all about any of that stuff. And then the reason she met Gustav was because her brother was dating Emma, who's Gustav's sister. So that's how they met and became friends. And then they just talk about some fucking random stuff. Let's see. And then, then we go to Shell. She just teases Verso about Monaco and about the adventures and stuff. There's absolutely no relationship talk here. And at this point, I'm thinking I might have locked out her romance, because there's in the walkthrough that I kind of glance at occasionally for mostly like the relationship stuff, because I want to get with Luna and I don't want to fall into like the Sheila trap. It mentions that you can lock yourself out. You can't like pursue both relationships, and at some point you can lock them out. So I'm like, oh, maybe I did that here. I didn't. That option comes up later, but I turned her down. We'll get to that, because I want to be with my sexy Vietnamese witch. Because I have a type. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I made some notes about she looks Vietnamese. Like, and if you're a racist, you might just be like, she's Asian. I'm like, no, she looks Vietnamese. Trust me. There's a huge Vietnamese population in the location where I am from. And then I spent a lot of time with the various cultural groups in East and Southeast Asia. So, like, I'm not like, I can't like always 100% because there is some cross mixing. It's like trying to be like, is this person Irish or British at some point? But like, you can pretty much tell if someone's like Irish or like British. Like there is some mixture, right? Because people have like more, their genetic line is more a series of different cultural groups that have like mingled together. But when someone's like pretty hardcore, like a certain way, it's I feel like it's pretty easy to tell. I mean, you just have to be familiar and not be a racist. Anyway. Okay, so then we do the traditional checkup. So we talk to everybody in these campsites, right? And we do their like relationship stories. And then when you hit the campfire, it's like, would you like to write in the journal? Which I always write in the journal just because I feel like I like that and it's nice. I don't know if it does anything ever. And then because I know there's like one ending to this game, and there might be two actually, but I'm pretty sure there's just one. Anyway, and then but then when you can like, I want to check up with people, and usually the checkups don't always involve the main character, so Gustav or Verso. Sometimes it's the other characters interacting. So we do the first checkup, And this one is with Verso. It's Verso and Monaco, and Monaco mentions using Verso's magic to like lighten the mood for everybody because everybody's like really down and out about everything. And he's like, I think it would help. And Verso's like, I really like doing that because it hurts like hell. And so then he does something and screams, and then he walks up to the ladies who are all looking sad by the campfire, and it's literally just like the bottom, like his legs are walking up and talking, and they're like, what the fuck? And they start cheering up because it's so crazy, and then his top half is like pulling it, dragging himself over, and he's like, what's up? And he's like, how can you talk with your pants? And he's like, with just like your second half, and he's like, I don't know, it just happens, it'll heal up, don't worry about it, it's not that bad. And they all kind of like lighten the mood and laugh a little bit and have like a nice little time together. So Monaco was right, this fucking crazy thing is pretty good. And then Monaco, off on his own, is just wondering if Verso is getting a little too attached to this group. We get another event if we do another checkup, and this one involves Melee staring up at the stars, and then Shayla walks up, and Melee asks if she can teach her how to fight better. And so they discuss fighting, and Shayla kind of describes how you're using your eyes, you identify your blind spots, and the more you can identify your blind spots, the more you can account for them, and then the better fighter you're going to be, and they just like chit-chat throughout the night. And finally, at that point, we can go to sleep. So then it's our way to, we head the other way outside the Monaco station, and it's on to Old Luminaire. And on the way, we find diary number 47, and they're just like a bunch of drunks. They sound like dwarfs. In fact, the guy sounds like a Lord of the Rings dwarf, which is kind of with that like Irish-Scottish accent thing. We then head to the Fractured Ruins on the way, and there we meet a spirit who needs a form, and this form is this is one of those like talking Nevrons, and we just got to get him some boards of wood. And so when we give it to him, he becomes a Nevron, and it's like, hooray, we saved him and everything. And then it's like, then we keep heading out and get to Old Luminaire. And Old Luminaire is completely deserted. Excuse me. It's also dark, and Verso mentions that the heart of the paintress is here. And then we're wandering around, and we eventually just get to like a complete dead end. At this point, Verso's like, hey man, can you take care of this like giant building that's in the way? And Monaco, who's just recently joined the team, really wants to impress his new friends, and so he shows off. He transforms into like the stalactite, or the stalact, the ice monster from earlier, the big one, and he hits the building so hard that it topples and knocking everybody out. And then we get Lune and Chill like wake up a bit later, and they just hear like Monaco sitting there crying, and he's like, I'm so sorry, I fucked up, I apologize, I'm such a bad person. And they look around, and Melee and Verso are not there. There's nowhere to be found. And it's like, oh fuck, now I gotta use Shell. I haven't like used her the whole game. It's all right. Lune and Monaco are gonna carry this team. She's just gonna kind of hang tight. Your characters do get experience points if they're not in the main party. It's like very little. I don't know how much, but like if I have like never used Shell ever, and she's not still like level 10 or whatever, like when I was doing my super boss grind out, especially on the Bloody Shores, she definitely like got some advantages there because she's like at level 47 or something, and all the rest of my guys are like level 60, 70. Anyway. So as we travel, Shale starts talking to Monaco about life here after the fracture, or before the fracture, because Jestrels live like forever essentially, unless they get killed. So not immortal, but they have like much longer lifespans because they're like jars or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, so he talks about how there was like so many Jestral villages all over the place, and that only a few remain, and like the amount of Jestrals left since the fracture is like a fraction of a fraction. We then find one of these like fading men. So we've only found like fading boys, and they're the guys with like the no faces who like tell us cryptic shit and then stop talking. And so this guy he talks about a woman who used to sit and not worry about death, and it's pretty like obvious this is the paintress, and that she was sad because there was so much art in the world that she would never be able to enjoy all of it with like her limited lifestyle and never get to see everything. And then he says something about like out of all of them, she and I are the most alike, and there's no explanation about what that means. And then he continues and says it's important to remember the ones we love, and so he paints so that he can remember them. And it's like, okay, so we continue on, and then Shale finds a stone, and it's like, oh, this must be one of Esqui's like stones, and it is, and it's the one that lets us get past the coral that stops us from swimming everywhere. So that's fun. But we can't utilize it until after we get past this like section of the game, obviously. And then it's one of those things where it's like, JRPGs, you like find shit just like lying around, and it's like, why the fuck is this here? And it's fun because Shell's like, that's odd. Why was this lying here in like some random place we just happened upon? And Lune's like, don't worry about it. Oh man. Oh Lord. Let's see. The prize Okay, and then they start talking about Verso and like concerns about Verso and his plans, but it's like he definitely seems like he wants to get to the paintress, so like their plans like align, but like they don't necessarily like fully trust him at this point because there's like so much sketchy stuff, and he's not helping his case because he's sketchy as shit, just not talking about stuff. And while they're discussing this and about how Verso's definitely hiding something, Monaco overhears and he just like whistles and walks away. And then Lude's like, "Hey, you, get over here." What's going on? What's he hiding? And he's like, "Oh, you better talk to Verso about that shit." And he's, and then let's see. Oh, and then Monaco mentions that he feels like he's always known Verso, but he doesn't know. But that he doesn't know, it's like something happened after some of the other expeditions, and he doesn't quite know what that is. And then a little bit later, Lude finds a diary. It's diary number 58. And that's the one that Verso was traveling, like when he mentioned before that he had come to Old Luminaire with a group. This was the group that he came with. And so she's starting to read it, and it's something about an axon, and then something about Verso, and she's like, "The fuck is this?" And she turns to Monaco and is like holding up, because the diaries in this are just like crystals. And so she holds it up in front of Monaco and she's like, "Is this true? Is this true?" And she's like super mad, and Monaco's like, And then Shell's like, "What's going on?" And she's like, "I can't believe Melee's stuck with Verso." Or like, she's Melee's with Verso alone. And they're like, "Fuck." All right, so at this point, we switch over to Melee. So her and Verso are hanging out. Verso helps Melee get up, and Noko's with us too, which is awesome. So Melee asks where Verso lived when he lived in Luminaire, and he tells her he mentions like the name of like a bakery or something, and she's like, "Oh, it has a new name. This is what it's called." And he's like, and she's like, you should come to Luminaire and visit it with us and whatnot. And he's like, yeah. And again, it's just this whole time, Verso, I've talked about this, but everything he does is kind of like, they're sketchy. He's clearly hiding something, clearly knows more than he does, whatever. But so this is part of that too. He's like, yeah, sure. We kill some more Nevrons and stuff, and then Melee, at some point, she just finds herself alone. Like, we kill some Nevrons, and then she's like, got him, and she turns around, and Verso's just like fucking gone. And it's like, okay. So she moves on by herself. Noko's still there with her. And she's like, "Did you see where Verso goes?" And then Noko's like, "Oh yeah, he does that sometimes. He'll be with like Monaco or Monoko and I, and he'll just like disappear." And we're like, that's weird. So at some point we stumble upon like the manor. Remember the manor? We use the doors to get to like the manor, but this is like the full manor on the outside. And Melee's like, I recognize this somehow. And as we get close to the manor, we find a manor door. Yep. And this leads to like a bathroom area. And then also in the room next to the bathroom, like the attached bedroom to the bathroom, we find the diary of Renoir. Yep. And he's talking about a woman. They don't share the bonds of grief. And he doesn't exist to her at all, and none of them do. And he's kind of ranting about that. She left all the rest of the family to go down there to be by themselves. And so she can like drown alone. And it's like, okie dokie. So then we head back to like the actual manor in like the other world, the real world. And we approach, and as we approach, the door opens, revealing like a faceless woman. We've seen faceless boys and faceless men running around. And at that point, Verso comes running up. And he's like, I knew you would open the door for her. And then Renoir walks out past the woman. And then also the masked lady's there. The masked lady looks just like... Oh, I don't know if we've gone to that part yet. I'm going to spoil it. Okay, so the masked lady's also there. And then the door shuts. And so it's just Renoir, and he mentions that Verso is hurting their family. They start to argue, stop in the wrong cycle. And you're doing all this stuff for yourself and whatever, and you've betrayed me and whatnot. And then Melee eventually has had enough. And she's like, I'm going to kill you, motherfucker. And then Renoir calls Verso his son. It's his son! Da, da, da. At that point, Lude and Shell walk up. And they blast Renoir, and they call Verso out for lying about Renoir's being his father. They found out because in the diary, that's what like she was like, Monoko, is this true? That's where it says that Verso is Renoir's son. So then we battle Renoir, and he's not as invincible as he appeared when we first started the game. Granted, I'm like level 70, but still. After the battle, Renoir then gathers up a whole bunch of like ink, and he blasts the team, and it's like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And then no, Noko's broken. Oh no, Broken is dead. So that's super sad. And then Melee is like, no, and she tries to like attack Renoir again. And then he asks why she can't accept who she is. And then Let's see. And then Renoir goes to strike Melee, but then Verso deflects that attack, and then the whole world like freezes. And then the masked lady comes out of the manor, and she walks up to Melee, and then the mask comes off, and it's like, holy shit, it's Melee! Like, looks just like her, but with like a burnt face. And Melee's like, the fuck? And so they touch hands, and then she sees like the whole manor on fire, and Melee's like, what's your name? And then the masked lady like doesn't answer. She just like turns around and walks back into the manor, and then the whole manor like implodes and disappears. And then Verso runs up to like where the manor used to be, and he's like screaming, and he shouts out the name Alicia, and then we get like the title screen thing where it's like back to camp. And at that point, we see Shiel gives Esque Dory. And he's like, oh, I'm so grateful and everything. And then Looney is like, hey, so tell us about your father. Why don't you tell us? Why are you such an asshole? And then he's like, it's none of your damn business. And then Shiel's like, all right, everybody, let's calm the fuck down. And again, this game is excellent, and the characters are so well developed. It's like, yeah, Lune is like skeptical, and she's like scientific, and it all fits, and like everything. And then Shiel's like the peacemaker, and she's very friendly and horny as shit, as we'll see soon. Oh goodness. And then Melee is like a 16-year-old girl, and I feel like they wrote her very well in that regard. Maybe she still acts a little too mature, but it could just be like the nature of the world and her being growing up in a foster system and being like world weary. And like it's written well enough that I can like believe it, but it's like, yeah, I mean, she's very mature at times and doesn't handle things very well, and like, you know, gets attached to people pretty quick. She's got a lot of attachment issues, so it's excellent. Anyway. And then Melee says something about family being complicated to like calm people down. She's like, yeah, family's complicated. And Versa's like, yeah, that's true. And then Minoko walks up with the jar, and the jar is just Noko because he's broken. Oh, that's sad. And then Lune is like, well, don't Gestrels like reincarnate? And Minoko is like super sad. He's like, yeah, they can be brought back to life, but it's not like it's Noko anymore. Like, he's not going to have his heart or his memories or anything. He's going to be like a new Noko. So like he'll exist and he'll be a Gestrel and have all their stuff, but it's not going to be like his father/son or relative or whatever. I'm still kind of confused about the relationship, but there's some sort of familiar relationship, because that's like the moral of this story is all about families and like loss of families and like family complications. And I feel like when Melee is like, family is complicated, which is something Gustav said to her, it's like that is like the lesson to be learned in this story, is like family is fucking complicated, because that is like the heart and soul of like what's going on in like this game. All right, let's see. And then Verso is super angry because the heart of the paintress that we were trying to get to was in the manor, and so the manor is going like, what the fuck are we going to do? And then Lune mentions that it's like, now it's impossible, there's nothing we can do. If the heart was there and the heart's gone, then there's like a giant barrier that is in the way to get to like the monolith where the heart's going to be now, and so there's nothing we can do about it. And Lune is like, no, Expedition 58 mentioned that there's another way, and you know what that way is. And Verso's like, nope, that's a dead end. And Lune is like, nope, that there is something that can help us. There is somebody who can help us. So then we all head over to the curator, and the curator's just standing there, and Looney's like, can you make this thing? And we find out that the curator can make a weapon that can pierce through the barrier, but he needs the hearts of 2 axons. And it's like, what are axons? Axons are like giant nevrons or whatever. They have a ton more chroma than the regular nevrons, and the chroma is like what gives power to things in this world. That's why we use as like currency when we buy stuff from like the Gestrels and stuff. And Lune is like, we can definitely kill these axons, because there was an old Luminaire, there was a corpse of an axon there. And then Verso's like, well, I had prior encounters with the axons. Like, if we're going to go after them, we need like a very solid plan. And he's like, all right, so listen up. There's 3. There's one that is like a mountain, or on a mountain or something. So there's no way to get up that mountain. So that one, there's no way we can do that. And then there's a weakened one to like the west that like expeditions have like weakened down and made like much more simple to kill. And then there's the one in the east is a much bigger challenge. And it's like, all right, cool. All right, so now it's time to build relationships at the camp. So we go talk to Minoko first. Verso apologizes to him for Noko, and then they talk about they just like chit chat about like some old bullshit. While Minoko's like cleaning the legs. They talk about cleaning the legs and all this other bullshit. And then we go talk to Esque, and then he is like, ooh, I'm so mad at Renoir. And so then we hang out because, you know, he's being an asshole. And so we hang out with him. We talk about Francois, And he talks about like, oh, I'm not mad, I'm just sad because I miss Clea. And then we go talk to Malay is the next one, and so she's alone by the lake. We start talking to her about Luminaire. She sasses him because she grew up an orphan and all this stuff. Talks about her parents died when she was like 3 years old, that she was an unwelcome surprise. They had her very late in life before they like left on an expedition or before the Gamache or something. And that their whole life has been like a mess, that she has nightmares all the time. And that she used to like talk to herself all the time, and she kept running away from like foster homes or whatever. And then she ended up a runner because none of the guilds or none of the apprenticeship people wanted to take her on because she was such like a disaster and whatnot. And he just kind of listens to her chit chat about all that stuff. Then we go over to Lune. We talked to her about how both her and Verso are insomniacs, like they don't sleep or whatever. And then they turn the talk over to like Nevrons. And she's like, I feel like I am, as a researcher, like I'm examining everything on every side, and there's like a huge piece of this puzzle that I just do not understand. And there is. And holy shit when it comes up. But for now, she's just like, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out and whatnot. Next, we head over to Shell to finish up the relationship building. And she's like, you ever defeated Axon? And Verso's like, nope, they're real tough. And then we have like little story time. And then she wants to like know more about him, gain his trust, or for her to gain trust in him. He tells a story, and he said, oh yeah, a long time ago my hair turned completely white. That's why he has like this white streak in his hair. And he's like, I was really lucky because one of the Jestrals had like hair dye, so I go over there and they do my hair, but they usually fuck it up. Sometimes it turns out to be purple and whatnot. And then Shell reveals that she never had a child, which is odd because I could have sworn she said something about having a child and missing the child. And then later on, when she has like a vision of like her husband, there's like a child there. So this whole it's one of these things where like this game is not perfect. It's very, 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 very good. But occasionally it's like the age thing with Mael. It's like they changed their mind and forgot to like go back and like edit some of the earlier texts because they're like, how is she supposed to be? How old are any of these people supposed to be, right? It's like, well, they're clearly 32 and she's 16, but at some point someone literally says 9 years older, right? And it's like, that's not possible if any of this other stuff like makes sense, right? So one of these things is wrong. And then we had this whole conversation with Shell where she's like, I'm like Sophie, Gustav's like mate or whatever. I agree with Sophie. I just didn't ever want to have kids because I didn't want to bring them into this world and all this stuff. But literally she talks about children at some point before this. And then literally there's a scene later where everyone has like visions of like the people they miss the most. And she sees a man who's her husband with like a baby. And it's like, wait a second. Anyway. And then we talk about she asks about the scar on Verso's face. And he's like, well, I could cure it, but I refuse. And then she's like, yeah, Renoir, your father, has a similar scar on his face. And he's like, yeah, we kind of got him at the same time we were fighting. And then we have like our check-ins. So there's the relationship part where you go talk to everybody, and then when you click the bonfire to like end the camp out, you can be like, I want to check up with people, and that sometimes involves Verso, and sometimes it just involves other people. But this time, let's see, before bed. Oh, we have Verso's just standing around. Melee approaches, and then she's like, hey, can you tell me more about this sister of yours, this girl? And he's like, oh yeah, her name's Alicia. She was trapped in a fire, and it burned up her face and destroyed her throat and stuff, so she can't like talk or anything, and that's why she wears the mask. And the Melee asks why they visited her, like why Alicia and Renoir visited her, and he's like, I don't know, which is not true. But and she asked if like Alicia is helping them or not. And then at some point he's like, do you want this armband back? And she's like, no, why would I want it back? Like, Gustav trusted people, and I want to be like Gustav, like my dad. And your actions have generally been good, so that's fine. And then so the ability, right? And then we go to sleep, and that ends this portion. So then Isque can now get past the coral. So we were able to swim before, but then there were these huge sections of like the world that were like blocked off because there's like these coral reefs. Not even coral reefs, it's just like giant coral sticking out of the ground. So now you can just like bash on through, which is cool. And then we can also teleport to the continent from expedition flags. And I never did that ever playing this game, but you can do it. So we start we spend some time just like exploring around. We find Diary 43, and they had subs, which is cool, but then most of them got destroyed by this giant snake, and they got stuck on this island, and the lady's like super mad about the whole thing. And then we head over to this biome called Fallen Leaves, and there's a gestal there that tells us that we will... oh, he's like, you better be careful. If you come here, you're going to die. And I'm like, okay, sounds good. Of course we don't die. We're fucking cheating against super bosses. The rest of it, we're just so overpowered now. We just like crush through everything. Anyway, here at the Fallen Leaves, we find a manor door. It just leads to this little library, which is next to a room that we unlocked earlier. And then there's a very large, like, oh, back to the Fallen Leaves, there's a very large, like, sap lady, and she doesn't say anything to us. We then find diary number 35, which mentions that there's a terrifying Neveron who is wandering this area, and that they, you know, to press the way forward, they use the bodies of the dead to create, like, a bridge to get over to, like, this other part so that the next group could, like, move on further and be more successful. We also find a no-face kid. And then he mentions paintings that killed everyone, and then she won't talk to him, and then maybe she'll talk to us, and it's like, oh, it's the sap lady. Okay, so then we head back over to the sap lady. We like talk to her, and we come back, and she tells us that she did the paintings for both of them, and that he should respect. He should respect what she created. And he's like, all right, well maybe you can go back here and like take care of this fucking thing because it's like a monstrosity. And so we head on back through this gate that he finally unlocks to stop her, and then we go up, and then we find diary number 49, and their whole thing was like, we're going to concentrate all our like stuff for this expedition on defense and healing, which helped them like survive forever, but they were never able to like fully accomplish getting to the monolith because they just didn't have enough firepower. And so it's like, all right, so you can't just do defense. Our experiment failed. And then we get to the very top, and this big boy rolls up. We get this great scene. There's like a dark sun in the background and everything, and this epic song. And then I One Punch Man the guy. And when we get back, the boy thanks us and gives us like some old bullshit that we don't really need. That's a lot of the rewards for this is like some crappy shit. But sometimes you get good pictos, and sometimes you get weapons that are okay. Anyway, the next area we find is called the Crows, and here we find Expedition 34's diary. They said they focus completely on elemental attacks and elemental this and that, but then they found that some Neverons, I think the chromatic Neverons, are immune to all elements, and so that kind of fucked them over. And then, since this is the expedition that went like right the year before, they mentioned that Gustav's idea to convert things into Lumina, so that's the Luminous Converter, that's what we're using. So, I finally figured it out at this point in the game, where it's like, okay, we can equip Pictos, everyone's been able to equip Pictos, or use Pictos, but the fact that we can like burn the Pictos onto our skin by using Luminous, or Luminance, by converting like the enemy's stuff, the Neverons like Luminous into like abilities for people so that you can like have more powers. That is what has given this expedition like the edge to be. That was like their whole thing, and it's like it seems like a big deal, but then as we learn more, it's like a very little big deal. It's like nice because it makes the game like more interesting because you have more stuff to fiddle around with. But okay, I'm glad it was I finally figured it out after like fucking 3/4 of the game is over. Anyway, okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, power charge thing. The ability. Okay, cool. So, the crows biome, there's just a bunch of crows. And at first I'm just wandering around and there's nothing here, and I'm like, the fuck is this? And so randomly sometimes I'll just shoot things because that's the thing you can do in this game. So like sometimes my default is like, okay, I'm just gonna fire at random things that look interesting. And so I shoot the crows and I'm like, oh, okay. So I kill the crows, and then we get like this little boss that shows up. We kick his ass. And at this point, we've rescued a bunch of like lost Jestrels, and so there's a guy in the camp that when we find so many lost Jestrels, he like gives us some bonuses. So we do that, and he's like, "Okay, I'm going to teach you how to break these like crazy spikes that I've seen periodically throughout the game." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So now we can punch them and they explode. And then every time I found one since that point, he's like, "Oh, sometimes I'll unlock new paths." I don't think I ever found one that did that, but I'm sure they exist. I haven't done like an exhaustive exploration of this whole game, like going back to like old areas. Like I was not going to fucking do that, but from that point forward, whenever I saw one of these, I busted it open and it usually just dropped some bullshit. Okay. And at that juncture, it's like, all right, fucking let's do this. So we roll over to the monolith, and as we're getting closer, Lune mentions that it's just like Luminaire's shield wall, and that maybe we can just like cross through it. And so we go up and we try to, but it's like, nope, we can't. And then Verso like teases Lune a little bit, and it's like, all right, let's do this Exxon thing. And so the first accent I went to was Cyrene because I'm dyslexic. It's and so it was like, you got to go, the one at the west is easier. And I was like, cool. And so then I went to the one to the east because in my brain, that was west. It's fucking retarded I am. And it was so hard. And I'm like over leveled by like 30 levels. But the boss of this, I'll talk about it a little more when we get there. But there's a lot of charm capabilities here, and I have like one way to cure charm, and that's to equip this like picto that like when I use a healing potion, essentially, then it like allows me to cure my like status effects as well. And so even when I had that equipped, which made the boss like, it didn't make it trivial because I still had to like, it's like Minoko who attacks the most, gives like the highest agility because of like his weapon stuff and whatnot. Like all my characters are super tuned to just do as much damage as fast as humanly possible, and they have like no defense and very little life. And so when one of them gets charmed, they like fuck the other characters. And Minoko was there, like the first time I got like fucked, and it was one of those weird things where it's like Minoko like killed people and then he attacked himself and died, and I was like, oh cool, I'll just resurrect him. And so I did, and then he was still charmed, and I was like, fuck you, game. And, and then there's always the thing, because when it comes to like the main story stuff, I'm like super overpowered because I've been grinding and I have all this extra stuff from super bosses. But I like to actually play through the game a bit. When the super bosses, I have like no time or interest in, because it's like they're such bullshit. Like you really got to be like, I'm gonna spend half an hour fighting this boss, and I'm like, I don't got time for that shit. So I'm just gonna one punch them and steal their shit and gain some levels and whatnot. Anyway. So I was playing through like this legitimately, and I actually considered for a second. I was like, God damn, I'm gonna have to one punch this lady, because she charms like everybody so fast. But eventually I got the hang. It took me like 2 or 3 tries to get the hang of like parrying the charms, and then also being able to heal through the charms and whatnot. Okay, but we're not even there yet. So when we first show up to Serene's area, everyone's like very enamored by like the structure and the beauty of the whole thing, and I think Minoko mentions that this structure never existed before the fracture, and this was created afterwards, and the whole thing's kind of surreal. And then we come up to this like dais, and a squeeze like flying around, and then we see the large dancer lady who's Serene. She's just like dancing, and she's got like dancing people with her, dancing around, and each of the team members becomes enraptured and their eyes change like a single color because they're getting charmed or whatever, and they start dancing. Everybody but Minoko and Maele. And we find out that Serene is called She Who Plays with Wonder, because she fucking messes with your head and whatnot. And eventually, like specifically, Shiel and Lune kind of get like enraptured by this woman, Axon thing, and then the Axon lady like takes off, and they like come out of it, and then Verso's like, we got to make sure we like get through this as fast as possible, so we don't fucking lose our minds here. And then the ladies talk about how mesmerizing she was as we head deeper in. This place is fucking huge, and I got lost like 3 times. It is one of the worst levels I've ever played. I've played in this game, just because I got confused and turned around, and there was like things you could get on that like move you around, like kind of like an elevator, but they do like a sweeping motion instead of going up and down or left and right. And I ended up like back at the beginning of the level like twice, and I was like, how the fuck did I get here? I got like so turned around. Anyway, here we find the Diary of the 55th. And they used pictos attached to music, which was really, really good, except they found some Neverons that didn't have ears or couldn't hear, and then they were like, fucked. And the dude is like, I miss my kids and grandkids, maybe I should just stayed back. And he's like, we're going to try drums next, see if that works out for us, and clearly it didn't. Further in, Verso mentions that Expedition 67 broke a lot of walls out here, which made it possible for us to be more successful getting around. So that's good. We find a door to the manor. It leads to a bathroom, and also a faceless man. He talks about knowing the true self, and there's a mine down here as well. Let's see. We run. Oh, okay. A mime. Sorry, I said mine. I wrote mine, but it's fucking autocorrect. So there's another mime down here, so we can get some more hair. There's a lot of shit here. We run into this giant Neveron thing that's just like sewing away ceaselessly for Serene. Verso tells us that it would be to our advantage to take it out, but I choose not to. Because I walk up to it, it's like not very, the game is literally like, it's not hostile, you sure you want to fight it? And I was like, well, I guess not. I mean, I left those white ones alone. I'm sure that's going to be some sort of benefit to me later on, so maybe this would be a benefit for me. And I would say, hey, if you're playing through this game, just fucking kill that asshole, because I got no benefit from it. In fact, it made the boss like hard, because he would keep summoning like shields for fucking Serene when she got down a little bit in her life, which isn't a big deal, because like I have Minoko and Melee have abilities which just like shred shields, or they just ignore shields. Well, Melee has an ability called like break shield or break something, and it just destroys all shields in like one hit. And then Minoko has an ability that just completely ignores shields. It just like attacks with like as if the shield wasn't even there. And they both are usually kill things before Verso even gets a chance to fight because he's like slow as shit compared to them too. He does the most damage. If like he has this ability that is like it takes like a turn, but since I have like a Picto that gives me 2 turns in a row, I can just use it and then he automatically does it, and it does like max damage like 10 times. Like it's so fucking strong. Anyway, but I choose not to do that. But we do find this other kind of guy that's like a semi mini boss, a big dude called Glissando, and I just run into him and kill him. He also does charming shit. And then we find Diary 67. They talk about exploring the place until they ran out of like... they talk about like empathetic distress because of like the madness or whatever. And that it overcame like everybody. And that maybe they're just going to stay here and enjoy the melody and like die. We get closer and closer to Sirene, which is just siren in French, I think, because she sings and mesmerizes people and whatnot. So Verso checks in with Lune, because she's really connected to this creature and the dancing and the music and all that stuff. And then while he's checking in, Melee swears that she's seen this dance before. And again, it's like a lot of like, hey, something's going on. Melee is connected to this whole thing and like this world, or Verso, or like Alicia and all this stuff. Like a lot more than like we understand at this point. But we still haven't gotten like any firm confirmation. And don't worry, it comes. Anyway, then everyone starts seeing, as we get real close to Sirene, everyone starts seeing like family members or having visions of things. So like Melee sees Gustav standing there happy. Lune sees her parents, like her old Vietnamese parents, and then Chiel sees her husband holding a baby, who's like her child or whatever. And then Monoko sees Noko, and it seems only Verso's immune to the whole situation. And then all of a sudden, Sirene like sweeps all the visions away, and it's time to fight. And the first time I fought this guy, she fucking massacred me because she charmed people. I mentioned this a little bit before, but she just charmed and beat the shit out of me. So the second time around, I equipped the status, the tint. So when you use a healing tint, which tints are like the potions you can use in battle, and then so that it would cure all status elements when I use that. And so the second time around, it wasn't like One Punch Man at all, but it's a lot easier. So we beat the shit out of her. And then she starts screaming. Everyone's like holding their ears, can't move except Lune. And then Sirene offers her hand over to Lune, and Lune goes up. And then she summons like this. It's like her final move, right? Sometimes these battles have like final moves. And so when Lune gets up to like where Sirene is at, she does this super powerful like ink blast kind of attack at her. And that destroys Sirene and leaves like some cloth, which is like the heart of Sirene, which is needed to create the ultimate weapon or whatever. So back to camp, Lune hands the cloth over to our friend over here, the curator, and then he points at Melee, and Lune is like, oh, I guess he wants you to do it. So gives it to him, or she gives it to her, Melee, and then Melee hands it over. And when she hands it over, she sees like a vision of Renoir real quick. And she's like, what? I thought I saw Renoir. And Verso's like, oh, yeah, something else, blah, 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 blah. So, interesting. And so now it's time for my favorite part of the game, the relationship building. So first thing we do as Verso is talk to Monoko. Monoko. He's impressed with the expedition. He says they're really cool. And then he talks about how he wants to cut Verso's hair and then discuss hair cutting or whatever. And then Verso finally agrees if we can like match hairstyles and get new haircuts, which we unlock. And it's like, yay, twinsies. Next up is Esqui, and then he has some complaint about jellyfish because they can fly or something. I don't know. Next up is Melee. She asks about the visions of Renoir that she's been having here and elsewhere. Talks about nightmares, and then like she gets kind of sad about her place in reality and life and how her parents just said she was an accident or whatever. And then Verso tries to cheer up. He's like, hey, do you know what the word Melee means? It means like prince or chief. So in your case, like princess, you're like their princess. So clearly they did, despite like you being a mistake probably because they died when you were like 3 years old, that you were an unwelcome, that you were like a good surprise, not a bad surprise. And so she scoffs at this, and he's like, well, hey, I think they had bigger dreams for you than you think. And she's like, I have no aspirations for the future. She's like, all I ever wanted to do was just leave Lumine and see the world. And he's like, what about you? And he's like, I don't know. I used to play music. I studied piano. And then she's like, well, will you promise me to put on a concert someday that I can watch like the opera house? And he's like, yeah, for sure. Next up is Lune. She was right. Verso admits that, hey, you were right. We killed the Axons. My bad. They were bad, but not zero. Then we go over to Shell, and she's like, all right, just one more to go, and then we can finally get this painteress situation taken care of. And then he talks to her about how she seems so calm, and they talk about they both like walk with death, and that since they've had so much death in their lives, it's just kind of like a thing. Like there's like an afterlife, and he's like, "Do you really believe in an afterlife?" And she's like, "Well, either I enter the void and I join my family, or there's a place afterwards and I'll see him there. But it's like either way, I'm not here doing whatever." And then she gets super randy, and from this point forward, whether you romance her or not, she constantly discusses like having like wanting to fuck, or like nodding in approval when you choose Lune to like fuck instead. And if you say no to like, so you can start the romance option here with her. But since I'm hooking up with Lune, she's like, all right, I'll just go take care of myself. Da, 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 da. Jesus. So then we get the check up on the others option, and we see Melee's just chilling with Esqui when Versa walks up. And he's like, hey, do you mind if I play here? And she shrugs, and so he summons a piano, and he starts to play. And then we get this like very nice little scene where she gets up and sits with him, and she's like humming along, and they're like rocking back and forth. And then Esqui is like dancing in the background. It's like extremely sweet and nice. And then they start laughing, and she asks about the song because it sounds very familiar. And he's like, well, I used to play it for my sister. He used to play it for his sister, and it sounds very familiar to Melee, who looks just like his sister. In case that hasn't been blood enough for you. Jesus. Anyway. And she's like, will you play another song? And he's like, sure. And then it's time for sleep. And shockingly, because normally when it's like you hit the option to like, all right, time to go to sleep and end this camp thing, you get like another cutscene. But this time you don't. You just like, all right, it's time to head over to Visages, who's the other Axon. And Visages is named the he who hides the truth with lies. And this place is like full of faces, like faces, mask faces all over the place, kind of like Easter Island, but like a little more creepy, like a lot more creepy. And so as we continue, Shell mentions that there's like a creepy singing going on as well in the background. And the others are like, yeah, this place is really creeping us out. Like, this place is like creeptastic. And so once we enter the central plaza here, we see all these faces are like starting to fly around. And then one comes and looks directly at us. And it seems oh, and then it transforms into like this Nevron guy, and the whole place gets like dark, and he just walks up, and he's not fighting us or anything. And Verso's like, it's a trap. And then the face comes up first, and then like invites us forward, and the Verso mentions the trap, and then the world gets all crazy looking, and a large knight looking dude like walks up, and he tells us, hey, you don't need your weapons here, I'm harmless. And then Verso like snaps back about like, well, if you're harmless, then the weapons are also harmless because they're not going to do anything. And then like the masked gentleman knight guy is like, touche. And he's like, welcome, come see Visages. He's just right over here. Don't worry about it. And then Melee's like, what about all these other pathways that we can go? And he's like, well, something about you got to find your own mask and you can do what you want, but your invitation stands. And then he leaves. And then Shale just tells us exactly what we just learned, which is like, okay, so there's four paths. There's that path which has Visages who invited us, and then there's other passages. So we can either go straight for it or we can deviate and do other paths. So of course we're going to go to other paths because that is the obvious decision if you want to have an easier battle. Just like I should have killed that motherfucker who casted shield on Cyrene, because fuck that guy. So I learned my lesson. So first place we go to is like this fire face thing, and I call it that because there's fire everywhere. And the main bad guy here, so there's like 3 bad guys in this area, and all 3 bad guys are in all 3 like biomes for like the other faces that you have to find, but each one is like takes prominence, and then there's like a boss at the end of each section, and that boss is like specifically the Nevron that like matches the theme, I guess, of the area, which this one is anger, because fire and rage and stuff. Anyway, so we find a manor door here, and it takes us to this like completely empty room. And there's an unknown journal here written by somebody, and it talks about the art of his son, and he can never be a true artist, and that there's always a mask and masks on masks. And then we get to the very end, and there's a giant fire mask, and it gives us a riddle, and then it's some bullshit riddle that doesn't make any sense. But then it's like, am I expressing anger, sadness, or joy? And it's like, well, anger, obviously. and the guide I used to like build characters and kind of look up some of the romance stuff, it literally has a section where it's like how to solve the mask puzzle or the riddles, and I'm like, you have to be so fucking retarded, seriously, to not like, get what's going on here, to not get what's being laid down. Especially like the sadness level, which we get to, has rain, and the joy one is just like beautiful, great green grass and like nice trees and stuff. And it's like, how could you not understand what's going on here? Like, come on. Like, why would you need a guide for this? Like, I love guides. Like, I love them. I use them excessively. But, like, in this case, like, come on, man. Even I'm not that dumb. Anyway, so once we do that, then we get to fight the boss. Then it explodes, sending us back to the start. The next area is like that verdant forest place I was telling you about. Again, the mask eats us when we enter. And it seems like a lot of levels just reused here, but it's like different. So it's kind of lazy, but at the same time, it makes sense because it's like each one's just a different emotion, like the same theme or whatnot. We find a mime here, get a French outfit for Verso. We also find Expedition 69's diary. They're the climbing expedition. They talk about new handholds. The person here loves being on recon. Some people don't like it, but she loves making maps and prepping trails for future expeditions. And then, you know, the whole thing where it's like we all carry this forward, each expedition to the next. So we talk to the mask. This one is Joy, and then we fight it, beat it, and then it like goes to sleep. And the last one's Sad Face, and this is one with like rain everywhere. Shale mentions feeling bad for the Neverons because the Neverons here don't attack us because they're all sad apotami, so they just like sit there. So we can go attack them if we want, but I choose not to. And then Monica mentions that it's very noble that she feels that way, but it's a fatal impulse. Here we find the expedition diary number 39. Talking about this place is very odd. The Neverons don't seem like they want to fight. They'll still kill you though if you attack them. And then maybe if he wears one of their masks, they'll leave him alone, which obviously all died. So we hit up the big sadness mask, fight that. Afterwards, sinks in the ground crying. And then we head off to Visages, finally, after we defeat all the mask levels. We find a fading man. He bemoans someone whose life was cut short by war, by the hubris of his elders. And then, as we continue, Lune asks Monoko what it means... the name, guard the truth with lies. And he's like, it's exactly what it sounds like. And she's like, well, is he guarding it to protect it? Like, is he guarding the truth with lies to protect it? Or is he guarding it to for control? And Monaco's like, yes. Based. As we get closer, Shield picks up a mask, hears laughing, she tosses it. We fight, we beat the shit out of this guy. Like no charm or nothing, so we just like hammer the shit out of this guy. We then get sent to a dark realm, and there's the night guy, and it's like, oh, this is the real Visages. Oh, okay, this is the real one. He talks about people wanting to know what is behind the mask. Great art is both a window and a mirror, like a journal from the manor before that we read. And this guy, let's see, then we beat his ass, and at this point I'm so overtuned, I'm like level 85 from all my like cheat grinding that I just massacre this dude like it's nothing. He then sends masks flying everywhere, saying, we all need masks! And everyone gets masks, and they're like shaking their heads and stuff. This is clearly Shale's level. So she gets one on her face, but she takes it off, walks up the Exon, tears its mask off, doing her like final, her like limit break or whatever to kill this guy, just like Looney did with Cyrene. And then she says, the mask can't hurt me because it is me. And this releases the rest of the crew. And it's like, all right, time to head back to the curator. So Versa walks up to the Visages, kneels and said, oh wait, Verso walks up to Visages, kneels and says that was Verso, wasn't it? Yep. So we'll get to this later, but each one of these axons represents something very specific to the person who created them. And so this gives us like a big hint. Like Visages was Verso, is what Verso says to it. And it's like, Jesus Christ, fucking game. Like, again, it all makes sense later. Anyway, so Melee and Shale bring the mask back to the curator. And hand it over, and then the world goes back to grayscale right here, and the Melee sees Alicia again, and then who's the masked woman from before, and then the Melee asks who the curator is, and it turns around, does some magic bullshit, and then hands us a weapon, which is a special sword for Melee, the Barrier Breaker, acquired. And so now it's time to face the Paintresses. And now it's relationship time again. So we start with Monoko, as I like to do. He wants to play a game, but Verso calls him out for cheating, always cheating. And so we duel instead. So after we duel, we drink. Fun times. Next up is Esqui. And Esqui talks about how he misses Soari, something like that. Verso finds out that Clea gave Francois his own rocks, and then they have a conversation about like, well, why does Francois always steal your rocks then? And then Esque, who is the best, is like, because he's fun. We like to have a good time together. It's like, God, Esque, you're too pure for this world. Next up is Mel. She is really, really sad looking, so Verso approaches her. And then she's spending a lot of time thinking about Gustav and about the others and everything else that's going on. And then he asks her how he handles loss. And then he tries to joke around about it, but that doesn't go too well. She gets kind of pissed off about the whole situation, to be completely honest. They then talk about life after death and like the legacy you leave or like what it means and how people live on through us in our actions and our deeds and our memories and whatnot. And that's something Male can do to kind of like help her move on and like be accepting of Gustav's passing is to talk to him in her death. And she's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I do it sometimes. It kind of helps just to imagine what you would say to the person, and you have the conversation as if they were there, and it kind of helps you resolve a lot of stuff, there's a lot of excellent advice. I don't know who these writers are, but they clearly took at least like they clearly took like a Psycho 101 course or something at some point. Like they really understand like human psychology, and there's a lot of stuff they reference in this, and like the whole overarching theme of like loss and family and moving on and what that means for different people is like excellent. It's like superbly excellent. Next up is Lune. She apologizes to Gustav for not trusting him in the first place, and that she should have listened to Shell. And he's like, oh, that's all right, don't worry about it. He then asks her about the Expedition 33's diary, the journal, and how she's so fastidious and note-taking and stuff. And she mentions like, oh yeah, I've been like that since I was 4 years old. And he's like, 4 years old? That's pretty fucking young. And she's like, well, when you die at 32, you got to get started as early as possible. In fact, everyone starts their apprenticeship. Everyone her age started their apprenticeship, or people in general start their apprenticeship at 6 years old, because you really, you only got like less than 30 years of life, so you got to like get in what you can. But then she was apprenticed to her parents as like researchers and stuff, so of course they wanted to get an early start. Jesus. And at 4, and as someone who has a 6-year-old at this point, I was like, damn, if I tried to get my 6-year-old to like study and do stuff, she would be like, how about you go fuck yourself? Anyway. Then Verso tells Une about his parents and how they were very well respected artists, and which is an understatement of the year. When we finally get the truth. But anyway, he was under a lot of pressure to do the same thing and all this stuff. But what he really wanted to do was music, so he chose music instead, which is it's a different kind of art. But it's not the art thing. Anyway, she's like, oh, that's awesome. I play guitar. And he's like, oh, do you know how to summon an instrument from Pictos? And she gives him this look like, go fuck yourself. Like, of course I do. And in my head, it's like, that's where the guitar came from. She wasn't just lugging that thing around. It all makes sense. Oftentimes, I have found in this game where I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And then later on, it's like, oh, magic bullshit. Got it. Okay, well, I'm glad it was broached, not just like hand waved away. Like, if like every concern I had about the story, well, not every concern, but the majority of the concerns were like easily explained later. And it was like, oh, okay, gotcha. And then in my head, it's like, he did summon a whole piano. Like, I guess with magic, I guess this is like a more thing. Anyway, and then they talked about playing music together at some point in the future. Lastly, we hit up Shell, and we found out that she used to be a farmer. And then Verso kind of jokes with her about that's why she uses a scythe, but he's never seen like a two-handed scythe before, or a two-bladed scythe. And she's like, oh, you get way more work done if you do it that way. And then they talk about the gardens back at Luminaire and how Verso used to like to walk through them and stuff. And she mentions, oh yeah, they've expanded it a lot since the fracture, because they'd sent these teams out to surrounding islands around Luminaire, not here on the continent. Which continent I feel like is kind of like not the right term, because the continent is just like, it's like the whole thing's like an atoll. Like it's just like more islands. Especially when you can finally fly with Esqui, it sunk in then that I was like, oh, this thing's like, I guess it all used to be one continent, right? So if you're not in Lumiere, they're like in the continent, and then there's like small islands. I don't know. It seems kind of like weird, because the whole thing is just like fucking islands at this point after the fracture. So whatever. Anyway, so they'd send people out to get plants and stuff from the other islands, bring them back and plant them in the garden and whatnot. And that is how she met her husband, Pierre. Oh, delightful. And then she mentions that talking about him really hurts, because he just like died one day. He didn't die of a gommage or anything. He was like out at a nearby island doing some work, and he just like, it was like a boating accident or something, and he died. And they didn't even know about it until his body or they couldn't even bury his body because it washed away. And she was really sad about it, because they were supposed to have 5 more years together, but whatever. And then at this point, she like talks about being lonely, wink wink, because she wants to fuck again, which I didn't fuck her the first time, but if you're down, like, here you go. But I was like, no, I'm going to choose to keep it friendly and cool, because I'm hooking up with Lune over here at some point in the future when I can finally get past her like Ravenclaw tendencies. And she's like, all right, that's fine. I got you. I'll take care of myself again. Wink, wink. Anyway, it's time for sleep. Okay, this time we got a cutscene. Good. I was concerned. This cutscene's pretty short. It's just everyone talking about facing off against the Paintress. Shiel calls out someone for hiding a terrible secret. Of course, it's Verso. And at first, he gets like very concerned looking, like he gets like a look from Minoko. And then she's like, "You have all your wine." And like Esque is completely made of wine. He's full of wine. Like, what is this shit? There's wine everywhere. And then Esque's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. She tricked me with rocks." Oh goodness. I believe male is like gross wine. Do you have any apple juice? And they all kind of laugh at that. And then Verso, while they're kind of like the girls are drinking and dancing and having a gay old time, he kind of walks off and looks at the monolith. And then at that point, Alicia, the masked girl, walks up to him and she hands him a letter. And then he takes her mask off and he says, "My beautiful sister doesn't need this mask." And then they hug it out. At that point, Renoir shows up and tells Verso he's condemning her to death. And then has Verso, they have a conversation. Essentially, it's just like a berating by Renoir, by his father, about the consequences for him, for the family, for everything else. And then we see the girls, they're totally smashed at this point. They're just like drunk dancing in the background, which is pretty funny. And then Renoir talks to him more about being willing to pay the price, about painting their own prison or something like that or whatever, and then the consequences of actions. And it's all kind of very not saying things directly, just talking about things that they both understand the consequences. So he's just the consequences. And it's yes, are you willing to pay the price? You're painting us into a prison here with all this bullshit and something. And then him and Alicia wander off. At that point, it's time to head to the monolith. So we have a little cutscene when we get to the barrier, and it's Lune. She takes the sword and taps at it. She's like, all right, this is going to work. And then she hands it over to Mael, who just shoves it in there and is yeah! They smash it open, and it's all right, cool. And then we just take control again on a nearby island. And on that island, we find a journal from Expedition 40. And they talked about how they made gliders and that they sent a couple of people flew the gliders into the barrier and they just got zooped, gommaged immediately. And it was ruh-roh. And they're well, I guess that's not going to work. And then I guess they're kind of stuck on this island. And she's well, I guess they'll just fish. And hopefully the water Nevrons, which I've never met any really, besides that open world, that above ground pseudo water level. Hope they didn't know the fish. Guess we'll just fish and wait to die. Sad times. So now we head to the monolith for realsy this time. And we walk up and we just walk right up to the paintress. And she's this big old lady. And everybody starts pumping themselves up except Verso and Monoko, who just kind of look concerned. Monoko gives Verso a look the best that he can with he's just a Gestal with a mask. Gesteel. And then Verso's pretty hesitant about the whole thing. Walking up to the paintress too, there's all these candles and stuff, and then we immediately start the battle, and we are completely unable to do any damage whatsoever. She just ignores us. The game literally is she's ignoring you. And every attack you do is just nullified, nullified, nullified. And then Verso's kind of confused. He's well, the gradient attacks should at least work, because they take out the color of the paint or whatever. And then Mael approaches her. And at that point, she enters the grayscale world with the woman, and then there's that woman with no face from the manor before. Verso can see this too, and he's super concerned. And then all the women's heads light on fire, everyone's heads light on fire except Verso. And then Verso's he's yelling at the thing, is this what you want? This is what you're gonna get. And he grabs on to Mael so that he starts being lit on fire as well. And at that point, she cuts the fire out, and then we all get pushed back to the colored world. And then the woman with no face opens up a portal and heads through it. And then Verso's well, if we're going to do this, let's go. We got to go quick. And so we do that. And now we're inside the monolith. Hooray. Exciting. And this level is hella long. So Lune questions what that creature was and why it helped us. And I'm well, it's trying to kill us first, but I guess it kind of helped. And if you hadn't figured out, it has directly to do with her connection to Verso and his untimely death and the importance of him existing. So then Mael says that inside here she can sense the real paintress and that her heart is way up above. So up we go. And in this, we kind of go through the main, so there's the biomes that are the main story, right? From each time we had to do a main story kind of quest throughout Act 1 and 2. We went through these major biomes. And so you have to essentially go through mini versions of all those in this one level. And as I said before, it's pretty long. We find a bunch of random shit here too. We find Expedition 70's flag here, which is interesting because somehow they got in there, and we'll find their diary later. But it's super interesting because it's I guess some people made it into the monolith, right? Because here they are. And there's, I think, 60 flags here too, but I never found their diary. And then every now and again, while we're traveling through the monolith, the world will go gray, and we'll see the paintress doing different things. The first time we run into it, the whole screen turns gray, and then we see the paintress just painting a bunch of paint, and then the scene disappears. And then he asks Verso what that was all about, and he's I don't know. And then Mael sees fire again. Let's see. And then later on we get another scene with the paintress, only this time she's teaching 3 children how to paint, a boy and 2 girls. And then we also find some gesturals here. And this guy specifically is like, I don't know how I got here. I was like wandering around and I was like, oh, I'm going to go in here. And then I got stuck and I've been here for ages, which is great because I found all this treasure that no one's had access to, but I've had no one to sell it to. So I don't know what to do with myself. So please buy all my shit. And I'm like, okay. The next little like gray screen area we get that we see the paintress sitting on a bench when like a faceless man or a man comes, sits next to her, and they like seem to have an argument, and then she storms off. And then Shale and Lune talk about how it looked like she was fighting with her husband. We find another manor door here, which leads to this beautiful garden arboretum area that's like on the top floor of the manor. And inside we find the journal of Aline. And Aline is clearly the paintress. In this journal, it kind of is meandering and rambling, and it makes a lot more sense once you've like gotten more of the story. But right now, it just says something about memories returning, and she wants to rage, but all she does is float in endless nothingness. That she cannot stand Alicia, like she can't stand being around her, which is like super sad because that's her daughter, obviously. And then like how he doesn't understand, and he's coping with it in a different way, but she needs this way to cope, and she feels like the whole world is unraveling around her and stuff. And then when we get to the next gray, we head back out and head on to the next portion of like the inside the monolith, and then we see Alicia arguing with the paintress. And then at some point, Mael mentions that these are her memories, like, and she says her as in like Alicia's or the paintress's memories of like all this stuff that's occurred recently. And they're like, "How do you know that?" And she's like, "Well, I can read it in the chroma." We find another gestural here, so there's not just one. And then a faceless boy who has like running a train station, and he's like, "Let choo-choo all the way all the old Luminaire." And we're like, "All right, cool. Yep, next level. Let's go." The next gray out scene, we see the paintress teaching a boy to play piano. And if you're putting things together, you know exactly who that boy is. Moving forward, we move on. As we move on, Lune questions, like, what are we saying? What is all this? And then Shale's like, I don't know, but it's Verso. You doing okay? You seem like you're very affected by all these scenes and whatnot. And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. Let's just keep going. And finally, this is where we find the Expedition 70 diary. And these are the guys who've been installing all these grapple points everywhere. And it's like their whole mission was just to like go everywhere and install grapple points, including inside the monolith. Like they weren't even trying to like stop the paintress necessarily. And he's like, this is our gift. They made it into the monolith. We worked our way through most of it, and here we go. And then we find a boss that's literally Clair Obscur, which is the name of the game. And I was like, oh damn. And he was super fucking easy, and I was like, that's too bad. But then, so Clair Obscur, while we're here, it's like a type. I just know about this because I like French Impressionist paintings. But Clair Obscur is like a, if I remember correctly, it's like a way to paint where you like highlight the difference between like bright and dark colors. Right? Or like it's a focus on like the shades, right? So there's like two sides. There's like the light side and the dark side, and then as we get to the end of the game, like the title becomes like exceedingly like wow, that was really on the nose. But right now it's just like funny because there's lots of bad guys around here called Clairs, and they're like white, and then there's the Obscure and they're black, and then the Clair Obscur is like half white, half black. And again, it doesn't. I was like, oh, this is exciting, and then I killed it, and it was like, well, it gave me like just another like random picto or something, and I was just like, wah, wah, wah. Finally, we get to the top. We go to the grayscale, and we see the paintress and her husband holding hands. And Mael notices that Renoir is walking up. Verso steps up and says that we are taking her down. Like, this is it. And he mentions the pain of losing you is being inherited. The pain of loss is inherited. And then Renoir talks about how he refuses to lose his son. And then Verso says, your son's a stranger now. Like, we're not like the same as we were before. And then Renoir, they get into an argument about, no, he is. It's been too many years, blah, blah, blah. And then finally Renoir's like, well, if saving you means losing you, then so be it. And then Verso's like, hey, we don't need to kill him. We just need to incapacitate him. And so then we start fighting, and then when we get him to about halfway, he summons this like crazy lightning lion thing, rolls up, and heals him back to full. And then we beat the shit out of him some more, and like real good. And And then again, he absorbs like chroma and gets back up, and he tells Verso to remember who his real family is, and that it's not Mael, but them, and he condemns all of them. And then Mael starts like finally putting things together, right? It's like, why would he keep thinking Mael's his family? Like, what does she have to do with anything? And it's like, well, because they're best friends. It's like, or there's two families, but we're getting there. And Mael's like, wait a second, I think I figured it out. And then he does something that causes everyone to suffer, some super chroma attack. Renoir does. And at that point, the curator walks up. And Renoir mentions that at long last they meet. And something about destroying him won't bring his wife back or whatever. And the curator walks up to Mael, and she takes his hand, and then they walk up to Renoir, and they just like touch him, and they gomage the shit out of him. He is out. And at this point, I'm starting to notice, like, wait a second, this gomage thing, I thought the gomage was like people turning into like flowers or whatever because of the whole flower thing at the beginning of the game. But there's so much paint theme in this that it's like, wait, the gomages, they get turned into like paint chips. So it's like, wait a second. It's like, are these just paintings that are being destroyed? Wait, is this whole thing in a painting? We'll get there. At that point, the curator fades away too. And Mael finally got her revenge for Gustav and whatnot. And Looney's like, how'd you do that? And Mael's like, I don't know. The curator, when he touched me, I felt like I knew how to do it. And then I did it, and he helped me. And then Looney's like, could you do it again? And Mael's like, yeah, I think so. I think I could. Shiel asks what Renoir was talking to the curator about. And Verso, again, is like, I don't know. He definitely fucking knows. That guy's an asshole. So anyway, onward we go. We walk up to the paintress. She's the faceless woman, just like the curator. So the curator and then the faceless woman, and the paintress and the curator are husband and wife. Got it. She actually speaks to us, finally. It's like, oh, you've come back. And then she starts walking forward directly at Mael. And she mentions like the fire. Is Mael really here, or is she not? Is he playing tricks on her again? And then she calls Mael Alicia because she's Alicia. Mael asks if she's gonna burn her face again. Damn, girl. And then she reaches out for Verso and says that they need to go home. And the Verso tells her that she needs to go home. And then the paintress says that she gets mad, and she's like, you're not Alicia, and that Verso is not her Verso. And Verso says that, yeah, your Verso's dead. And you're like, the fuck is happening? She then starts talking about her creations, or his creations. She's talking about his creations and points at like Eske and Monoko, and that they're not her creations. And then the painter starts like really losing it. And then Verso turns to Lune, and he's like, come now, this is what your expeditions were created for. And then we start the fight. And during the fight, she talks about Renoir giving into his ways and such. And we're able to like take her down. And then she turns into like giant paintress. And at that point, Verso's like, Esque! And then he shows up and he's got Sori. So this lets us fly on his back up to like the paintress. So the paintress goes into like the giant paintress, but she's like in the heart. She's the heart. So she's like the heart of the giant paintress. And so then Esque flies us up so we can like fight the little paintress inside the giant paintress. It's pretty wild. And finally we take the big gal down. Then Esque lands and we all hop off, and the little paintress floats down and then collapses. Mael walks up to her, and it's time for round 3, but round 3 is pretty short. She takes one turn, heals Mael, and then immediately goes down. And we get a Picto, the best Picto in the game, the one that lets us succeed 9999 damage. And since I cheat grinded, I'm maxed. I have so much. Like every one of my attacks, even if it's just like a regular punch attack for Mael at least, who I've just like overpowered completely, does like 9999 damage. So it's like, ooh boy, here we go. At some point I got her up to like 3.5 million damage or something. It might have been 2.5. I wasn't like paying that much attention, but I was like, Jesus. Like she's been held back. God damn. Anyway. Back to the priestess. So, Verso then goes and takes the hand of the priestess or the paintress as she's laying there collapsed. And then she's like, "Why, Verso?" And Verso's like, "It's time for you to rest." Mael then touches her with the help of Verso and gomages the shit out of her too. So she's sent back out. And then as she's like fading off, she's like, "Alicia." And then at that point, Mael gets like her eyes change, and she definitely gets some like recognition there. Like her whole eye changes color, and that might have just I don't know. It didn't like focus completely on her eyes. It was like the side of her head, but I definitely saw a color change. So unless that was a bug, it was like very important for us to know. It doesn't really go too much anywhere, but it does seem like she got some more recognition. And then we get a fun scene where the 33 disappears from like the monolith, the paint comes off, and then Lune and Shell are like ecstatic, while Mel and Verso kind of look sad and confused. And then Monoko mentions that they're all free now, and then Shell pulls out like an Expedition 33 flag, hands it to Mel, and the ladies all walk up and plant it, and they're like, no one's gonna come after us, so this is just symbolic, but still. And then Mel's like, we should go home. We then catch up with the crew, and they're flying away on the back of Eske. Again, Verso and Mel look disappointed. And then Shell's like, hey, Monoko, why are you being so quiet? And she's super excited. And they're like, oh, we have decades of our lives now. We have so much time to live. We can do so many things. This is so great. And then Lune's a little bit concerned about, she's like, I don't know. I have a lot of unanswered questions about everything that occurred. Like, it just seems like I don't know enough about what's happening. Like I said, Mele looks like she's in shock. Verso looks sad, and Monoko just looks kind of like zoned out as well. But either way you look at it, Esque flies all the way to Luminaire, and then once back, we have like everybody in the square, and everybody's celebrating and laughing, and Lune's talking to like her research buddies, and there's a bunch of children going to like play with Monoko and Esque, and Mel looks around, looks at the monolith for a minute, and then she walks up to find Emma and Gustav's apprentices, and she gives them like the bad news that Gustav didn't make it, and she hands one of the apprentices the diary, and he just like throws it on the ground and runs away because he's sad, hippopotamus. And then we got Verso like all on his own, and he walks over to the edge of the harbor, and he sits. And then he takes out the letter he got from Alicia earlier, and he reads it, and she's like, I'm so tired of this conflict between our families, between the two families. Yep. And she mentions that it's weird seeing Mel without all the scars because it's seeing herself, and then she identifies herself as the painted version, and that her family, the Alicia's family, is a facsimile of Mel's family. Let's see, facsimile of her family. Yep. And that without the paintress, now cause she knows that the paintress is going to be killed, and that without the paintress, no one's there to stop the gommages from occurring, and that Mel's father, the real Renoir, is causing the gommages, and that the paintress was simply putting up that when she would put like 33 or 70 or whatever, it was a warning because she was doing everything she can to like protect as many people as she could, but because Mel's father was. She was like stronger than him, so she was able to hold back for years, but that he was getting more strength as he was like building up power, and that it was like, hey, if you're I can only protect these people, and so things are just going to keep getting worse unless you do something to come help. So it's a warning. And that now that once she's gone, there's nothing that's going to stop Mel's father, the real Renoir, from gommaging everybody. And then she mentions that Mel's mother paints life and that her father paints death. Verso then looks at the letter, looks back, and then just like tosses it in the fucking water because it doesn't matter at this point. He then watches as there's like some sort of like explosion out by the monolith that extends outward, and then he closes his eyes as the whole world seems to stop and everybody starts gommaging. Including Shell and Lune, and then it's like Mel is like all alone by herself, and then finally she starts gommaging as well, and she falls to her knees and accepts her fate. And then we get a glimpse into the past, and we get like a title screen that says a glimpse of the past, and then it's like identified as monolith year number 49, and we see Verso standing in like a fire in the middle of, it's like standing in the middle of a fire as he's being like burnt up in a mansion. And then we see Maëlle as Alicia with a bird face as she wakes up in bed. And we hear Clea. Hey, it's Clea. She's calling for her. But Maëlle, or Alicia, yep, has no voice. And then we get a title screen, and it's like Epilogue Alicia. Jesus Christ. And so Alicia, who is Maëlle, who's Alicia, in like, I'm just going to say it here, in the real world, because everything that took place in this game thus far was not in the real world. It was in a painted world. Ba-bum-ba! And the gommages are just the paint being destroyed, like the canvas being destroyed, and the world like being torn down. And we'll find out more about that in a moment here. But so we're in the actual manner in the real world, and Alicia was in a fire, and Verso saved her, but then he died, and that caused a lot of problems here. And then we get some fucking lore dumps here, so get ready for it. So Clea, who remember Clea is the one who gave the stones to Esque, and we've heard her name before, and we find out that she's the one who created the Nevrons to help her father like overcome Aline, the mother, because the mother is stronger than Renoir, and so but Clea is like super strong too. So between the powers of like Clea and Renoir, they were able to like make movement against the paintress, who's Aline, the mother, and it's like Jesus Christ. So Clea's calling us from like this room, and so we enter the room, like this room in like the back of the downstairs of the manor. And when Alicia walks in, and this is Alicia Mael, so I'm just gonna call her Mael, but they're calling her Alicia at this point. So when Mael, like burnt up Mael in the real world Mael, walks into this room, we see like pictures of all like the axons around the room and some other paintings and stuff, and then we see this giant canvas that's like glowing blue, and we see Aline and Renoir, and they're like frozen in front of it, and they have like these painted eyes, like there's like paint all around their eyes. As we're investigating this whole situation, Clea walks up. Clea is Alicia's older sister. She mentions how their parents are still fighting each other inside the canvas, and that he has her trapped at the top of the monolith, and that she has him trapped at the bottom. Then Alicia asks about Verso, and Clea mentions that he is the painted copy from their mother's memories, and that he's not the real one, because the real one died in a fire. And then Alicia and her start talking about how they've been in the canvas for like way too long. And Clea's like, whatever. They've spent longer than others when they're fighting or doing some other bullshit. And then that their mother, Aline, has run and hid inside this canvas. But that Clea doesn't care. She's like over it, right? She's old enough now where she's like, fucking let her do it, whatever. There's no excuse. She was the head of the Painters Council, and she failed her responsibilities. And the real Verso died in that fire. And then Alicia's like, well, what about Papa? And Clea's like, well, I've been trying to help him, right? Because she's been making the Nevrons and all this other stuff to stop. Which seems kind of counterintuitive, to be completely honest, because, okay, so the way this is all set up, that we learn about this throughout this conversation, is that, okay, so Aline was the paintress. And then the curator is Renoir, the real Renoir. And so Aline fled into the camp, so there was like a fire. And that was the other thing we learned about right now. I'm trying to wrap my head around the best way to explain this. Okay, so in like the real world, quote unquote, of the game, there's different guilds or different factions that have different like capabilities or powers or whatnot. So that there's the painters, and the painters can paint these canvases, and these canvases become like worlds. So they're essentially like gods, right? Because they can control, and they're immortal, and they can like go into these worlds and do whatever. And if they somehow die, they just get kicked out. So when we destroyed the paintress was actually Aline, and Aline was then removed from the canvas, right? So in the real world, Alicia got tricked somehow into some sort of trap because she was naive. We don't exactly know what that means. Having finished the game and done both endings, it never gets fully explained, but somehow her naivete led her into a trap with the Riders. The Riders is a different faction. We don't know anything about them. Maybe Kebel or whatever the developer of this game is, they have like plans for like another game, similar vein, or like maybe they'll do like a Riders. I have no idea. I've read nothing about that. Like it seems like they just like put their heart and soul into this and created like their masterpiece, which this game is kind of a masterpiece, to be completely honest. Like aside from a few hiccups in the story, and not like the story, but like in just kind of like explaining things and whatnot, which could just be like a lost in translation thing. And then I feel like the ending situation is kind of funny, but we'll get there when we get to the ending. But generally I would say like this is hands down one of the best JRPGs like ever made. Like it's definitely up there with like some Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI, and like my personal favorite Final Fantasy is like 15, to be honest. Just like because I care more about story than anything else. Like the gameplay in that is going to trash, but the gameplay in this game's good, right? So trying to think what else. Yeah, so this game is like a masterpiece, right? So I don't know if they have like other plans. It seems like they could easily continue or like build upon this world, because this world is like barely scratched. Because we spent a little bit of time in the world, and then we head back into the canvas, right? And then we learned that like there's hundreds of these like canvases, and that these painters can just create like more worlds and do like whatever they want. So like like the possibilities of like expanding upon this universe, if you will, are essentially endless as far as I'm concerned. Now they might just be done, which would also be awesome of them to do, to have like created this whole like mythos, like, and like scratch the surface of it, and then to like nope out. But anyway, okay. So there's the writers and the painters. They don't like each other. Aline was the head of the painters for somehow Alicia, who's the youngest, right? So I think, if I remember correctly, Gustav is like in his mid-20s when he died. And Alicia, so Alicia is like 16-ish. And so he's like 10 years older, and then Clea's even older. So Clea's like in her 30s, right? Or like late 20s. So she is like far and away like an adult. Like she is also like a paintress, if you will. And then we learn from Renoir later, the dad, that he was not as skilled as Aline. And Clea mentions that as well here. So she's gone into like, and I've mentioned that as well, talking about this. So she's gone in to like help Renoir destroy like the Aline who's hiding in the canvas so she can like so she'll leave. Because she's refusing to leave. Because she's mourning the death of Verso, who died in the fire because he sacrificed himself to save Alicia. And Alicia still got burnt up. Right, so that kind of like really fucked the family up, and that's like when we read Aline's journal earlier. She talks about how she can't stand Alicia because she knows that it's like Alicia's fault that Verso's dead, and if Alicia had like listened or been less naive, or like obeyed her parents or whatever, that none of this would have happened. Right, and this goes back to like kind of the central theme of the story, which is like families are complicated. Right. Anyway, so what she did is she went into this world we've been living in, the world of Expedition 33, is the canvas of Verso. It's like it's his first canvas. I think it might be his only canvas world. He spent so much time in there. He'd go on adventures here with Clea when they were younger, and then with Alicia and with the whole family. And then like Alicia, we learned that Clea has like her own like little space here where she would like hang out and like do other things. And then her and Verso would play games in here, and that he created like his best friends, which are Minoko and Esqui, and it was just like everything was super great. And that time flows differently in this world than it does out, obviously. Because this is 49 and then we're 33, that's like 16 years, right? Which makes sense because at some point, Alicia's like really distraught about this whole situation, and Clea's like, why don't you go in there and help Papa? Like, get Mom out of there so that we can like move on with life. She's like, I don't have time to deal with this bullshit anymore between them because like we're at war with the Writers Guild or whatever. And I'm like, no one else is helping out like in this family because they're all fucking around over here because of what happened, and like someone needs to be the adult, and so I got to go deal with that. So if you want to be helpful, you can still paint. Like you can't talk, right? She can barely talk, but you can still get in there and like help out. And so Alicia is like, okay, sounds good. That's what I'm going to do. So then she goes into the canvas, but she's so weak in being a paintress that she like immediately gets overwhelmed by her mother, and her mother like paints her into the story, which is how she gets born as Maëlle. So Alicia immediately upon entering to like help her dad out actually becomes Maëlle and is born into a family and has like all that stuff happen. And then that leads all the way up to like the current story. And then, so when the Gamage happens, Alicia gets kicked back out, right? And so when she gets kicked back out, the mom's out, and the mom's, because she spent so much time in the canvas, she's ill, and so she needs to rest. So instead of like just destroying the canvas right then and there, which they kind of talk about doing, Alicia comes up with a plan because the painting has like the last remnants of Verso's soul, like real Verso. So the Verso inside. Okay, so when Aline went in, she created Verso, and she created the most exact replica of Verso she possibly could, using all her talent and her memories and like the little bit of soul that is inside Verso's canvas to create like essentially like a perfect replica of Verso. So the Verso that's been with us the whole time is a replica, right? He's a painted copy. And then Aline also created like the family around Verso, right? Which is like Renoir and and then Clea at some point mentions that, or Clea or Alicia mentioned at some point that the Renoir inside is not, he's like, he's not favorable. Because Aline painted him and she's super mad, like we saw in the journal, at Renoir for not like coping with this in the same way. Like she's, they're all having like it's like family tragedy and like sadness and stuff. And Aline's not taking it like well at all, or like in a healthy way at all. And Renoir's trying to like defeat her inside the painting so that she comes the fuck out and stays healthy. Anyway, so Alicia, who is now Maëlle, has spent 2 lifetimes, right? She's had 2 lifetimes. She spent an entire lifetime being born, raised, and living as Maëlle, and then her lifetime in like the real world as Alicia. And so she's very conflicted about this whole situation because essentially she's 2 people stuck in one. And so when she got gommaged out of there, after 16 years, so in year like 49, you know, that's when Alicia went in, and then 16 years later not in like the real world. In the real world, it's like a day went by, if that. Like, it was very quick. And the game never like specifies that I could find. Maybe it's one of the journals I didn't find talks about it, but they hide the canvas so the mother cannot find it. And then Clea's like, well, this is a good hiding spot, but you know mom's going to find it eventually, which she does. And then she goes back inside. Okay, so let me see if I missed anything. I wrote about a lot of this stuff down, but I just played this like last night, so I'm remembering it. Oh yeah, Clea. I forgot Clea's kind of like a bitch to Alicia. Like, not even like blaming her for the fire or anything. She kind of does, but she just like treats her very poorly. She's like, you're a liability, you're weak. Maybe you just go hide in the canvas and help Papa, and then maybe you'll be less worthless. And that Renoir has been slowly like erasing everything inside the canvas, but he has to do it like inside. They can't just like burn it on the outside or whatever, because it might cause problems if they like burn the canvas while they're inside. And that over the last like 100 years, essentially in the game, or 67 years or whatever, in the painted world, he's been taking more and more chroma, and whoever controls the chroma wins. And then Clea also makes fun of dead Versa for being a fool and dying and causing all these problems in the first place. And then she's like, Clea also mentions that she really needs Renoir back to like help fight the writers. So anything Alicia can do to get like their mom out of there so their dad will come out of there is going to be super helpful. And that all this craziness, all this like family drama and this family guilt and everything only ends if the canvas is destroyed, like the whole world's destroyed, and that way they can all, there's no more excuses, no more hiding, they can finally like move on with their life. And then yeah, so right after Alicia goes back into the canvas, okay, so then Alicia, when she goes back into the canvas in 49, in the painted world 49, and like Expedition 49 time, like when she's born in the thing and she gets taken over by her mother, that's when we like backtrack out of like the headline or the title line of Epilogue Alicia. And then we get like a whole flashback of like Melee being born. We flash back all the major events in the game that involve Maëlle, while like the painted mother, her like mother in the story, talks to the father about how she's like a princess and how they only have a short time with her, but they love her and they're so happy to be with her, and like she kind of like relives all this stuff. And then then we get the title card that is like Act 3, Maëlle. And we're back in Luminaire with Alicia, but this time instead of having red hair, she has white hair. And she walks around, and then she finally runs into painted Verso, and she goes and sits down with him, and he's alone, right? Because everyone else got like homage, because he is like it's he's so tied into this whole situation that he doesn't get erased, like he's protected essentially. And then he's like, oh, hey, Alicia, you're back. And she's like, I prefer Maëlle. And he's like, I do too. And she's like, you're not Verso. And he's like, nope. And he's like, you're not Maëlle. And she's like, I'm still Maëlle. And then he apologizes. Oh, and then she gives him a hard time. She's like, you should help me remember everything. And he's like, I know, I'm sorry. And she says she's sorry too. And then she talks about how everything is her fault, right? Because now she is like both Maëlle and Alicia, the real life Alicia. So she said that if she listened to her mother, she would have never trusted the writers, and none of this would have happened. There would have been no fire. She'd never need to be burned. She would have never been saved. Like this is all her fault. So she wants to figure out what to do with it. And then they talk about how Aline did like writing like another living Verso essentially into this world was a terrible thing, because she made him so realistic that like he is real, and now it's like, but he knows as well that he's not the real one, and so he has like memories of knowing that he's not real, but also that he exists. It's like a horrible existence like this guy's living in, because he understands that he shouldn't exist or whatnot. And that the Aline, while she's here, she's been pretending that Alicia was dead or got burned by the fire, but not that Verso died, right? So she's living in like complete denial, which is not healthy at all. And then they, excuse me. And then they kind of just like a lot of the stuff I was saying. This is where we get a lot of information. They talk about how the real Verso, he was like his best friends were Esque and the Gestals, especially, and the Grandice, and especially Monoko, and that he would not want the canvas destroyed. And so Mael wants to save the canvas from her father, because that's what Verso would want, not because of the mother, not because of her, or anything else. And that her mother being here for so long, Aline being here, was actually killing her, because you can go into the painted world, you can hang out for a while, but she was becoming so consumed with it that it was like eating away at her like very existence. And that's part of the reason when Roar like came in here to like fix the problem, because he didn't want to lose his wife. Like he'd already lost his son and somewhat like his daughter. He didn't want to lose his wife as well. And then Clea involved as well. It was causing some major problems. Let's see. And then they talk about how Mael is convinced that she can talk her father into helping to reset the world instead of destroy it. But Verso's not convinced. Mael has new powers, right? Since she recovered her memories, the painting powers and whatnot, they're pretty badass, to be completely honest. And then they talk some more. Let's see. They talk about her mother coming back in, like, no, we hid the painting, it'll be okay. And then Verso's very skeptical that Renoir is going to listen to Mael, but she's like, no, I'm Daddy's little princess, so listen to me. And so we go off together to find Renoir. Reaching the town square, we find the curator, dun dun dun. And if you've been paying attention at all, you probably guessed that the curator is actually real Papa Renoir. That's right. So he transforms from like the weird empty-faced like beast that he is with his giant fucking paintbrush into real Renoir. And then Mael runs up and they hug it out. He then looks over at Verso and he apologizes to Verso. He's like, sorry, my family has caused you so much pain and all this crazy shit that's been going on and stuff. And then he talks to Mael about how he's so proud of her that she was able to like get her team here together to like defeat the paintress / Aline and get her knocked the fuck out of the canvas so she can be okay. But now that that's taken care of, it's time for the canvas to be erased and destroyed. And this is going to help Verso stop feeling so much pain, because he's like real Verso but knows he's not real Verso, and it's like too super connected to like everything and the fire and like all the pain and regret of his family and like the real family and like all the like crazy nonsense that's going on. And then Mael and Renoir argue about the canvas, about Aline, about destroying the canvas, keeping it together, about Verso's like soul being inside the canvas and stuff. And then she says she wants this available because she wants to spend time here, because she was like born and raised here essentially as well, and so it has like a piece of her heart as well. And then there's like nothing for her in the real world, because she can't like speak, or she can barely speak because her throat's all fucked up, and then she's all burnt in the face, so she doesn't have like romantic prospects and like all this stuff. And then Renoir is all about like, no, you're just running away from this problem like your mom. I refuse to allow you to do this. It's not going to happen. If I have to, I will knock the shit out of you here as well so that you get kicked out. And then at that point, Renoir, after they get into this like argument, he starts like burning Luminaire down completely. He summons like his special Nevrons or whatever to like destroy the place and make it go away. And then Melee stops it, and then Esque flies down to pick them up along with Monoko. Let's see. Oh, and before they leave, Melee catches the, like, it's really weird and unexplained, but she essentially catches, like, the essence of Lune and Shiel as well. Oh, no, so SK has Monoko. So this whole time it's just been Verso and Mael. And then SK flies down with Monoko, and then Mael finds like the souls or whatever. It's like these floating orbs of light of Lune and Shale, and like grabs them up as well, so she can like bring them back to life. So then we head out of the Luminaire and head back to like camp, back to camp. So once we're there, Melee is trying to paint Lune and Shale back into existence, and she's really struggling, but she gets a pep talk from Minoko, SK, and Verso. And then once she gets that kind of taken care of, okay. Oh, during this whole thing, they talk about how the axons are essentially the essence of Clea and Verso and her, right? So there's 3 axons, there's 3 kids, yada, yada. They don't come out directly and say it, but that's pretty much what you can kind of figure, is that Clea is like Cyrene, and then Verso is like Visages, which, Verso kind of hinted at earlier on, like this Verso, not real Verso, because real Verso is dead. There's no real Verso, so I'm not going to keep dignifying that. And then there's the 3rd axon, which is clearly going to be, since the other 2 are the other 2 siblings, it's clearly going to be Alicia, who is now male in here. Knowing this somehow helps Mael like understand her paintress powers better, and then she's able to like paint Shale and Lune back into like existence. And when they pop out, they're like, "The fuck is happening?" And she's like, "There's a little bit you need to know about." And then we like fade to black while she explains everything. And Lune is like extremely fascinated by all this, but then immediately she looks over Verso and she's like, "Fuck you for not saying anything and not giving us any hints." And then Shale's like, "What about everybody else? What about somebody else back?" And Mael is like, "Well, I need chroma. Like, chroma is like the paint in the paint world or whatever, and that's, why it's so important and whatnot. And then whoever holds the chroma has like the power in the world, as we've discovered before. And that since Renoir has all of it, or the majority of it, she's like barely able to like even maintain like this small amount of like existence for these guys." And then Lune's like, "Well, what about all the..." Because the gommage is essentially him absorbing the chroma from like these beings so that he can have more control over the whole situation and whatnot. So, but what about the expeditioners? The expeditioners, when they died out there, they never got chromaged, so then their chroma is still in existence, right? And it's locked in there. And Melee's like, "I don't know, it's really old chroma," and then they talk about it for a little bit, and like Verso's very encouraging of the whole situation. At this juncture, we take over as Verso again, in the camp. And so we can start romancing. We continue our romance expeditions before the end of the world here. And so first we head over to Esque. Esque I'm so mad at Verso. I'm so mad at Renoir. He's being unreasonable, something. We go talk to Lune, and she's pissed. And she's like, "You knew for a fact that when we defeated the Paintress, everyone was going to be erased." And he's like, "That I did." And she's like, "Why don't you trust us? Why don't you tell us?" And he's like, and then he calls her out. He's like, "Hey, if I had told you, would you have gone through with it?" And she's like, and he's like, "Exactly." "Would you have helped if you knew it was going to be the end of all this stuff? Be responsible for the destruction of the campus and whatnot?" And she shuts the fuck up about the whole situation. Then he talks to Shale, and Shale's like, "You did what you felt was right, so I forgive you." And it's like, "Damn, Shale, you're such like a Pollyanna. It's great." And he's like, "You're not mad at all?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm super fucking mad. But, I got over it. I figured, like, hey, if I was in the same situation, like, if I had to sacrifice you to get my husband back, if by sacrificing you, Verso, I would get my husband back, I would do it. I would have done it without thought, right?" And so it's like the same thing with Verso. It's like, he had to sacrifice all these people to get, like, the world back in order, or to, like, end his pain or whatever. So it's somewhat similar. We then go track down Minoko, and he's like, "We got to push Renoir out of the canvas." And he's been weakened, but it's not going to last for... Oh, no, sorry. We talked to Minoko, and Minoko is like, "I told you so. You should have been honest in the first place." And Verso's like, "Whatever. Go fuck yourself." Then Mael and Verso have a conversation about how they got to push Renoir out of the canvas, that he's weakened, but that it's not going to last forever, so they got to make sure they act on all this stuff like right now, which means you get like the open world, and you now can fly and go, and then you can eventually go underwater, and then you can just fucking do whatever you want and fuck around for like 70 more hours if you really want, and grind out to like the max level and all this stuff before you like finally meander back over to Luminaire to fight Renoir. Anyway, what do they call it? Ludonarrative dissonance or some bullshit term? Anyway, I love it. Typical JRPG stuff. Let's see. Verso says that their battle could lead to another fracture of the world, and she's like, "Well, there's no other alternative." And he's like, "Well, you could just leave and let the whole thing burn down," which is clearly what Verso wants. And she's like, "No." and then they talk about like all this, like trying to get family members back, fighting for this, doing that. This is like the problem, that the Gomage didn't need to be stopped. That the Gomage did not stop the cycle of family trauma, but that they can stop, or I think he calls it family guilt, not trauma, but the family guilt and all that stuff. And then they kind of wrap up like having like agree to disagree on this topic. Next up, we do the check-in and all on everybody, right? So then all the ladies are chatting. Lune is super upset that she can't see the other world, and Mail mentions that, or she talks about like the kind of what we talked about already, that she's got 2 lifetimes essentially, growing up to be like around 16, and it's very confusing because she's got like it's not just like her mom or dad or her coming, or Clea or Verso coming into this canvas and just like having a good time for like a couple years and then coming back out, and it's been like a day and a half. Or even like a significant amount of time in these canvases, but that she like was born and raised in this canvas, and so it's like her whole, like all her core memories are like mixed up between the 2 worlds. So like she has ties to like both, which is a very interesting concept that the game really doesn't get that too far into, but it's interesting for me to think about. And they have a lot of hope and excitement and stuff. And the Mail writes in the journal about the greatest expedition ever, and that's what this final thing is going to be called. It's the greatest expedition ever because it's going to solve everyone's problems. And then we get like a fun little cutscene montage. So the game does a lot of like in-engine cutscenes where it's just like if you're wearing like a goofy like beret and sunglasses and like your fucking, and then like a business suit or whatever, then like that's how your characters look. But they have very occasionally have these like actual cutscenes where everyone's wearing like their traditional like expedition uniforms, except Alicia / Mail, who's wearing her like Alicia outfit. Oh yeah, when she came back in the world, she's got like long white hair and she's wearing like a dress. Like she looks like she would in like the normal 19th century or like early 1900s French garb. All right, so then we get a montage cutscene where she goes, Mail and everybody like go to like all these different biomes, and they're absorbing all the chroma from all the expeditioners, and then what that means is that she's able to kind of sort of summon like an army of these expeditioners as their chroma selves, and then all right, cool, now we can take control. And this time, all right, now we do like the big exploration thing. And I don't do everything in this game because I'm starting to kind of burn out. I love JRPGs. I like turn-based games. This game is a masterpiece as far as I'm concerned. Me, personally, I do not like open world shit, like, at all. The game has to be so excellent, or I just have to be in like a mood, right? So the only exceptions that have ever existed is I really, really like Final Fantasy 15, like more so than I should, just because the bro adventure they go on is like so excellent to me, and I love Iris, and just like the game is not like super great to play necessarily, like fun wise, but just the story and stuff, it's like it overwhelms like the open world nonsense that I really don't like. And then that's the thing with these open world games, right? This is like a huge tangent, but it makes sense here because like I start doing some of this like open world stuff, right? And it's not even the fact that like I'm cheat cruising through this or anything, because you know that doesn't necessarily bother. Like if you don't follow me, if this is like the first video you've ever seen, like I love cheating in games, like with all my heart. I find it so enjoyable. Like I do not give a fuck. Like there are certain games where I enjoy the challenge. Those are usually like multiplayer games, which I really don't play that much anymore because I just don't have time or friends nearby to play them with. Or like Dark Souls games, which I feel are like completely fair. Right. So when we're talking about JRPGs, to me, there's no challenge because you can grind through any challenge or put like some tactics together. But then it's like, that's just like a lot of time I'm burning trying to grind. So for me, it's like cheating. It's just like, I don't care. I don't like grinding. Like I have no interest in it whatsoever. The only exception to that has ever been mostly World of Warcraft back in like the Burning Crusade and original like old school days, because there was like it would be like that's the multiplayer aspect. Like I'm playing with friends and we're just like grinding through some dungeons and having a good time and chit chatting about other stuff. Like the game is just something you're doing while you're like hanging out, right? So I found that enjoyable, but the actual act of grinding I had no interest in whatsoever. Anyway, that being said, almost all JRPGs have this like open world concept at the end. Like people complain about like Final Fantasy 15 is a good example of having like, why is it an open world game? That's not a Final Fantasy thing. And I'm like, bro, every single Final Fantasy game except for like 13 pretty much had like an open world aspect where you could just like meander about and do random bullshit and stuff. Usually it was at the end of the game, to be fair. So it was like the world would open up, and 13 did that too. It was like very linear, and then at the end you just open up into this like weird world where you could like ultra level and get super attacks and fight super bosses and stuff like that. That's pretty much just this. It's just like, do you want to fly around and fight some super bosses? So that's what I did. So it's like, honestly, I'm just gonna kind of hit some notes here because I did a bunch of random stuff and it was kind of boring. Like there's like an arena, not even like an arena. There's like a tower challenge that you can get to, and it has like has like a faceless woman there, which is like Clea, and she makes fun of Alicia and talks about how, hey, whatever, I don't care if you want to stay in the campus or not. Like I got other shit to do with like the writers and whatnot. So if you want a challenge, you can do this challenge. And that challenge was actually kind of hard. Like I cheated through it. Like hard, like one hit kill, one punch man, and I still lost a couple of those rounds because like the monster, I had to like readjust my things. So like I can only imagine like people who enjoy the challenge of like setting up this JRPG stuff, which again is not me by any stretch of the imagination, but you got somebody like Mr. Happy, who I know played this game and super enjoyed it, or like Endymion, who does streams on this stuff and he likes to 100% shit. Like I'm sure they loved trying to like min-max all this bullshit and like get through and like honest to God like play through these challenges and do that stuff. But that is not me. Anyway, so I'm just going to try to hit up like kind of the key points. So Clea, we just get more evidence that Clea spent a lot of time here with Verso, especially when Alicia was like a little girl, and that she had like close ties with Esqui and Francois and stuff like that. White hand guy. Oh yeah. So we finally meet so the hand guys that like I power level through to get my guys to like level 70. And at this point in the game, especially once I get past all these like super boss, like the rest of the super bosses that I can fly to and whatnot, I'm at like level 99 almost, like I'm almost max level. At least with Mael and Verso, everyone else is like around 80s because I didn't use them as much, and so they were like in the background. Monoko's a little higher too. I think he might be have hit 90. But we find on one of these islands that's floating around, we find one of the hand guys who like killed everybody at the very beginning of the game that I power leveled on, but he's a white guy, so that means he's like he'll talk to us and hang out, and he talks about how like Clea. So all these Nevrons, and this finally clicked in my head. I should have realized it sooner because it comes up sooner. Like they literally read journals or people talk about how like the mistress, and the mistress is not the paintress; it's a different person. So Clea came in here, to help out Renoir, like she's mentioned to Alicia at times, and she created the Nevrons to like kill the expeditioners to like make this go faster, so that. Oh no, wait. It's that's what confused me about the biggest confusion about the story. Is this? So it's like Clea was helping Renoir because she created these Nevrons to like kill the expeditioners. Because even like the white ones are like, I'm a mistake. Like several of them say that. And this guy was this white one was created specifically to go and kill the mistakes, but then he couldn't do it because he's also a mistake, and he realized that, and so he's like, I don't know what to do. And then because we helped a lot of these white guys throughout the game, that he's like, here's a bunch of Luminous, and he gives us like 200. It's like, god damn, that's a lot. And it's like, then you can kill him and take his stuff if you really want. We also meet this weird Nevron who's just like hiding out and chilling, and he's like, hey, what's up? I'm just chilling here doing nothing. And if you fight him, you get like Verso. If you fight and defeat him, you get Verso's like best sword. But I mean, I'm like so overmaxed and cheating, so I'm like, whatever, fuck it. I'd rather just let this guy live because he seemed like a nice fella. Anyway. Yeah. So, but then it just confuses me because it's like the Nevrons are actually helping the paintress, it seems, because if you kick the whole goal that Renoir is trying to do is get the paintress to be kicked out. Yet he's constantly gomaging people, but I think he's just gomaging people because he's trying to get the chroma and he's going to take care of himself. Like he doesn't trust these people to do it himself. But it's like in reality, if they like helped the expeditioners go to the paintress and fight the paintress, then that would have like kicked Aline out like a long time ago. So like they were like, everyone was like being retarded. Like it's just like, hold up, wait a second. I feel like I'm just like completely retarded, which is fair, but or like the writers, it doesn't make any sense. Like I just can't get over this. It's like, why would she create Nevrons if she's trying to help Renoir get their mother kicked out? Because you got to defeat the paintress to get her kicked out, and if you are helping the expeditioners go fight her, then she gets kicked out, and then you can burn the fucking campus, and like the story never takes place. So like it seems like, but why? But you spent all this energy and time and resources creating these monsters and these challenges and like the axons and everything. These axons are directly created by Renoir, and it's like, but why? To like assault the monolith, maybe? It's the only thing I can really come up with. But they don't do that. They just kind of like hang out in their little biomes, like fucking around. And then you defeat them so that you can get their hearts and combine them to make the sword breaker to get through the thing. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Right? Like, and I feel like I'm just missing something, or I misunderstood something. But this, to me, is the biggest plot hole in this game. Is like, well, none of this needed to happen. Like, you could have just left Aline alone. Or like you go in there and you make it seem like a big deal. You make the gomages happen to get the expeditions going, and then if you're like paying attention at all, you just let the expedition, get rid of all the Nevrons and just let the expeditioners go and fight the paintress because they think she's the problem, and she's not going to really explain it to anyone because they're not going to really understand. Anyway, at some point in this whole hodgepodge, oh no, we'll get there. Okay, so let's see. We find some other journals. Expedition 84 is like the first expedition. We find their diary, and they say that they're their first expedition since Expedition 0. So Expedition 0 went out, which was like Verso and was the family that the painters created. So they went out to explore things, and then at some point we find out that when they went out, the painters came and told them like the whole story and everything, and that's how they got on their side, and they started fighting. So that makes sense. It makes sense that Renoir and Alicia and what are the patriots like joined forces to like kill the expeditions or to fight against them, right? But then Verso had like a change of heart at some point and was like, no, I'm going to help the expeditions instead. And that's where him and his father got into a fight. And, they went back and, kind of all this stuff. At first they were like helping out, but then like the people were determined they were going to go fight. And, it's like all that kind of mess that kind of is hinted at, which I appreciate. Like it's being very subtle about like telling you exactly what went down and who did what. But anyway, so the first expedition went out, nothing really, they came back, chilled, whatever, stuff happened. And then like the next expedition was 15 years later. So Expedition 84. Okay, then we fly around and fight. We defeat like a flying snake, and this is the one that Verso had to like fight his way out of, which is funny. There's like a Gestal casino, which is kind of funny, where we get like an outfit from Monoko. There's like a dark Gestral arena where we have like it's another arena with the Gestrals, which ends up with a Golgra fight. We go and head into like the last painting workshop, take care of that. Then we have to fight like the lantern boss again, and then like the boy thanks us for like cleaning up this mess. And he also. The boy like thanks us for defeating his mom. Okay, she congratulated him for beating mom. Hairdos in this first. Okay, hold on. Congratulations for beating mom. Time to go. Alicia wants to stay. Renoir will not stand for it. Us to face beat him. So he was proud of us. I don't know what that's about. Okay, anyway. So then at this point, it's like, all right, so I'm ready to like be done with this game and move on with my life. Not that it's bad. It's just like, okay, now we're doing the open world stuff. And I did that for a little bit. And I was like, all right, I'm done. I don't really give a fuck about this. Oh, no. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. So at the tower, when you get through all the challenges, the apparition of like Clea is like, I'm so proud of you for defeating our mom and doing the right thing. Now you need to get out of the fucking canvas and move on with your goddamn life. And then at that point, we get to like we finish up like the relationship stuff, and so each person like we can max out all the relationships, and then some of them involve like fighting a boss or doing something, and then obviously when we do Lune, we get like the sex, but the sex is excellent because we don't get like an awkward like puppets bouncing against each other sex. We just get like. They go off by themselves for a while and they come back and Shale has like a winky face. She's like, oh yeah, boy, they sexed up. And it's like, why are you such a horn dog, Shale? Like the fuck. Oh man, she needs to get laid like real bad. Not gonna lie. Anyway, but we start with Monoko, and Verso and him talk about repairing trust and stuff. And then they talk about all that's changed and how things used to be so good, and they talk about not being real technically, and all that stuff. But then Monoko's like, hey, I'd like to bring Noko back down to the Sacred River. And so they're like, yeah, is Golgar gonna let you? She hates it when you like. It's a she. I was wrong before when I said he. She hates it when you skip in line and such. And then he's like, no, it'll be all good. Don't worry about it. It's just and he's like, all right, if that's what you say. So at that juncture, we grab up the Noko like bottle and we head on over to the Sacred River. And we're about to like skip Q again and go right into it. And then Golgra's like, I have been watching you, motherfucker. Like, you're not doing this again. And he's like, man, come on. And she's like, hell no, you gotta wait in line. Everyone's waiting in line, and they argue for a little bit, and then Monoko's like, fine, I challenge you to trial by combat to be able to do this. And she's like, all right, you want to do this, motherfucker? Let's go. And so I one punch her because I'm cheating. Excuse me. But that was fun. And so we resurrect Noko, and he's like a little baby Noko, and he like remembers Monoko and Golgra, and he's like kind of confused and scared. And then we convince Monoko to let Noko go back with Golgra to the village so he can be safe and well. And then back at the camp, we just talk some more about how every time Noko comes back, he's slightly different. And then we learn, okay, so then I get a firm confirmation of like the relationship. So Noko originally. Their relationship began when Noko found Monoko when he was like after the fracture, when he was like a little baby, and he like protected him. That's so Mon Oko, right? Noko, or Mo Noko, and then Noko. So Noko is like the father, and then time would go by, Noko would die, Minoko would like resurrect him, and that happened like a couple times. So Minoko never really got like died again, it seems. But it's still, it's like, it's interesting because Noko was like his mentor and raised him and taught him, and then Minoko had to go and teach the new Noko all this stuff, and then now he's like resurrected again, and it's like, sad times. And then fake Verso is like, so why did you help me? Like, why are you doing this to me? And then Minoko's like, because the real Verso would have wanted the new Verso to have a life of his own. So he knew, because Minoko knew all the stuff, right? Because he was like friends with real Verso, and he never had like resurrection or died or anything. So he knew like if they were going to destroy the Paintress, it'd be like the end of the world, and the canvas would probably be destroyed. But because his friendship was so strong with like the real Verso, because Verso like created him and Esque as like his best friends and spent a lot of time with him and all this stuff, that like when fake Verso came in, he was like, and wanted to like destroy the Paintress and end his life, essentially commit suicide through ending the canvas. He was like, well, yeah, because this Verso would want you to like make your own life, have your own life and make your own decisions and stuff. So it's very sweet and kind of like Frenchy sadness. Next up is Esque. We go and argue with him about giving the wine over to Shiel, and he's like, oh, but the rocks. And we learn that Lune is helping him study rocks, and of course she's very excited about that and how they all work and whatnot. And then Esque knows that Verso hid Soleil. And he's like, why did you do that? And he's like, and Verso's like, why didn't want you flying them back to Luminaire? Because I wanted them to come help me destroy the Paintress, right? So he's doing a lot of, a lot of this comes out that he was like super shady about this whole stuff because he did a very thing. And then he remembers Uri, which is the one that lets him swim under water, and that Francois has the rock, and he's like, we should go beat him. And it's like, no, I don't want to beat him. Let's trade him for another rock. And they're like, well, what can we do? So they find a rock and they carve it so it looks like Clea riding on the back of Francois. At that point, we head over there and we hand it to him, and he gets like super pissed off. So we fight, and then he tosses us Yuri, and he's like, "You want to take this rock?" And he's like, "No, I want it." And then as we're walking away, we can hear him crying because he really misses Clea and knows that he knows, right? Because again, it's like Clea came and hung out with Francois and Esque all the time, and so they know the real deal, and they know that they're this unlimited life or this world they live in is going to be destroyed as well. And then we get back to camp, talk to Esque a bit about how he misses Clea, and then it's like, hey, do you miss the real Verso? And he's like, of course I miss the real Verso. He's a friend, but you're my friend too, because you're cousins. And this cousin thing comes up a lot. I haven't really brought it up, but he calls all humans like cousins because they're all kind of pretty much the same. It's like Esque is too pure for this world. And he's like, what? Or so Verso's like, what? And he's like, old Verso, like real Verso's my friend, and you're my friend. Same. You're both my friends. So like I miss him, but I like you too because we're friends. And it's like, oh, Esque, you are, oh my gosh, Esque. Like, it's perfect. We then go talk to Mael, and Verso's sitting there, and she walks up. She's like, hey, I found that fucking letter that Alicia sent you that you tried to like throw in the river. And they're like, ruh-roh. And she's like, I want to go talk to her. She kept reaching out to me, and I kept like feeling like she wanted to say something to me or talk to me, but like it never happened. So I feel like Mama, or my mom, they keep calling Aline my mom. So my mom like really treated her like shit because when she repainted Verso as like Verso, she repainted Renoir as like kind of an asshole, but himself. And then when she repainted Alicia, she repainted her as like monochromatic, and then she still had a burned face and just like fucked up still. And it's like, why would she do that? Like, that's so fucked up. And imagine being like the girl and realizing that like this is your mom, and that when she resurrected you, essentially she didn't resurrect you as like Mael, who's like got a nice face and everything and looks pretty. And it's like, it goes back to like the journal we found where it's like Aline is like really like fuck Alicia. I'm so mad at her. I can't stand her. Can't even stand to look at her. And it's like, man, it's fucked up. Family's complicated. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so we gotta go to the third axon because that's where Alicia hangs out, because obviously the third axon is Alicia, or it's based on Alicia by Renoir. So and the name's Reacher. So we head over there, and Luna's like, holy shit, how tall is this? And then Mael mentions that Renoir loves parables, like her papa. And since he made the axons, there's always like these lessons. And it's like, what was the lesson for Reacher? And it's like, the lesson is hope, right? Because Alicia, there's still hope for her to like move on with her life. And even though she's burnt and fucked up, things can still get better. And then Alicia is all the way at the top with Reacher. And that we run into these creatures around here, and it's like, are they trying to help her or destroy her? And it's like, oh, they're trying to tear her down because they're jealous. And then Reacher is known as she who reaches for the sky. So as we climb up, we come across all these Nevrons working on stuff and whatnot. And then eventually we find like a friendly Nevron, one that's not trying to tear down, it's trying to help Reacher, and she has gliding wings. And there's a whole thing that just comes out of nowhere here where it's like, oh, apparently Mael is like super afraid of heights, which makes sense because it seems like if we look more into it, these axons they're all like lessons for his children to learn. So he must have created, it almost feels like he created them before this whole like fracture with his wife and the death of Verso and whatnot. Because you have like Serene with like learning how, to be beautiful and not just be like stuck up asshole or whatever. I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much, to be honest. But then Visages, it's like putting on the mask. The mask thing with Verso comes up a lot, and like the art and like being himself and like the art in the art as like a mask for the artist, but also hiding and showing, I don't know. It's like there's a lot of stuff there. And then with Mael, it's very obvious that it's like this whole thing with like heights and like having hope and looking up instead of being consumed with like what's going on. Anyway, but Mael has vertigo, right? So that plays into this whole thing as well. And then we get a little conversation about how she felt like, as Alicia, that she, as the youngest, she was like the worst, and she got treated the worst, and all this stuff. And that Clea, as the oldest, she's the most accomplished, the most talented. That Papa was always so proud of her. That Verso was great. He made everyone laugh. He was like a shining light to everybody and felt good. And then there was Mael. And then I think Verso says like, you're the hidden star. You're the actual favorite. And she kind of giggles with that because that's like the comment she made before. It's like, Papa will let me do what I want because I'm his favorite. And that he just wants her to fly. He wants her to like be her own and not be under the shadow of like the rest of the family and whatnot. And even more so after the fire. So as we continue up, we find Diary 61. It talks about Reacher, how they're alone. It's alone, but not alone, creative and driven, and that it seems like Reacher can't help but want to reach. That just being around Reacher makes the expedition want to reach to the sky. And all the way at the very, very, very top, we finally run into Alicia, and Mael walks up and is like, hello. And then Verso hands the letter back to Alicia. Alicia does something which turns the world gray and freezes everybody besides Mael. And then Mael mentions that their mother still blames them, which is Alicia and her, for like everything that happened with Verso. And that's why she's all fucked up looking still. That Alicia didn't deserve that. And then Alicia summons this whole thing and then reaches for Mael's hand, right? And so they enter and they come to a creature. And this is the Axon, which represents Alicia. And Alicia likes being here and whatnot. And that she wants to... I don't remember. It was kind of confusing, but it's like, okay, well, let's fight. So we fight. And then after we leave, Mael offers to fix her face, but she's not. She like is able, because even with the bow in her throat, she's able to like croak out some information. And she's like, no, I want to go. Send me. I want to be with my family. And so Mael goes to gomage her, and then Verso like freaks the fuck out when she does that because he wanted to be able to like, this is like his sister, right? Because as like fake Verso, this is fake Alicia, but he's like his sister and his sister he loved, and like in real life he sacrificed himself to save real Alicia. So a lot of that soul and a lot of that stuff's being in here. But she's like my fake mom, and like Alicia's like painted mom. That's like the fight between the families, right? So it's like the painted family versus the real family and the drama that's going on there and there. And so Alicia just wanted to be with wants to be with her family because she loves them. And it's interesting, like Clea was never like painted in this, it appears, right? Unless I just totally missed something, but it like never comes up. Verso refuses to talk to anyone. Oh yeah, okay. So then we get back to camp, and Verso like freaks out, yells at everybody. Shell tries to comfort him, and then Verso like is refusing to talk to anyone. And eventually, Mael goes to visit him. She apologizes, but states that the reason she did it was because she was honoring the wish of the individual. And like then he gets like super mad because he didn't have a chance to say goodbye. He didn't have a chance to try to talk her out of it. And then she slaps back that about how she honored Alicia's decision, right? It was her decision. It'd be disrespectful for her not to do that despite what he was saying. And he's like, and now Verso's like, well, I have no one left. And she's like, no, you have us. And then a bit later, Mael is like standing there staring at the monolith when Verso approaches. And she wonders what her mother is doing right now out in the real world. And they joke about how probably driving Clea crazy. And that maybe Clea's hunting down all the riders and whatnot. And then they talk about how Clea doesn't act like it, but she took Verso's death very personally. Like it's like a personal vendetta against the writers now for taking her brother away and causing all these problems. And that fake Verso, they're like, oh, did you ever meet Clea? And he's like, yeah, I met her 3 times. First, oh, that's right, at the barrier. It wasn't the painters. It was Clea that came down and like told Expedition Zero originally everything that happened and kind of what was going on. And then she tried to kill them, and they were able to like escape. And then years later, she tried to recruit him to help destroy the painters. And then about 16 years ago, right when Mael was born in this world, she showed up and told Verso to watch out for Mail, because if you're, as I mentioned before, when Mail came in, she got like corrupted immediately by like the paint because her power wasn't strong enough. So she turned into like baby Mail. And Clea was watching this. She's like, Jesus Christ, Mail, like Alicia, like, God damn it. I told you to like not let this happen. But she wanted Verso to watch out for her and make sure that she was safe, and stay far. Like, she'd rather have her in here in the canvas instead of out like fighting her war with her versus the Riders. And so he watched from afar. And he killed some dangerous Nevrons, so they never got affected by her. And he's the one who like pulled her away when they were on the beach. Everyone was getting killed. And then she's like, "You promised to be honest with me?" And he's like, "Yes." And she's like, "Did you let Renoir kill Gustave?" And he's like, "I did." Damn. And it's like, why? And it's like, he was afraid that if she found out about the canvas and everything, and if Gustave was still alive, she would not go through with it. And he couldn't chance that because he needed her to go. And then they paint like a new message on the monolith, which is like calling out Renoir, saying they're going to come defeat him, and whatnot. Talking to Lune, she inquires with Verso if he ever traveled with the 46. And he mentions that he never did, but that he found their trail on Siren's Island, or Siren's Island. And what's so important about the 46 for Lune? Well, the 46 is the expedition her parents went on where they got lost. So she's trying to make some sort of connection there, kind of like find out if there's any more information about her or their relationship or whatnot. And then she's like, well, I don't know. It's too far out of the way. We don't need to go there or do anything and figure it out or whatever, being very dismissive of herself. But of course, we're like, no, we're going to go. So we do. So we go, we find the flag of the 46 on the backside of Siren's Island, and there's a big door that doesn't budge. And so Lune's examining it, trying to figure it out, and eventually she decides she's going to try her music, right? And which helps open up the door. And then once we get inside, we find some bodies. And Verso's like, are those your parents? And she's like, no, that is like so-and-so and so-and-so. They were like very close family friends. They'd always come over and like eat dinner with us and tell stories and do all this other stuff. So it's kind of like, oh, sad. Let's see. So then we find the big old snake monster, Glissandro. Yeah, only it's the chromatic version. The chromatic version is always just kind of tougher. So once we beat the shit out of him, we find the diary for Expedition 46 behind it. And it talks about Lune, how Lune's mother like fought off the monster for days and days and days and nights. But then eventually she succumbed to the situation. She states in there that she knew that Lune would come and finish her work eventually. So we head back to camp. Lune talks about everything was focused, like her whole life, everything with her parents was focused on the paintress, learning about the paintress, defeating the paintress, all this stuff. And that she feels pretty upset because she feels like she was just always like the backup plan for her parents. Like her parents raised her, and they raised her not as like a daughter to be loved and cherished and taken care of, but more as like, okay, so we're gonna go on this expedition, and then we're gonna have all this information, and we need to prepare like our successor, and that successor is gonna be Lune. So we're gonna invest all our time and energy into like the backup plan, essentially, not like the daughter or whatever. And this is all about their legacy and whatnot. And that she, growing up, she never got points for effort. She only got points for results. You know, it's like if she did something and she tried her best, it was never enough. She had to get results, which is very stereotypical of like Asian parents, to be completely honest. So then Verso's like, so why? Why are you doing this? And she's like, well, I got these voices in my head. I feel like I have to continue their legacy. They're like chit-chatting with me. And then Verso's like, yeah, I've had voices before. I just ignore them because they're dead. It's like, facts, son. So spitting hard truth. Verso's all about spitting those hard truths. Granted, he's super wise, but he is like 100 fucking years old, so he's not a lot of time to like consider and think about all these things. And then he mentions like, I still get the voices in my head, but like, you know, I've been working on it. And then she gives him like a nice little smooch on the cheek. Later on, she's writing the Expedition 33 journal. He walks up and teases her about it, about who's going to see it or whatever, about like, and she's like, well, I'm not writing in the diary. She's like, oh, you're writing like about rocks, you're writing about this, write it back. And finally she's like, I'm writing a song. And he's like, oh, I want to help you write the song. Oh no. And he's like, oh, that's awesome, blah blah blah. And then she's like, you want to help me write a song? And he's like, sure. And she's like, we should go write it over there away from everybody. And it's like, oh, they're gonna go, fuck. And this is the part where like they come back like hours later or whatever, and it's like literally says like Shale sees them walking back and has like a knowing smile on her face, and it's like, what the like, goddamn Shale. Damn, girl, you need to get laid. Anyway, so we finish up with our relationship stories with Shale as usual. So Oh, okay. So if you had forgotten, which I had, that when we first met Esqui and then had hopped on him originally when he got the stone to go swimming and whatnot, when we lost Gustav, that she hates water. Like, she really does not like that fucking water. And that she's kind of like scared to go in the water, and she has a very strong aversion. So Verso's like, hey, we should go swimming. Esque and I wanted to go swimming with us over at this lake. And then when she's talking about it, she's like, I can swim. It's not the issue. I just have an aversion for it. And he's like, oh, that's no problem. I used to have an aversion to Minoko. And so I had to solve that problem. Noko tied Verso and Minoko together. So eventually he just got used to Minoko being around. And she's like, what the fuck? And he's like, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do some exposure response therapy. We're going to get you in that water. And then, they do that so she can like swim and be in the water and whatnot. And then he asks, while they're kind of involved with this whole situation, about how she went from being a farmer to running a school. And I was like, she ran a school? When did this come up? Like, the fuck? Like, literally, I was like, this is the first I've heard of this. So this is like, if you do the romance path, you get some more information that I did not get here at all. So that's interesting. And she mentions that after her husband's death, wait, did we talk about the reason she has an aversion for water? Yeah, we talked about it before. Okay, yeah, that was in the previous one. Anyway, so after her husband's death, she was like trying to like find ways to like remember him, or to like, she was like drowning in sorrow and whatnot, figuratively. And that she went and spent time at this school where he worked. And that it really helped her feel his presence and feel like she was doing something, contributing to like society or whatever. And that she definitely understands Aline, because if she had the ability, she would have definitely created a version of Pierre. Not now, not that she's seen how like awful it's been for Verso to like exist and like not exist, and to be in the middle of like all this crazy nonsense, to be like a new person, but also heavily affected by like this old person that doesn't exist anymore, that's dead, right? But she gets it, right? Like she's a very understanding person. And then at this point she kind of gets quiet and then is like, okay, I got something to admit to you. The main reason I have an aversion to water is not even like the husband's death necessarily. It's that when she found out her husband Pierre was dead, she's like, I'm going to kill myself. And so she swam all the way out as far as she could go until she like passed out, because she was going to like be like, I'm done, I'm dead. And that when she came back to the hospital, that she awoke. Like she passed out and then she awoke and she was still alive and she was on the docks. And so obviously people found her and took her to the hospital. And in the hospital, she found out that she had been pregnant and that she'd miscarried because of like trying to kill herself in the water. And so she had a little bit of Pierre left in her, right? But she lost even that because of like the water, because of her choices and whatnot. And so it's like, oh, okay. So she never had a kid, but she accidentally had a kid, kind of. And so when she saw the husband and the kid, when she mentions losing her child and her husband, okay, it all makes sense now. Because before I was like, this fucking writing sometimes is like off the wall. But no, it's consistent. So really the only inconsistency is like talking about ages, and then the whole like justification that I was talking about before. For like the Nevrons and what Renoir and Clea were trying to do. Other than that, solid. Everything's solid. Okay, so let's see. So it all makes sense now. Okay, lost child, killing yourself. It's a choice. Oh, okay. Then he's like, I've considered killing myself too in the past, right? I just wanted to end it all and be done with it. And essentially, this whole journey of his is like suicide. So it's like thinking about killing yourself, bro. You're still working on it. Like, you want the end of this canvas and the end of this world. Like, you're tired of being alive, and like you have to live as long as this thing exists. And it's like you're done. I want to be done with this. I don't want to do this no more. So like everything about this game is him like slowly killing himself, like trying to get himself killed. Damn. Anyway, and he's like, it's a choice, and like you made a choice, and it is what it is. And then he talks a little bit with her about the creatures that Verso painted into the canvas, and that they have always helped. And these are Esque and Minoko, of course. Oh, Esque, you're the best. You absolutely are. And so he says, even though I'm like miserable at times and I think about it, like Esque and Minoko always kind of help me get through the day, so it's all right. And then, all right, cool. So that is it. I'm done with all the extra bullshit. So now it's time to head to Luminaire to kind of finish this thing up. So we head there, and the whole place is like filled with these destructive like Nevron creatures. And then Mael tells Esque that he should wait here and be safe. And then she makes this comment about, we got to move fast because I don't know how long I can hold on to like the chroma and all that stuff. And then she summons all these expeditioners, like all the zombie expeditioners, essentially, and like they're not zombies, they're like in like a form of magical light or whatever. But she doesn't know how long she can hold on to it for. But she's like, I'll do my best, and then we all charge forward. It's like hurrah! And this part's pretty fucking radical because we start just like running through not old, but Luminaire. And for the first section of like this final level, every time we like get close to like a Nevron or one of these monsters, one of the expeditioners like swoops on in and fucks them up and like drives them away, or like we see a couple expeditioners fighting them, and so it's like the battle between like the chroma from all the expeditions, like all 67 expeditions versus Renoir's like monster friends and whatnot. So it's pretty fucking cool. And eventually we get to a point where there's like these dark creatures or whatever, and then someone there's a nice little touch where if we go all the way back to where the game originally started with like Gustav standing there, there's like a picto there. I don't remember what it was, so clearly it wasn't that useful because I didn't even like pretend to like try to use it, and I literally beat this game like 2 days ago from like recording this. So it's not like it's been that like weeks later I'm like trying to record this and recall things at this juncture. Anyway. But that's nice. And then we eventually run into these dark creatures, and somebody is like, oh, it's Expedition 32. And I'm like, what? All right, whatever. Anyway, so we finally reach Papa at the very end. And the chroma here is super, super duper strong. And so then we have like a nice discussion. And Mael tries to convince Papa to like leave well enough alone because the canvas means so much to her. And how they're like, he's like, well, you can just create more worlds. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't need to be here. Like, this is like completely unnecessary because they're literal gods when it comes to the fact that they can just create worlds and people and just dismiss them and burn them as they wish. Like, holy shit, man! Like the power. And then how there's all these different worlds and how they're so enticing, but you got to be strong. And part of being like a painter is understanding this and doing this stuff. And then she continues to beg for him to leave like Verso's canvas alone. And then he like yells at her for not wanting to lose the last part of his son's soul, but that sometimes you have to make the hard choices and you have to do the right thing. At this point, Shale and Lune come up to talk about their feelings about life and death and everything and what it means to be like a good parent, to understand. And this is where the game starts to give me like really mixed messages. So if you don't follow me a lot or listen to me talk very often, you might not realize it, but I am like in the behavioral health realm, and I like to keep my anonymity. So that's as far as we're going to talk about that. But I know a lot about trauma recovery and dealing with family trauma and like loss of life and all this stuff. And the way Aline, and if you make the wrong choice, in my personal opinion, Mael deal with that is completely like unhealthy. Like it can only lead to like more tears and more long-lasting pain than like dealing with the actual problem. So this section tries the game does a good job of keeping it very like neutral in terms of like the choices that people make and how they affect, and how some people like understand, other people don't understand, and there's like reasons why, and like and this and that. But at the end of the game, you make a choice, and honestly, it's like, well, if you make this other choice, like you're kind of an asshole, and you need to like grow the fuck up, like. And then I was reading about the endings. Well, wait, we'll get to there. Okay, so anyway. Okay, so then Mael really like pleads her heart about how like life after the fire is like awful, and that she couldn't enjoy life, and that Verso would have been fine without her. If she had never been born, Verso would have been okay. And if she hadn't like been deceived with her naivety to like the writers, it would have been okay. And she feels like so much guilt and pain about this whole situation, and that she just wants to keep avoiding dealing with the trauma and reality, right? She doesn't want to deal with it and grow and learn and become a better person. She just wants to hide and pretend like nothing happened. She's found by a Verso fire. Okay, how does she get to that? Oh, then she talks about having joy and how she has joy here, and that makes she wants to feel happy and not be sad anymore. And then at some point, the Renoir kind of agrees with the fact, like him being a parent and like her needing to have joy and stuff, but that he is like hellbent. But he says, I am a good father, and as a good father, I have to make a decision to protect my daughter, and to protect my daughter is to not allow her to like escape into like fantasy, which is 100% right. And he's already lost Verso, and he's already lost like Alicia once, and he doesn't want to lose Alicia again. So then we have a fight, and he changes into like his curator form, and then during the fight, Serene shows up to help him. And then a portal opens and someone else enters, and it's Aline, and she summons like her paintress form to like fight. So like giant Siren is fighting like giant paintress in the background and stuff. and she looks like haggard as shit. But then it's later, she's like, oh no, she's just like an old woman because she's got like adult children, like a 30-year-old daughter. So that would make her like, I mean, 50 is not old, and she should not like, she looks like she's in her like 60s or 70s, to be completely honest. But I mean, if they had kids late and whatnot, or it's just like the strain of all this like bullshit that's been going on could really be causing a lot of this stuff as well. Anyway, and then Renoir gets pissed when she shows up because it's too soon for her to their canvas after everything she's done, and this could possibly kill her, right? Anyway, so then the giant paintress blows the shit out of Cyrene, and we get like round 2 of the battle. So at this point, he summons the family canvas, which at some point when I was wandering around the world, you can like walk into a place and it's like there's the family canvas and you can pick it up. I never figured out what to do with it, but there it is. Anyway, and then he gets all juiced up from it or whatever, from like the power of his family and the love of his family or something. And he does this like super powerful attack, or at least he revs it up, and then right at the last second before he can execute on it, Melee does like this super jump like cutscene attack on him. But it's again in one of these like levels where it's like they have they have an in battle essentially like mini cutscene. It doesn't go to like a cutscene, it's like all in engine and in battle to like finish the battle. And she does this fucking epic like jump attack and like strikes him down and just crashes him into the ground like a fucking shonen anime. It was pretty goddamn epic. Pretty iconic, not gonna lie. All right, at this point, Renoir speaks some more. He talks about how he had to come save Aline, and he has to save his daughter, and that he understands what they're going through because at some point he got lost in a canvas, and that Aline had to come down and like save him when he was lost, and that she taught him how to safely use their gifts, and you know this is how they like met and fell in love, I guess. And that, you know, it's like we could be pretty strong, and we're like essentially gods, and we can make these beautiful, fantastical fantasy worlds and come enjoy them and have a great time. But like if you fly too close to the sun, you can completely lose yourself forever in these like painted worlds. And that they've all like painted hundreds of worlds, and that like this world is not special essentially, because. And part of it is like it'd be fine to leave alone, but because there's a piece of Verso still here, it's like perpetuating all this like family guilt and family drama and family trauma, and that it's not enough. And that every day you spend inside a canvas, you lose a piece of yourself, or like, you know, it can cause effects. So like it's worth it to come and have a good time or take a break, you know, have some escapism or whatnot. But if you spend too much time here, you can really lose yourself, which is some awesome meta commentary on just like video games and movies and like escapism generally, where it's like this stuff's excellent, but like you can't take it too far, and then you become completely isolated from like reality. And that then Mael is like, well, you need to trust my mom or whatever. And he's like, no, I don't need to. I need to trust her teachings, because her teachings were put together in like a time of logical sense, and when like she was making good choices. But like what she's been doing since then is driven by like emotions. When you base your life driven by like the emotions, it can only cause like more harm than good. Mael then tells him, she blames it on control. Like he wants to control everything, control her, control their lives and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, Renoir is correct and 100% here. It doesn't matter if he's trying to be controlling or not. Like he literally is making the correct choice, and you're being a dumb bitch. Anyway, he mentions how persistent she has been, and how, you know, how like this is not about control, that he's trying to save his family and try to help them, and that he's been stuck here, trapped in this fucking monolith for like 67 years doing these gomages and whatnot. And that she just needs to like grow up, move on, and do all that stuff. And let's see. And that while he's been stuck here, he's been day by day, he's just been watching like his wife, the love of his life, the mother of his children, you know, dying slowly because she's so caught up in grief that she doesn't want to face reality, and she doesn't want to move on from like all this tragedy and trauma and stuff. And it's like causing him a lot of pain because he's watching his wife die. Clea's like caught up in this constant, like endless solitary war against the writers. And then Mael / Alicia is like a living ghost in the house. Like she just like wanders around and doesn't do anything, and is like so caught up in her like fucking sadapotamousness in her own life. And that he needs to do something to fix this, because since Verso's death, the whole family's been like ruined because no one's moving on. Like everyone's coping with it in like unhealthy ways, right? And that he's really trying to just hold the family together and get them all to just like wake the fuck up and realize that like, hey, he's dead. Like that's life. We got to move on. Like this is not something we can avoid by like having endless combat with the writers, or like hiding in like a fantasy painting, or just like being sorrowful and not like just trying to figure out ways to live our life. And it's like, goddamn, dude, this guy is 100% correct. And the game doesn't portray him as being 100% correct, but from a behavioral health perspective, from like a dealing with real life tragedy and reality, it's like he is 100% correct. So he's so excellently written. The only thing I have like some qualms with is like they make it seem more ambiguous and neutral than like he's 100% right. Which is like, that is wrong. Like everything he's saying is like, yes, that is how you deal with it. You don't hide, right? And then Mael starts talking about the people on the canvas and her are the same. She mentions how she's lost so much, like twice. And then it's like, he's like, yeah, we both lost a lot. And she doesn't want to lose him either. She just wants to be here a little bit longer. And then they talk about trust. And then finally he gives her like a sad smile and he's like, okay, I trust you. And she's like, don't worry, Papa, I'll come out. I just need to spend some more time here with my friends and whatnot. And he's like, okay, well, we'll keep the light on for you. And then before he goes, he's like, well, I hope you find your peace. And then he homages the fuck out of there. One thing I didn't mention was that at some point during this battle, someone, I think it was the paintress, opened up a portal. No. I think it was Renoir opened up a portal to get Cyrene in here or whatever. Anyway, someone opens a portal. It's so after the homage of the Renoir, Verso leaves the group and heads and leaps through the portal, right as like Lune's calling out to him. And he, right as she calls out to him, he turns, says he's sorry, and then he leaps through the portal. And then we end up in this like strange middle place area, and there's a faceless boy sitting there painting. And Verso walks up to him and is like, hey, it's time to stop. And he mentions that he's tired and it's time to end this. And this causes Verso to start to fade. At that point, Mael, like, who has followed him, like, stops him. And he's like, you shouldn't be here. And she is like, why did you come here? It's dangerous. And that then he starts talking to her about how, like, what you're doing is seeing things how you want them to be, not how they actually are. And what you need to start seeing is the truth. Verso then calls Mael out for lying to her father, that like he knew, Renoir when he left knew that you would never leave this painting, that you were going to continue living your fantasy world and that you were never going to like face the truth or reality ever again. And he let you do that, and that's why he was so sad, which obviously if you're paying attention, you were like, oh shit, he knows she's not good. Like she's a liar. And then she goes off in like her child rant. Oh, I have no life out of the canvas. I'm a shell of a human being. I can't do anything. I'm not even tried. Whatever. I have no voice. I have no life. And like it's all very tragic. And this goes back to the therapeutic thing. And it's like, yeah, I get it. It sucks. Like your life's awful. But you're just giving up. Like you're not even trying. And then instead of that, you're going to come live in this like fantasy world where you have you're like a god. Like you're like a god who created a world and you have complete control over everything here. And you're just going to do what the fuck you want instead of like embracing reality and like trying to move past this and like come up with better, like become a better person and like whatever. And then, all right, well, I'll get more into it in a sec. Don't worry. This part like kind of pisses me off because it's like, I could see people being like, oh, poor Mael. And I'm like, yeah, poor Mael. But at the same fucking time, like the choices she makes this whole time and like up to this point are like exceedingly like unhealthy for her. Like she's not doing herself any favors, and like anybody who like thinks that she's living like a fantasy world instead of like facing reality is like empowering her like to become more unhealthy and to like eventually like definitely have like some sort of psychotic break, or not like psychotic break but like a psychological break, and like things are not going to turn out well because she's not dealing with things. Living in a fantasy world is not how you healthily deal with things. Obviously that's how we got this whole Aline thing in the first place, and like she hates her daughter and like all this stuff. Like it's instead of taking responsibility and making choices, you're just like, nope, I'm gonna be a god and live in a fantasy world forever and not have complete control over it so nothing bad ever happens again. Like the fuck, man. Anyway, and then Verso, who's 100% right 100% of the time in this game, I've slowly discovered as I am beating this game, mentions that life is tough. It gives you tough choices and it's hard, but you got to make the right choices. And again, he turns to the boy and is like, please stop painting. And the male stops Verso from stopping the boy and says that Papa said to hold on to each other. Like, what are you doing? And we can't let each other go. And then it's like, all right, well, it's time to fight. And this is where you make the ending choice. Ooh, ending choice. So the choice is you can agree with Mael incorrectly that she needs to escape into a fantasy world and never deal with like the trauma or her family issues or like growing up or becoming a better person, that she can just continue to be like a spoiled child who has like unlimited powers. Or you can make the choice that is the good ending, regardless of what the writers of this game have openly stated that there is no good ending, that there's like, you just make the choice that feels the best to you. And I'm like, that is some horseshit way to look at like reality. Like the writers are wrong 100% if that's actually what they believe. Like there is a good ending and there is a bad ending, and the good ending is where you choose Verso, which I obviously did, because I'm like, he is 100% correct. She needs to wake the fuck up, get out of this painting, and live her life, and like make what she can out of it. Like this kind of stupid nonsense is like such bullshit, right? It's like, oh, what did Helen Keller do? You ever heard of Helen Keller? Ask ChatGPT about Helen Keller and how she fucking didn't give up. She didn't kill herself. She didn't escape to some fantasy canvas. Like she lived her fucking life. Or like any numerous people, like you find like any of these inspirational books, or like ask people about like who inspires them in life, it's always gonna be some motherfucker who like overcame some horrible tragedy, like Keanu Reeves. He didn't like, escape into some fantasy world when his like wife and daughter were killed and he was left alone and miserable, right? When like his mom died, and like, fuck, man, like if you choose male in this situation, like I don't know what to tell you, but like you need to like grow the fuck up, and like you're not doing yourself or anybody else any favors by making this choice. Just throwing that out there. Like I feel pretty strongly about this because I deal with this on a fucking daily basis, and people trying to escape reality, and it just causes more problems. It's not even about being mean to Mael or like not letting her like have her like moment. Like if she was just gonna come here to take like a break from reality, that's one thing, but she's gonna completely admittedly escape completely into this false reality, and then it gets even worse. So and I'll get to that when I talk about that ending, but I'm going to talk about the actual canon ending as it should be. Well, I don't know about canon. Sometimes the canon ending is the bad ending, but the actual good ending, which I chose, because obviously it's the good ending. Like, it's not about me making that choice. It's like, if there is no other choice here that makes any sense, that is going to be helpful for anybody. Like, if you don't choose the Verso path, all you're choosing is pain and sorrow for, like, everybody. Anyway, so at that point, we beat her as Verso, which causes her to like homage out of the campus. And before she goes, Verso holds her. She begs for him not to leave her. And then he talks about how she has an incredible power to paint. And despite this canvas being destroyed and being done and not being able to come back here anymore and not having like the soul of her brother anymore, that there's so much stuff you can do and whatnot. And then finally she fades away. And then Esque and Monaco come and we have like a super bro hug. And I was like, God damn, man. It's like, I'm going to miss you guys. I'm like, yeah, we're going to miss you too. And then they start to gomage as well. And then we see Shiel start to gomage, and finally Lune, who just walks in and like sits there, which is kind of weird, but that's a choice. Verso then walks up to the faceless boy, takes his hand, and then they both walk away. As this is the last piece of his soul that's like maintaining the painting, the whole thing's going to fade away together. And then we get an epilogue, and it's a life to love. So even the name of the fucking epilogue is like better, because the other epilogue, did I write it down? I don't know if I wrote it down. I was so angry watching it. Anyway, and then we're back in the real world, and the whole family, so Clea, Alicia, Aline and Renoir are all standing close to each other, and they're at Verso's grave, and they put some flowers down, and Alicia is holding like this extremely cute like Esque doll, which I would pay $50 for to get, because this fucking Esque is like he's such a pure, magnificent creature. God, I would love to have that so much. If anybody at Kibler hears this, like, you make that, you will have my money. You'll actually have money from me. Anyway. And so the parents are hugging, and finally, Aline's like dealing with the loss of her son. Alicia is finally forced to deal with like the consequences, and they're all kind of like standing close. And the parents are embracing, and it's like, oh hell. So if you chose this ending, people finally like accept reality and are fucking healing from this, which is fantastic. And then Alicia sees one more like flash of all her friends, including the version of her in the painting, the Mayella form, and they're all waving goodbye, and then they fade away. And she's standing there, finally, in my opinion, ready to like start accepting like reality and moving forward with her life, which then caused the credits to roll, which is the end of the game. Now, oh Lord, I don't want to spend too much time with this. So, as I said, that is the correct ending. The writers have said like, oh, it's up to you, and then you read these like fucking articles by these assholes, and they're like, oh, there's no definitive ending here, and it's like, yeah, there's no definitive ending because there's no canon ending, because there's not like a sequel to this goddamn game. But at the same time, it's like, hey, if you know anything about helping people overcome trauma and the guilt and all this stuff, then that is the correct ending, like hands down. Like if you're in therapy, go ask your therapist and describe what happens in this game, and then be like, which one of these things is the correct way to help somebody, and they're going to tell you 100% that this is the ending that you should choose. So that being said, there is an alternative ending, which in my opinion is so bad. And not bad as in it's presented badly. It's just like, if you're choosing this and think like this is a nice ending for Mael, then like, holy shit, man, like you need to come to terms with like reality and how that works. So let's talk about this, the fantasy ending. So if you choose to live in the fantasy world, you can go with Mael instead. And so in this ending, you defeat Verso, and then Verso starts to gomage. And then while he's gomaging, he begs. Remember, this whole game is about him trying to kill himself, to already be done, to move past this, to like end his life because he's dead and he doesn't like living as like a homunculus essentially of like himself with like new and old memories and kind of all the same stuff that has caused Mel so many problems, that she has like essentially 2 lives that she's lived. This guy's had a similar situation. So she should be somewhat understanding. Of course she's not, because this ending is terrible. And again, not terrible as in poorly done, like terrible as in like, if you choose this, I don't know what's wrong with you if you like choose this ending. Like, I just don't cast judgments on people. I know exactly what's wrong with you. You clearly have some pent up issues. Either that, like you either are a child and don't live in real life and don't understand how to like help people or help yourself, like live a better life. Or you are so caught up in your own fucking like stuff that, and you in fact refuse yourself to deal with like reality. That's the only thing you can relate to, and you need to get some help, and you need to go see a therapist if that's the case. But so this guy is begging to not be repainted, to not bring him back to life. He doesn't want this life. He doesn't want to be alive. But then Mael is like, no, I want you to stay with me, so that's going to happen. Go fuck yourself. And then we get epilogue. Again, I didn't write down the name because I was like so enraged while watching this. And I watched it because I got the correct ending. And then I tried the game guide that I was using for like leveling and stuff was like, oh yeah, you can just, once you beat the game, you can go back and see the other ending. But I could not figure out how to do that, so I just watched a YouTube video of it. Thanks to whatever random YouTuber I watched their video of, I don't remember. Anyway, so we see all the people are back. So the scene is like in the opera house at Luminaire, and Mael is with some sort of young boy, and I didn't recognize this young boy, so maybe it's one of the apprentices or whatever. But then we see Lune and Shell are there, and then they see that Gustav is with Sophie, and they're both alive and together. Hooray, everyone's alive and well, and everything's so perfect. And then they're all meeting up at the opera house, and they all sit down to watch the performance. And on the performance, or on the stage, walks out like what is clearly Verso, and he looks old as shit, and he like kind of, the whole thing goes grayscale, but I think it's just like the lighting in the opera house and whatnot. And so he walks up to the piano and sits down to play, and then he hesitates because clearly there's a piece of Verso here who's like very upset about this whole fucking thing. So, goddamn. And then before he can play, we get a shot back over to like everybody, and we see that Mael has like the paint splotches on her face that indicates that she's inside this painting and that she's controlling things and doing all this like shady fucking shit. And that's the end of the game. It's like, congratulations, if you chose this ending, you chose to punish Mael, who clearly is going to go crazy, just like her mother went crazy coming in here, because she refuses to deal with like real life trauma and move on and get past anything. So she's going to continue to be like an outlandish god. I'd almost say this has got to be the canon ending if they're going to make a sequel to this game, and it's going to take place in the same world, because you're just going to repeat the same thing all over again. Like, maybe you're not going to have the gomages and everything like that, but eventually there's no possible way that Mael does not go crazy with power at some point, because again, she's like a 16-year-old girl twice and has like no real firm understanding of like consequences, and she makes just like an awful decision to like bring back her dead brother who begged not to be brought back to life. So she's literally just doing the exact same thing her mother did, which caused all these problems in the first place, and has clearly been identified as like, she has caused so much pain and suffering by refusing to just like move on and like make better choices in her life. And Mael is now taking her place directly. And like right now it seems all good because, oh, hey, everyone's alive. Hey, no one had to suffer, yada, yada, yada. But it's like, that's not what life is. Life is suffering. Like the Buddhists are right. And so and I was like, so I was like, huh, this is clearly like the good and bad endings, right? There's no way to interpret this any other way. But then, like I said, I saw it in some guide or like on Twitter or something, because since I've been playing this game and talking about it, my phone's listening because it always fucking listens. And now when I get like suggestions for Clair Obscur stuff on X, which is the only social media platform I use, mostly just to Google, or not Google, to what is it called? To get like fan art of Nikkei characters. Right? But now I get like Clair Obscur stuff. And someone's like, I like how there's not like a canon ending to this game. And I was like, what kind of bullshit is this? And so then I follow some links and I find like, again, one of the writers talking about this game, and they're like, yeah, there's not really a good or bad ending. We just like, people can choose what they want based on how they experience the game. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, under no circumstance can I possibly imagine telling somebody, they're like, yeah, that's a healthy, normal way to deal with family trauma, with the loss of a loved one, and everything else you've had to go through, the loss of, like, multiple loved ones. Like, you lost your parents, you lost your father again, you lost your brother, all this shit. And the best way to deal with it is to become an omnipotent god and to control a fantasy realm where you don't have to ever face consequences or sorrows ever again. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, under what circumstance? Because any normal human being think, like, that's the way to handle this problem. Like, again, it's like, I love escapism. My whole existence is rooted around escapism. But like, at some point, you gotta like wake the fuck up, and like, hey, if something bad happens, man, I get it. Like, I've not had the best. No one's had like the best life, but the best way to deal with it is to learn and grow. And like, I'll throw out Helen Keller once again, as she's the penultimate version of this. But you got all these dudes, fucking vets who like lost legs and got poisoned and have severe PTSD from like everyone in their troop getting killed. They just feel guilty about it. And it's like the guys who try to escape into fantasy through like drinking usually or drugs or just like ignoring it, there's never a good outcome to that. There's under no circumstance does avoiding the situation and pretending like it's not a problem by creating some sort of fantasy world that you live in your head gonna solve this problem. I'm sorry if you're hearing all these like fucking cars drive by. I'm like waiting for my car to get fixed up, and I figured I would just go on this right now. Maybe if I move somewhere else, it won't be so fucking loud. Anyway, so yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Is the writer is wrong, 100%, which is the case. Like, that can be. Doesn't like art is not interpreted by the person who does the art. It's interpreted by the people who experience the art. And in this situation, the writer who wrote this quote, and again, I didn't find like the full context or any of that stuff, but to me, it's like that is wrong. That is in no way possible like the correct answer to this situation, because that is completely 100% unhealthy way to deal with this. And so there's that. Just that simple fact that like Mael refuses to like exist in reality. Like, it'd be one thing if she's like, no, I want to keep this and I'm going to come visit it, but she's like, no, she's done living in the real world and facing the problems and growing and becoming better, because she could have done that and she could exist in both worlds and have like some fun times, hang out with Esqui and hang out and bring Gustav. You could fucking bring Gustav back, which I disagree with, but you could bring Gustav back and go hang out with him and let him have his full life and have kids and whatnot. Or you could sell your soul to like this fucking fantasy world completely and never face never learn, never grow, never become a better person, and then never have to, because now you're like literally a god of this world who has complete control over it. And you're not an adult. You are a 16-year-old. You are a child. You have not fully cognitive development. You've lived 2 lives as a 16-year-old, so you got like twice the fucking baggage as like a normal 16-year-old who are like hormonal as shit. And this is not because she's a girl or anything like that. This is just how fucking life is. Like, teenagers are fucking hormonal and out of their minds. And if you weren't a teenager right now, or if you're a teenager right now and you don't realize it, you'll realize it in a few years. And if you have forgotten because you're old as shit, then like you need to like have a conversation with a niece, nephew, or child about what it's like to be their age. And you're going to be like, holy shit, it sucks, right? You are not well adapted or well prepared for shit. It doesn't matter if your life is good or bad. Nonetheless, this girl has had like all this trauma and all these hangups and all these like things, like it's like twice, like losing family members twice, and like being like, it's my fault Gustav died, it's my fault Verso died originally, and like she has both those things going on, and she's gonna ignore it all, and that's bad. But to top it all off, you get your brother, this man, to literally beg you as he's disappearing to not bring him back. And what do? Fuck that guy. I'm going to do what I want to do. Like, already she's exerting like this like negligence towards other people and their wishes. So like, what's she going to do with Lune when Lune crosses her? What's she going to do with Shell if Shell crosses her? Right? These are like her friends she spent all this time with. But if she's willing to do it with like her family member that she loves and is like very connected to and has like all these close connections, if she's willing to like completely disregard their wishes for her own, she's the bad guy now. Period. The end. Like, it's not even like, oh, this is an unhealthy way to deal with this. She has moved on past that point to being, she is the villain of this story at this juncture. So I'd say if they're going to make a sequel to this, it's not going to be like Time to Fight the Writers or like be in a different world completely, or not. If they're going to have like a more direct sequel, this has to be the ending you go with, because this is the only thing that makes sense, because otherwise it's gone, first of all, right? So on that obvious point, but this actually leads very well into a game where Mael is now the villain because of like whatever bullshit she's doing and causing problems. So now it's like someone new has to come in, or like Clea has to come in as like an older woman, or like who knows, right? a piece of Mael, a piece of Alicia who's still around, right? I don't know. The piece of Verso's soul has to like wake back up and like defeat his sister to like force her out of this and destroy this world once and for all. Like that is like a choice you can make as a sequel, because she's the villain at this point. There's no other way to see this. Like that, it's impossible. like she's the fucking villain, right? Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Anyway, aside from this ending, well, no, the ending's fine. Again, it's more like if you choose this ending and think that this is like a happy ending, then you need help. Like straight up, you need to go see a therapist, or you need to grow the fuck up because you're a child. Either way, you need help. Because this is not a happy ending for anybody. Like it's definitely not for Mael, definitely not for Verso, and all these other people are just like painted caricatures, and it seems happy now, but it's not going to be happy in a few years when Mael like really starts losing it or using her powers to do wicked things, which she 100% will. Like, anyway, so the only issue I have again is like, unless I totally misunderstood something in this game, the whole Nevron Axon situation it's like really confusing to me. So maybe if I like did more of the end game stuff, it would make sense. I don't know. I don't care. It's really not that big of a deal. It's just kind of like it was confusing to me, where it's like, I thought Clair and Renoir want the expedition to beat the Paintress to knock her out, but they seem to be doing things to make that not happen. But then I guess they're helping because you have the curator and he helped Mael. And it's like, how much is he actually interfering? I think he's just trying to like, he's just gomaging to get the Chroma to kick her out. So maybe he's just, again, it's like, these people are ants. They are not real. You are a god, omnipotent God who's created like hundreds of worlds. And so you just like roll back in and you understand that like none of this is real. It's all just like it's like me making a movie and then being upset that people in the movie die and feeling like I have some sort of connection to these people in the movie. It's like, no, I'm an adult. I'm watching a movie. It's like people die. It's like, it is what it is. I can feel emotional connection to them, but I know it's not real. Right. So it could be that aspect where they're just not spending that much time about it. But the fact that Clea's like, I'm going to help Renoir, our papa, out, and then she like creates all these Nevrons to like kill the expedition members, I'm kind of like, I don't get it. I don't get how this helps. I feel like that is a huge like gaping like plot hole, or not plot hole, just like this doesn't make any sense. Everything else makes sense. Everything else got explained. Stuff I didn't understand like later on was like, okay, that clarified that. But I feel like I never got a firm answer on that. So if you end up watching this, like, I don't know, 3-hour video about Clair Obscur that came out like 2 months after, I think I'm putting this out in July, 2 months after the game came out, then go ahead and like, shoot me some advice. I'd be curious if like I misunderstood something with that regard. But anyway, thanks for sticking around. Go ahead, like, share, subscribe, comment, and I'll catch you guys later.
Miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent. Dans le creux de nos mains, deux mondes se dessinent. L'un peint de rêve, où le chagrin s'efface. L'autre nu et réel, où notre deuil prend place. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles, où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans le dessin, toi le vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain, au clair obscur. Œuvres infinies, chaque pas trace la route d'une vie.